Game of Thrones, The Attack of the Northern Wolf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Surrender. Hula, hula. The clear and turbulent waters of the Tengshi River flowed continuously from west to east from the north of Riverrun. Opposite Riverrun, in the open space upstream of the Tengshi River, more than 2,000 Lannister cavalrymen were trying their best to control their horses and keep the army in order. Most of Kevin's nearly 15,000 troops were infantrymen, except for the cavalrymen led by Adam. These were the only cavalrymen left. The horses of the front half of the Lannister cavalry were tied with steel chains as thick as wrists. In front of them, nearly 3,000 Lannister infantrymen, groups of them, held the front half of the steel chains. At the same time, there were 300 to 400 small fishing boats of various styles parked beside them. To the west were 8,000 elite infantrymen of the Lannister family, and to the south were the coalition forces of other families in the west, totaling 15,000 people. Excluding the more than 2,000 troops who stayed behind to defend the position, the remaining 5,000 troops were all here. The commander of this Lannister force was Earl of the Golden Tooth, Leo Lefford. The Lefford family of the Golden Tooth has been mining gold for the Lannister family for hundreds of years. Being able to guard such a lucrative city as the Golden Tooth without being suspected by the Lannister family, their status in the West, is naturally needless to say. Therefore, Tywin entrusted the most important task to the vassal he currently believed to be the most reliable. Woo, woo. A horn with a specific meaning sounded, and Earl Leo, wearing a luxurious and exquisite armor, and holding a sharp axe, raised the sharp axe, and said to Riverrun across the river, "Attack." After giving the order loudly, he led his guards, and lifted a fishing boat to the riverside. Seeing this, the remaining more than 3,000 Lannister infantry immediately lifted the small fishing boat beside them, and put it directly into the water. Splash, splash. After the small fishing boat entered the water, 8 or 9 Lannister infantrymen rushed into the fishing boat, picked up the oars that had been prepared in the boat, and paddled hard towards the other side of the Tumbleston River. There were no battlements or defensive soldiers on the north and east sides of Riverrun. Because when Riverrun was first built, Lord Daxel Tully determined that no one could stand on the fast-flowing Tumbleston River and Red Fork River to climb the walls of Riverrun. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Although the Lannister infantrymen paddled hard, the fast-flowing river still prevented them from moving forward in a straight line, but instead they went diagonally downstream. However, this position was originally tested by the Lannister family, and they were originally located upstream of the Tumbleston River. When they were about to approach Riverrun on the other side of the river, they just came to its northern wall. There is a tall tower on the north side of Riverrun, the surface of which is covered with ivy, and in the middle of the tower is a huge water wheel. The water wheel is powered by the rushing water of the Tengshi River, and is constantly turning. And every time it turns, the river water will be driven into the water gate of Riverrun. And this water gate is the target of the Lannister family infantry. In the past 2 months, both Kevin's army and the Mountain's army have captured many prisoners, including civilians and descendants of nobles. After those inhuman and cruel interrogations, they learned many little secrets of Riverrun. This water gate is one of them. Several small fishing boats at the front approached the north wall of Riverrun, but before they could grab any fixed objects, they were carried downstream by the turbulent river. But among the number of 300 or 400 fishing boats, one fishing boat successfully approached the water gate under the north wall of Riverrun, which is open to ships. The water gate has a relatively wide arched doorway, and in the doorway is a steel gate made of rough and hard steel bars crossed in an X shape. Probably because it has been soaked in water for many years, a lot of red rust now covers the lower part of the gate. Earl Leo, who had not let his guards row with all their strength, immediately ordered them to row with all their strength. After seeing the water gate, the small fishing boat he was in quickly headed towards the water gate. Ding. When their fishing boat arrived at the water gate, Earl Leo, who had been prepared, directly buckled the steel chain on the boat firmly on the heavy steel gate. Hula. After the steel chain was buckled firmly, it was pulled hard by the Lannister cavalry on the opposite side of the river. The pulled steel chain was stretched diagonally on the surface of the Tengshi River. Those other fishing boats that did not have time to approach the water gate just took the opportunity to pull the chain to fix themselves and then sailed towards the water gate. Ding, ding, ding. The first steel chain was difficult to fix, but the following ones were much easier. After a while, dozens of steel chains were tightly buckled on the steel gate of the water gate. Send a signal. Let them pull. Seeing that the number of chains was almost enough, Lord Leo gave the order directly, and at the same time, they drove the boat along the chains and retreated a little. The Lannister cavalrymen on the other side of the river received the order and immediately pulled the reins, turning the horses around and heading back. Crackle, creak, creak. As the sound of dozens of steel chains being pulled came out, the rough steel bars on the steel gate made unpleasant noises after bearing the weight. At first, they made a sound, but gradually these steel bars began to twist slightly, obviously unable to bear it. Snap. Boom. A steel bar of poor quality was the first to fail and broke directly from the middle and fell into the water of the Tengshi River. Boom, boom, boom. That steel bar was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As it broke and fell into the river, other steel bars on the steel gate continued to fall into the river. That's enough. Signal them to stop. Seeing that the fallen steel bars were enough for the fishing boats to pass through, Earl Leo, who was worried that all the chains would fall and had no fixed objects, quickly asked his guards to send a signal to the other side of the river. When Earl Leo's troops had just set off, the left part of the southern wall of Riverrun had begun to show negative effects due to Earl Piper's injury and departure. The left part of the wall not only lacked a commander to coordinate, but also because of Earl Piper's shouting before leaving. The soldiers guarding the city here heard it and began to imagine the Western army, who were single-minded in attacking the city, would not care so much about you. They were like hyenas, and as long as you showed a weak part, they would launch a fierce attack on you. There were already quite a few Western soldiers who climbed the left wall through the siege tower and siege ladder. When they stood firm, the Western soldiers below could clearly feel that they began to gather towards this section of the wall. Earl Titus also noticed something. He could clearly feel that the attack on the right wall was slowly weakening, but the other side did not blow the horn to retreat. He grabbed the one-handed shield of a soldier guarding the city next to him and went to the parapet with the shield to look down. He saw that a large number of Western siege soldiers were gathering in the direction of the left wall. Damn. When Titus saw the situation under the city wall, his heart immediately jumped. He retreated behind the city wall, returned the one-handed shield in his hand to the soldier guarding the city, and then tore off the gorgeous crow feather cloak on his back, revealing his bright red armor with the family emblem of crows surrounding dead fish beams. Titus drew his sword from his waist and said to the soldiers guarding the right wall, "Brothers, hold the wall well. These Westerlings won't hold out for long and will retreat. 200 people from the Blackwood family, come out and follow me to support the wall over there." Following his call, more than 200 soldiers guarding the right wall immediately stood up and followed Titus to support the left wall. Ta-ta-ta. Edgemure used his long sword to cut off the neck of a Westerling soldier, and his hot blood splashed on his face. When he was wiping it with the back of his hand, he heard footsteps coming from the right wall. He looked up and saw Earl Titus coming towards him with a group of people. Edgemure, who had been immersed in the pleasure of killing, had no idea what was going on. He subconsciously thought that Earl Titus was bringing people to reinforce him. Edgemure, who felt uncomfortable, immediately said to Lord Titus loudly, "Lord Titus, why did you leave your defense area? If the city wall is lost because of your departure, can you bear the responsibility?" "Lord Edgemure, it is just as you said. If you don't bring troops to reinforce the left wall, the wall will really be lost. If you don't believe it, look at the direction of the enemy's movement under the city wall." Hearing Edgemure's tone, Lord Titus frowned and directly told him the serious situation. "Look at the city wall." Hearing this, Edgemure came to the parapet under the escort of his personal guards to take a general look at the situation. As Earl Titus said, the dark mass of the Western army was gathering towards the left side of the city wall. "Hendry, you take 500 people with Earl Titus to support Earl Piper. Edgemure is not a fool." Seeing the situation under the city wall, he immediately gave an order to a personal guard who followed him. The middle section of the city wall was originally the one with the most soldiers. Now the siege force was obviously weakened, so Edgemure could mobilize more soldiers. Yes. The young and strong guard nodded and answered immediately after hearing the order. After seeing Edgemure's order, Earl Titus did not continue to talk nonsense. After saluting him, he quickly walked through the middle section of the city wall and headed towards the left wall. Kill. As soon as he came to the round tower on the left, that blocked his vision, Earl Titus heard all kinds of screams and shouts of killing behind the tower. Passing this round tower that was in the way, he saw the tragic situation on the left wall directly. At this moment, there were already 3 walls on the left wall, where the Westland soldiers had a firm foothold, and they were cruelly exchanging lives with the soldiers defending the city. Among them, the 2 places near Earl Titus had a small number of enemies, only about 50 or 60 Westland soldiers. And at the farthest place, nearly 100 Westland soldiers had already climbed the wall, and they had occupied a small section of the wall on the far left. The bodies on the left wall have begun to pile up, and the sticky blood has made the stone slabs of the wall slippery. If you are not careful, you may slip and fall directly. However, if you fall on a battlefield like this, there is basically no chance to get up again. Hendry, you take your men to beat down the 2 Westerners in front. I will deal with the one in the innermost. Earl Titus did not think much about it, because he did not see Earl Piper and his guards in his field of vision. He spoke directly to Hendry. No problem. Hendry simply agreed, and led his men to rush towards the 2 Western soldiers on the wall. Earl Titus looked thin and tall, like a commander, and more like a warrior. He is actually a veteran warrior. Earl Titus rushed to the front, and saw a Western soldier killing a soldier guarding the city. He immediately went up to him. Ding. When Earl Titus saw the Westerner slashing at him with his sword, he held the sword with both hands, and used the back half of his sword to block. After blocking the enemy's sword, he used the crossguard of his sword to block the opponent's sword, and then turned his hands hard, and the weapon of the Westerner immediately fell to the ground. Swish. Z. Seeing his weapon fall, the Westerner raised his right hand, and was about to speak, but Earl Titus slashed his right palm with a sword, cutting off his right palm, and at the same time the tip of the sword crossed his throat, and blood immediately sizzled out. Let's deal with the enemies on the city wall. The archers will suppress them, and the infantry will use the forks to push their siege ladders down for me. With the addition of the new force and the command and leadership of Earl Titus, the soldiers guarding the city wall on the left side suddenly seemed to have a backbone. They followed the command of Earl Titus and performed their duties, fulfilling their responsibilities. As the soldiers defending the city fought in an orderly manner, siege ladders were constantly pushed down the city wall with screams. Afterwards, the pedals of the siege tower were also forcibly pushed down the city wall. Without a steady stream of reinforcement, the number of enemies from the west on the left wall began to slowly decrease, and the situation gradually returned to the control of Reborn. In the middle of the southern wall, Edgemure was manipulated by Earl Titus, and he no longer had the mood to continue killing. He remembered that as the acting Lord of Reborn, he had not yet inquired about the battle situation on the west wall, so he directly assigned one of his guards to go and inquire about Bryndon's battle situation. After a while, the guard, who was exhausted and panting, ran to Edgemure and reported intermittently, "Lord Edgemure, Lord Bryndon, no, not on the west wall. No. Where did he go?" Hearing the report from the guard, Edgemure's face suddenly became surprised, and he lowered his head to think. Earl Leo was passing through the damp and dark water gate passage by boat. As he entered the castle of Reborn, his vision suddenly widened. This is the waterside stairs area of Reborn. At this moment, there are some ships of Reborn here, tied to the iron rings on the surrounding walls for fixing. Well, this should be the escape route left by the Tully family for themselves. Even if Reborn falls, they can still quietly take a boat here and escape by water. However, they didn't expect that we would enter from here. Earl Leo looked at the quiet waterside stairs and couldn't help but have some speculations in his mind. As the fishing boats continued to enter, this area had almost gathered nearly 100 Lannister family soldiers. Seeing that the troops were almost enough, Earl Leo led the group of soldiers directly out, ready to open Reborn from the inside. Whoosh. Boom. Leo had just taken a few steps when a red shadow flashed quickly in his vision, and at the same time, he heard the sound of arrows breaking through the air. Then there was an explosion behind him. He was caught off guard and was pushed by the airwave behind him, falling heavily to the ground. Snap, snap. The explosion occurred above the Watergate passage. At this moment, rocks kept falling, blocking the entire passage. Some unlucky Lannister soldiers following Leo were just below the explosion and were buried directly in the pile of rocks. Other soldiers were also pushed by the airwave of the explosion and fell to the ground. Leo shook his head full of tinnitus and dizziness. As soon as he stood up, he saw a man wearing black fish scale armor, with a weathered face, grey hair, thick eyebrows and blue eyes, aiming at him with hundreds of archers. Leo looked at the passage behind him that was blocked by the pile of rocks and the dozens of Lannister soldiers lying on the ground beside him with varying degrees of injuries. He tactfully dropped the sharp axe in his hand and said to the man in front of him, "I surrender. Don't hurt me. The Lefford family will pay a very generous ransom to buy back my freedom." Thanks to the arbitration agency for the 500-point reward, and to the Trapezoidal Heart, Jun Moyao, Zyro Zhang Hanlin, Starboy 99, Glico Sorrow, EARTH*LAND**MINE, Book Friends 201908251326325598. And Liu Deo Yuxuan for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed me here. Thank you for your support. PS. I just came back to write it today. Really. I also took a video of my business trip in the group before. I will write more tomorrow to make up for yesterday's word count. Then some big guys asked me to save drafts. Haha. It's not that I don't save drafts, but it's really hard to save drafts for part-time jobs. Finally, the supporting role vision of Game of Thrones has to turn around occasionally, and I will return to the protagonist's vision tomorrow. Chapter 127 Gift, 6,000 chapters. Brynden, the blackfish, on the stairs near the water, looked at the surrendered Lord Leo and tilted his head to the soldiers behind him. A team of soldiers holding ropes filed out and disarmed and tied up all the Lannister soldiers whose retreat was cut off. Lord Leo, as a noble, surrendered very tactfully, so Brynden gave him enough respect and only disarmed and took him away without tying him up. When all the enemies were taken away, Brynden took a deep look at the water gate blocked by the rubble, and his admiration for the young king of the north rose in his heart. Yes, this ambush at the exit of the water gate was also arranged in advance by Brynden, after referring to Robb's opinion. Before the war between the wolf and the lion began, Robb knew that Reborn would face unprecedented siege pressure this time. In his opinion, Reborn, which occupies a favorable location and has sufficient troops and food, is most likely to be the waterway where Brynden let Brienne escape in the original play. Although in the previous life, the Lannister family used Edgemere, who was arrested at the Red Wedding, to capture Reborn. However, due to the influence of his butterfly, he could not rule out the possibility that the Lannisters could use the Watergate, so he explained it very thoroughly in the letter. This is why Brynden was worried about Edgemere and insisted on guarding the West Wall himself. Because only the West Wall can see the movement of the Tankstone River, and if you want to reach the Watergate through the turbulent Tankstone River, you can only start from the upstream. Maybe in Tywin's plan, the guards of Reborn, who were concentrating on defending the city, would not be distracted to observe the Tankstone River. But on the contrary, Brynden kept his eyes on the Tankstone River. When he saw those small fishing boats, he immediately handed over the West Wall, which had basically stabilized the situation, to his deputy, and led his team to ambush. In fact, Robb was not a prophet, and he could not have predicted that the Earl of Piper, who was guarding the city, would flee in the face of the enemy, which almost led to the collapse of the southern wall and the loss of Reborn. When Brynden escorted Lord Leo and his party to the dungeon of Reborn, the left wall on the south side had been completely regained by the Reborn guards. At this moment, small mountains of corpses were piled up on the wall. The Westerly army that continued to attack the city saw that all the soldiers who climbed the wall first were dead, and the momentum of occupying the wall was immediately suppressed. Tywin stood in the position of the Westerly army. when he heard a cavalryman bring the news that the water gate had collapsed and Lord Leo's life or death was unknown. His light green eyes were full of coldness and veins on his forehead kept emerging. Order a withdrawal. Tywin suppressed his anger and gave Kevin his order after a long breath. Withdraw. Lord Tywin, although the surprise attack plan failed, it seems that, as long as we work harder, we can capture Reborn. We have already lost so much. Hearing about the withdrawal, Kevin, who had seen his side attack the wall several times and had the advantage, asked in confusion. The number of soldiers in Reborn is about 7,000. There are only more than 5,000 soldiers defending the city on the two walls, which means that they still have 2,000 reserves that have not been used. Today's general attack was originally to cover the raid of Leo's troops. Since the raid plan has failed, this siege war is meaningless. Continuing will only cause greater losses. There were scout cavalry constantly reporting the battlefield situation, so Tywin, who had a general view of the situation, knew that the raiding troops had failed, and today's siege war was their loss. This is it. I'll go and pass the order. Kevin heard Tywin's analysis and went to convey the order to withdraw the troops with a solemn face. Looking at his leaving back, Tywin felt a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds on his heart. Since the Northern Army suddenly disappeared in the Bay of Kalin, he has been in the plan of that wolf cub. Not long ago, when the news of the fall of Casterly Rock came, Tywin personally came out to refute the rumor in order to stabilize the morale of the Western Army. But this is only a temporary solution, so Tywin plans to conquer Reborn with all his strength and take the entire Riverland into his pocket. When the time comes, he will be in charge of Reborn, whether it is attacking the north or retreating to the westerly, the crown. He can move freely. But unexpectedly, Kevin's careful preparation for so long, coupled with his surprise attack plan, did not take Reborn. In this situation, Tywin pursed his lips gently, thinking about how to carry out future plans. Woo! A melodious horn sounded throughout the battlefield of Reborn. All the soldiers of the Westerly army heard the horn and immediately put their shields on their heads and desperately fled towards their own positions. And those Westerly soldiers who happened to be on the siege tower or siege ladder were directly in a dilemma. However, after a little hesitation, they knew that, if they retreated with their backs turned, the chance of survival would be relatively small, but their instinct still drove them to turn around and run away. The archers defending the city on the walls of Reborn would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. They would beat the fallen dogs directly and continuously harvest the lives of the fleeing Westerland soldiers. Soon, all the unlucky Westerland soldiers fell under the two walls, and most of the other Westerland soldiers had already left the archers' attack range. Oh. Looking at Edgemere, who successfully defended the enemy's attack under his command, he immediately raised his sword and shouted in victory. Under his leadership, nearly 2,000 soldiers on the south wall roared in victory, and then nearly 2,000 soldiers on the west followed suit. The walls were full of various miserable corpses and body parts, and all the siege towers and siege ladders were abandoned under the walls. The wildfire on the wheeled siege hammer in front of the west wall had been extinguished. The wheeled siege hammer that was burned out was left with only a pile of black ash, which was constantly emitting black smoke. At this time, the shouts of the victors on the city wall formed a sharp contrast with the silence of countless corpses under the city wall. When Brynden in the dungeon heard the cheers on the city wall, he knew that the Westerly army had withdrawn. The guards of Reborn defended the city fearlessly, and they should enjoy this victory and this credit. But Brynden knew that the defense of Reborn should also be thanked to the King of the North, who is now unknown. After asking Earl Leo who surrendered, he left the dim dungeon in Reborn, which had no windows, and was completely illuminated by braziers. As soon as Brynden closed the heavy dungeon door wrapped in iron sheets, he heard a noisy sound in the center of the Reborn parade ground. "You cowardly bastard who ran away almost killed all of us. Run away. Are you blind? Can't you see this arrow? I was treated temporarily after being shot. After a casual bandage, I climbed up the wall again and continued to fight. It just happened that the enemy retreated." In the center of the parade ground, Earl Titus, who was covered in blood, brought his family soldiers and had a fierce argument with Earl Piper, who also brought his personal guards, had a bandage on his left arm and a broken arrow. The soldiers of the two families looked at each other unkindly, and the center of the parade ground was full of tense atmosphere. Earl Titus, what do you want to do? Edgemere, who had enjoyed the feeling of victory on the wall for a long time, just stepped down from the wall and saw this eye-catching group of people. He directly questioned Earl Titus. Lord Edgemere, Earl Piper abandoned the defense of the wall and ran away for no reason, which almost caused the fall of Reborn. He should be punished by military law. Earl Titus turned to look at Edgemere and spoke out his thoughts loudly. Lord Edgemere, please see the arrowhead on my left arm. I'm here for temporary treatment because I was shot by an arrow. Once the treatment is completed, I will rush back to the city wall to fight. When Lord Piper saw Edgemere, he immediately showed his left arm that was shot by an arrow and spoke loudly with some grievance. Edgemere glanced at his bloody left arm, turned to Lord Titus and said, Lord Titus, Lord Piper was injured and treated, and then came back to fight again. This cannot be considered as running away without reason. You are defaming his honor like this, which is damaging the dignity of our nobles in Reborn. Lord Piper, I would like to ask you, was the arrow in your left arm shot from under the city wall, or from the siege tower? Lord Titus, who had no evidence, was about to speak, but listened silently outside the crowd for a while, and then carefully observed Lord Piper's wound. Brynden squeezed into the crowd, and interrupted Lord Titus. Lord Brynden, where did it come from? From the city wall, I guess. Seeing Brynden squeezed over, Lord Piper saluted perfunctorily, then answered hesitantly. Brynden tilted his head to look at his wound, and said loudly in a suspicious tone, that's strange. An arrow shot from the city wall must be projectile, so it will pierce the body at an angle. The arrow on your left arm is so flat, it must have been shot from the siege tower. Yes, it was shot from the siege tower. I may have remembered it wrong. Lord Piper heard his analysis and nodded quickly, indicating that he remembered it wrong. Hey, if it was an arrow shot from the siege tower, it would not have penetrated your left arm directly at such a close distance, but only caused such a wound. I think the strength of this Westerland archer should not be able to even pull the bow. Lord Piper, in my opinion, your arrow was inserted by someone with bare hands. Seeing Lord Piper's performance, Brynden sneered and said his final judgment loudly. Shallow wound. That may be, because there is something blocking it in front. Inserted by bare hands? Lord Brynden, do you mean to suspect that I faked the injury myself? Lord Piper could not understand, and was tricked by Brynden. He shouted loudly in anger, I'm not doubting, but confirming. Okay. We won today, let's go back and rest for a while, and have a celebration party in the evening, and everyone will have a good drink. Edgemere seemed to have understood something, and he took the opportunity to smooth things over and try to change the subject. No, there will be no punishment for faking an arrow shot and escaping, and no reward for taking back the city wall with blood. If we can convince everyone, how can we drink happily? He could give Edgemere face in other matters, but not in this matter. Since he wanted to smooth things over, Brynden simply tore his face off directly. Sir Marco Piper is still in the Riverlands, harassing the supply troops of the Westerly army everywhere. If we punish his father without solid evidence, I believe everyone will not be convinced, right? Sir Marco was Edgemere's best friend and the eldest son and heir of Earl Piper. Edgemere directly brought out his merits and tried to convince everyone. I saw Earl Piper put an arrow into his left arm himself. The arrow originally shot one of his guards. The body of the guard is still on the wall, and we can compare the traces of the arrow. As soon as Edgemere finished speaking, a soldier responsible for defending the south wall spoke with a little hesitation. Because they were worried that the commander would keep his family's strength secret, except for the commander's personal guards. The soldiers guarding Reborn were all reorganized from different families. The soldier who spoke, judging from the family emblem on his body, was a soldier from the Vance family in the city of Journeys. As a neutral family, everyone thought his words were more credible. Lord Piper, is what he said true? Edgemere turned to ask Lord Piper after hearing this. Alas, you disappoint me so much. Seeing him at a loss for words, Edgemere shook his head and sighed, then said loudly, Lord Piper of Pink City faked an injury and fled without reason in the battle and was taken to the dungeon to await trial. Sir Marco was promoted to the acting Lord of Pink City. All the soldiers of the Piper family were reorganized into the army and continued to fight for the honor of the Piper family. Lord Titus of Raventree City fought bravely and recaptured the city wall and was rewarded with 100 gold dragons. All soldiers who participated in the battle today will be rewarded with silver deer, and their military merits will be calculated extra. Lord Edgemere, wise. Long live the Tully family. Hearing Edgemere's reward, all the soldiers smiled and shouted together. Of course, Lord Piper's face was livid, his eyes were moving, and I don't know what he was thinking. Then, several soldiers came forward to escort him to the dungeon of Reborn. When he was locked up in the noble cell of the dungeon, he happened to see Lord Leo sitting quietly opposite the cell. Judging from the family crest on you, it should be the Lefford family of the Golden Tooth. If you are lucky enough to get out, can you help me give a message to Lord Tywin? The Green Fork River, the castle on the south bank of the Twins. Do you know? The King of the North captured Casterly Rock in the west not long ago, a stone castle that has never fallen in thousands of years. Of course I know this. I heard that those northerners made a lot of money in the west. It is said that even the gold commode of Tywin Lannister was taken back by them. Hey, Lord Walder is originally a vassal of the Tully family. Why did he help the Lannister family? If he helped the King of the North, maybe we would have a chance to plunder the gold of the west. Who said it wasn't? Of the 4,000 people who went with them this time, only less than 1,500 returned to the Twins. The bodies of those dead soldiers could not even be found. Some time ago, Lord Walder once again gathered 1,000 people to join the Westerly army, and one of my relatives followed them to Reborn. I wonder how it is now. Several Free family soldiers wearing black hoods were standing guard in the afternoon sun. Because of the special geographical location of the Twins, it has never been attacked for so many years, so they were really bored, so they gathered together to chat. Hey, what is that? A Free soldier looked up and glanced at the front, then suddenly pointed forward and shouted in surprise. The other Free soldiers heard his shout and looked up in the direction he pointed. They saw a huge H-shaped strange object moving towards the Twins. The surface of this strange object seemed to be inlaid with a lot of metal. Under the sunlight, it looked dazzling and very beautiful. As the strange object approached, the Free soldiers saw clearly that it was a huge wooden twin tower sculpture, which looked like the Twins from the appearance. And the inlay on this twin tower sculpture was not metal at all, but a lot of gold and various gems that tempted people to commit crimes. This huge twin tower sculpture was tied with ropes and placed on a solid wooden platform. 50 or 60 soldiers in front of it were pulling the ropes very hard to move the twin tower sculpture forward. Under its solid wooden platform were more than 10 round rolling logs. 20 or 30 soldiers were placing the round rolling logs in front of it in an orderly manner. In addition to these people, a knight in armor was leading about 200 guards on both sides of the twin towers. Go and report to Lord Walder, the army of Seaside City has arrived outside our castle with a sculpture. As the two cities are not far apart, the captain of the guard immediately recognized the ownership of the spread wings silver eagle flag. Then, he gave an order to a guard beside him. The guard took the order and left. After a while, a short and fat man with a black beard, but very strong, followed him to the observation tower of the South Bank Castle. The short and fat man's name is also Walder Free, but there are too many Walder Frees in the Free family. In order to distinguish them, others usually call him Black Walder. He is the second son of Lemon Free, the grandson of Stevrin Free, and the great-grandson of Marquis Walder Free. What are nearly 300 Milister soldiers doing here with a strange sculpture? However, this small number of people can't cause any trouble. Pull up the outermost oak door. I'll ask their purpose through the gate. Black Walder carefully observed for a while, slowly came to the team in front of the castle on the south bank of the Twins, and ordered the captain of the guard behind him. Yes. Click. The captain of the guard answered, and turned around to give his order. The outermost oak door of the castle on the south bank was opened, and Black Walder came to the iron gate with a steel grid shape, waiting for the other party to arrive. The team of Sealand City gradually approached the Twins, and the knight in the lead was Earl Jason. When he saw Black Walder behind the iron gate, he immediately stopped the team and drove his horse towards Black Walder. Earl Jason, what important matter has brought you to the Twins? Black Walder certainly knew the Lord of Sealand City who was closest to them. A smile appeared on his face and he asked, You are Walder? Of course, our young generation is basically Walder. Hearing Black Walder teasing him, Lord Jason smiled slightly and directly explained his purpose. I want to meet Lord Walder when he married the 8th Lady Free. I was dealing with those squids, so I didn't have time to attend his wedding. The twin sculpture behind is my gift to Lord Walder. I hope he can forgive me for not attending his wedding at that time. Just for this reason? Lord Jason, you sent such a heavy gift? Hearing Lord Jason's words, Black Walder raised his eyebrows with a smile on his lips and didn't believe what he said at all. After all, Lord Walder's weddings were too many. In the first few times, many nobles came to attend the weddings, but as time went on, fewer and fewer nobles came to attend the weddings. Even the Free family themselves had become accustomed to it. Lord Jason sent a gift to apologize for this reason, which obviously revealed something unusual. Hey, of course, but I still have some things to discuss with Lord Walder in person. Jason smiled and nodded when he heard this, and then said that he only wanted to discuss the next thing with Lord Walder in person. If it's just you, I can let you in now. Then, I'll take you to see Lord Walder. As the 4th heir to the twins, Black Walder's status is not equal to that of Lord Jason. After hearing his words, Black Walder answered directly. That's exactly what I want. Let me in. Lord Jason agreed without hesitation. After he entered the twins, he was disarmed and searched by the guards. After all, at this moment, the Free family joined the Lannister family camp and was considered an enemy of the Sealand City, which was loyal to the Tully family. Under the personal leadership of Black Walder, Lord Jason met Lord Walder sitting on the black oak chair in the reception hall of the North Castle of the twins. Lord Walder, your body is still strong. I believe it will remain so in another 10 years. As soon as Earl Jason saw Marquis Walder, he saluted politely and complimented him politely. Well, I don't know if my body will be so strong in 10 years. However, I can be sure that it won't be long before my 8th wife will get pregnant again and give birth to a son for me. Marquis Walder looked at the very polite Earl Jason, but his mind thought of the last rude messenger. He coughed lightly and talked about irrelevant topics. Lord Walder, I have brought you a belated gift, a huge sculpture of the twins, with countless golden gems inlaid on the surface. It is very suitable for a big man like you. Earl Jason didn't want to chat with him, so he went straight to the point. Oh. Then, why did Earl Jason send such an expensive gift? Don't say the bullshit reason of missing the wedding. Tell me your real purpose. Seeing that he took the initiative to get to the point, Marquis Walder also asked very directly. I would like to ask you to introduce Tywin Lannister to me. We in Seafront City want to join his army. After hearing the question from Marquis Walder, Earl Jason hesitated for a moment and told his true purpose. Thanks to FXCGVH and book friend 170,203,223,746,465 for the reward, and thanks to Pinkferin, All Mortals Must Die, Zuo Mao, and Shenel Zianzan for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. I have coded 6000 today, and tomorrow will be another big chapter. Then, I have a recommendation today, and I hope you will support it. If you really feel that the update is not enough, I will take a year off to code later. Chapter 128, Invasion, 6000 chapters. Why? The war has been going on for so long, and you didn't express any attitude of surrender before, but now you want to surrender to the Lannister family? Lord Walder heard this, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, revealing a look of complete disbelief, and continued to ask. Because Robb Stark has allied with those squids. I believe you also know about the hatred between Seaside City and the squids. There have been countless blood feuds for hundreds of years. We in Seaside City will never fight side by side with those beasts who burn, kill and loot. After hearing Lord Walder's question, Earl Jason's face showed hatred, and he answered in a vicious tone. Well, is it because of the blood feud with the Ironborn? Lord Walder smacked his lips a few times, as if he was recalling what Lord Jason had said. After a little thought, he seemed to agree with this statement, and continued to speak to Lord Jason. Little Jason, if I recommend you to join the Lannister family, it is equivalent to me guaranteeing you If you are out of control and something goes wrong, I will definitely be implicated, so. Hearing Lord Walder calling him like this, Lord Jason seemed to understand what he meant, and immediately said with a smile on his face, "Our two families betrayed the Tully family, and joined the Lannister family. We will definitely be excluded by other families in the west, so we are naturally in the same camp. I will definitely follow your command, Lord Walder, and there will definitely be no problems. I like smart people like you. By the way, I remember you seem to have a son." Upon hearing this, Lord Walder slowly stood up from the black oak chair, walked to Lord Jason, patted him on the shoulder and praised him, and then asked a question about his son. "Yes, Lord Walder. My son's name is Patrick Mallister, and he is the only heir to Seawall." Lord Jason nodded and answered Lord Walder, who was holding his shoulder. "The only heir. Then you have to keep working hard, marry more wives, and have more sons. I suggest you marry those girls who are in their prime, their nectar is the sweetest now." Lord Walder heard this, and began to persuade Lord Jason to have more sons. However, at the end, a smile that all men understand appeared on his wrinkled old face, and at the same time, he licked his lips with his tongue. Having fewer sons is still good, so that they don't all hope for your death, and wait to inherit the title. There are too many bastards in our free family, and we can't keep them. Especially daughters. I really want to marry a few of them off quickly." Lord Walder continued to chat without waiting for Lord Jason to reply, but his eyes kept glancing at Lord Jason. The implication in Marquis Ward's words was so obvious, how could Earl Jason not understand? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he bowed and said, "Lord Ward, I'm also worried about my son's marriage. If you allow, our two families can marry. You request a marriage? Well, I allow it. I have several good-looking daughters. You can bring your son to choose. I don't mind." Hearing Earl Jason's words, Marquis Ward pretended to be surprised at first, then thought about it for a while, then smiled and nodded in agreement. "Well, then I will go back and bring my son here tomorrow, and when he decides which of your daughters it is, our two families will make an engagement. No problem." After Marquis Walder and Earl Jason had roughly agreed on the marriage intention, their relationship seemed to have become much closer. Seeing that his goal had basically been achieved, Earl Jason said, "Lord Walder, how about I accompany you to see the twin sculpture that was carefully customized for you?" "Okay, someone, come on. Is there anyone outside who can breathe?" Marquis Walder nodded in agreement when he heard this, and then shouted loudly towards the door of the reception hall. Black Walder, who had been waiting outside the gate, immediately walked in quickly, saluted to Marquis Walder and replied, "Great-grandfather, I'm here. What can I do for you? Is that sculpture in the South Fort? Let them pull it to the North Fort." By the way, Earl Jason's soldiers must be very tired after pulling it for so long. They were handed over at the gate of the South Fort. "Let our people pull it over by themselves. Remember to send wine and food to the soldiers of Heijiang City to comfort them." "Yes." After receiving the order, Black Walder saluted Marquis Walder and Earl Jason in turn, and then walked quickly towards the direction of the South Fort. The Twins Bridge is not short, and it took a while for Black Walder to arrive at the gate of the South Fort. He heard the distrust in Marquis Walder's words, so he did not directly order the city gate to be opened, but opened a small door that could be passed by one person, and walked towards the soldiers of Heijiang City who were waiting silently. "I'll convey Lord Jason's order. He wants you to pull this sculpture to the castle gate, and then wait here. Someone will bring you wine and food." As soon as he walked in front of nearly 300 soldiers from the sea frontier city, Black Walder said to a young officer in the crowd, who had a distinctly different temperament. The young officer with blue eyes, scars all over his face, and a sturdy figure asked in his hoarse voice, "Sir, aren't we going to pull it into the city? The base of this sculpture is made of solid wood, and is very heavy." "No, I'll call more people." "Okay, then we'll pull it to the castle gate, and then I'll trouble you, sir." The young officer nodded, and immediately replied to Black Walder, "Well, what's your name? Are you also from the Mallister family?" Looking at the young officer who spoke and behaved obviously differently, Black Walder asked with some curiosity. "My name is Joffrey Rivers, and I'm a bastard of the Mallister family." "Well, no wonder I feel different from those rude soldiers." Hearing the answer from the bastard, Blackwalder nodded and stopped paying attention to him. Because the soldiers of Seaward had already started to pull the twin towers. The young officer named Joffrey glanced at Blackwalder secretly, then looked at the free soldiers who were on guard at the south castle of the twins, and chatted with Blackwalder with a smile on his face. The soldiers of Seaward sent the twin towers to the gate of the south castle. The free soldiers were very vigilant, and did not open the gate. After Joffrey and Blackwalder finished the handover, they returned to their previous positions. The gate of the south castle of the twins slowly opened, and more than 200 free soldiers came out in a line, pulling ropes and carrying rolling logs, to pull the twin towers into the twins. The twin towers sent by Earl Jason seemed to be built according to the height of the gate of the twins, and could be pulled directly into the twins. Hey. With the full efforts of the free family soldiers, the twin towers were quickly pulled in, and then the gate of the south castle of the twins was tightly closed again. The bastard Joffrey looked at the castle gate that was closed again, and a smile appeared on his lips. He whispered to himself, what a contradictory family, so cautious, yet greedy. However, the root of many disasters is greed. Lord Walder, the shape of this sculpture is completely modeled after the twins. The two wide and thick vertical legs symbolize the solid castles on the north and south banks of the twins, and the slender connection in the middle symbolizes the bridge. Earl Jason, who was standing on the terrace of the north castle of the twins with Lord Walder, began to introduce the twin towers to him. The twin towers that were moving on the bridge of the twins were in the shape of an H. Probably to support the shape of the entire sculpture, the two legs standing on the left and right sides were particularly thick, and the connection in the middle was relatively slender. Well, I'd rather know what's shining outside. Looking at the sculpture that was gleaming brightly in the sun, Marquis Walder seemed to be focusing not on the sculpture, but on its decorations. Yes, Lord Walder. The surface is decorated with gold and various gemstones. If you want to estimate its value, it's about 200,000 gold royals. Count Jason knew what he wanted to ask, and directly told him the approximate value of the sculpture. 200,000 gold royals. Upon hearing the price he said, the usually calm Marquis Walder raised his voice. He tilted his head and stared at Earl Jason and said, I never knew that your seafront city was so wealthy. I really underestimated you. Lord Walder, you didn't underestimate us. How could we, a place that is often harassed by squids, have so much gold and gems? Upon hearing this, Earl Jason showed a self-deprecating smile, then thought for a while, gritted his teeth and continued, in fact, this wealth was obtained from a squid longship we captured. According to my guess, this should be the wealth plundered by the King of the North and the squids in the West. You intercepted the wealth of the wolf cubs and the squids, and knew that this wealth was hot, so you simply handed it over to me on the grounds of joining the Lannister family? Marquis Walder sneered, as if he saw through Earl Jason's true intentions, and he continued to speak. If our two families were not about to get married, would you not have told me about this? Lord Walder, forget it, I won't care. Just give me more of this hot wealth. Looking at the embarrassed Earl Jason, Marquis Walder waved his hand, turned his head to look at those lovely, shining golden gems, and murmured, humph. Behind him, Earl Jason seemed to change his face, and the embarrassment disappeared in an instant, and a silent sneer emerged. A free family soldier who was pushing the twin towers, and doing small moves in a sneaky way was suddenly kicked to the ground by someone and screamed. What are you looking at? Keep pulling forward. Blackwalder frowned and shouted at the group of soldiers who turned around to besiege, and the other soldiers immediately turned around and continued to pull the sculpture. Lord Walder, The soldier looked at Blackwalder and was so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly. Take it out. Blackwalder stretched out his hand in front of the soldier and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the soldier lying on the ground quickly took out a pure, dazzling ruby from his left sleeve and handed it to Blackwalder. Hey, it's a beautiful ruby, it should be worth a lot of money. You have a good eye. Blackwalder picked up the ruby, looked at the sun in the sky, and praised it. Rip. The soldier was about to beg for mercy, but Blackwalder quickly drew out his sword and cut a big gap in his neck. Thump, thump, thump. The soldier who was suddenly attacked by Blackwalder covered his neck and took a few steps back to the bridge of the twins. Bang. Black Walder raised his big foot and kicked him into the fast-flowing Green Fork River. After doing all this, he wiped the blood off the sword with a handkerchief and put the sword back into the sheath. Then, he naturally hid the high-quality ruby in his sleeve. The Twin Towers were quickly pulled under the North Tower of the Twins. After Lord Walder personally checked the golden gems on the surface of the sculpture, he ordered Black Walder to collect all the amazing wealth. The free soldiers were busy and began to pry the golden gems carefully. Lord Walder held a welcome dinner for Lord Jason in the banquet hall where there would no longer be a bloody wedding. As the night fell, the Twin Towers, with golden gems pried off and full of holes of all sizes, remained quietly under the North Tower of the Twins. Without the amazing wealth used as decoration, its importance suddenly decreased. Only 4 free soldiers stood guard on its left and right. Ha. Ha. A free soldier standing on the left side of the Twin Towers sneezed loudly and shook his body with a little chill. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the air around him seemed to be cooling down. Crack. A subtle sound came from his ear, and the free soldier wiped his nose with the back of his hand, then turned his head to look at the source of the sound. On the left leg of the Twin Towers, a thin layer of white granular objects appeared outside the dark wood, which looked a bit like the hoarfrost on a winter morning. Crack, crack, crack. On the wooden shell of the left leg of the Twin Towers, the hoarfrost increased and spread from weak to strong, and finally condensed into a thin layer of ice crystals. The free soldier, who had a cold, had an incredible expression on his face. It was a warm long summer night. The left side of the Twin Towers began to freeze. He wanted to call the other guards, but he didn't know how to start. Should he tell them to be careful of the sculpture freezing? Why not observe it more carefully? The free soldier, with his mind churning, involuntarily approached the sculpture as soon as he had an idea. At the same time, he opened his eyes wide and leaned his head closer to observe the strange freezing situation. Crack. As soon as the free soldier's head approached the frozen left leg of the sculpture, a furry wolf claw broke through the wooden shell of the sculpture, which looked like glass, and the sharp nails on the wolf claw deeply penetrated his face. The free soldier, who was suddenly hit hard, immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, which immediately alarmed the 3 free guards around him. Bang. Crack. The other 3 guards just turned their heads to see the screaming soldier, and the completely frozen wooden shell of the left leg of the Twin Tower sculpture exploded directly, and ice crystal fragments splashed everywhere. A huge monster surrounded by white mist appeared in everyone's sight. Its right claw stepped down fiercely, stepping heavily on the screaming soldier, and his shrill scream stopped abruptly. What is this? A monster wolf, the monster wolf of the King in the North. Oh no, the King in the North is attacking our twins. The 3 free soldiers saw Bloodwind and immediately realized that this was the monster wolf of the King in the North that had been rumored recently. Bloodwind, who had been in the dark and oppressing Twin Towers for nearly a day, was in a very bad mood. This reminded him of the unpleasant memory of being locked in a special carriage 2 or 3 months ago. Whoosh. After stepping on the noisy free soldier to death, it ran towards the 3 free soldiers with white mist lingering around it. Bang. A free soldier standing on the outside was directly knocked out by Bloodwind, but the other 2 soldiers were not as lucky as him. They were hit by Bloodwind's terrifying wolf mouth and sharp claws, and one died, and the other was disabled. Ta-da-da. The soldier who was knocked away by Bloodwind was not seriously injured because of the short distance of acceleration. However, after close contact with the white mist on Bloodwind's body, his limbs were frozen stiff, his mouth could not stop trembling, and his teeth collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Bloodwind threw away the half-bitten corpse with its wolf mouth, and then lowered its head to deal with the free soldier on the ground, whose legs were cut off by the wolf's claws. It turned its head and stared at the last soldier who was frozen and unable to move normally with its crystal clear eyes, and walked towards him. This free soldier, who seemed to be frozen, was so stiff that he couldn't even control his facial expression, but the fear in his eyes continued to increase until he was drowned in it. Click. The wooden shell of the right leg of the Twin Tower sculpture was grabbed off by Bloodwind's claws. Gendry, who was curled up with a long-handled warhammer in his hand, immediately climbed out of the sculpture excitedly when he saw that the time had come. Bloodwind is hidden on the left side of the Twin Towers, and Gendry and 9 brave Winterfell warriors are hidden on the right side. Quick, it seems that the screams are coming from below. When they all climbed out of the sculpture, they were startled by the screams of the first soldier, and the guards on the north fort of the twins began to move towards the bridge under the castle. In fact, since they have entered the interior of the twins, Bloodwind can slowly slaughter the entire twins with just full firepower. However, it is Robb's blood partner, and it resolutely carries out Robb's orders, taking Gendry and others directly, and turning back to the south fort of the twins. At the gate of the south fort of the twins, the Free Family soldiers on the wall found that the group of Sealand soldiers who had been camping outside the gate and sitting quietly to rest actually stood up and headed towards the gate of the south fort. Something is wrong. Go and inform Lord Walder. The captain of the guard at the gate of the south fort frowned at the other party's actions and ordered the guards around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the guard beside him nodded in agreement, before he could run to steps, a rain of arrows fell from the sky in front of him. The guard was hit directly in the head by an arrow and fell to the ground, with blood constantly flowing from his body. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Ring the bell, ring the bell. After the captain of the guard of the south castle of the twins reacted, he immediately shouted loudly to the other guards. Dang, dang, dang. The tranquility of the twins was broken by the alarm bells. Many members of the Free Family were surprised and didn't know how to respond. After all, for them, the solid twins had never been attacked for hundreds of years. Something is coming over the bridge, so fast. On the wall of the south castle of the twins, the captain of the guard was asking nearly 100 Free Family soldiers holding crossbows to fight back against the soldiers of the Sea City outside the city gate, but a cry of surprise came from behind. He turned his head immediately upon hearing the sound and looked at the bridge behind him. He saw a huge white shadow, which was moving very fast towards the gate of the south fort and was very close. 20 crossbowmen, shoot arrows at that white thing. Quick. It was obvious that the white shadow was definitely not a good thing. The captain of the guard immediately organized the crossbowmen to attack it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 20 crossbowmen shot a wave of crossbow arrows at the white shadow, but it was completely ineffective. The white shadow seemed to know that they were going to attack. The white shadow looked huge, but it was very agile. It turned to avoid it in advance, making all the crossbow arrows miss. After dodging the crossbow arrows, the white shadow, which was already very close to the gate of the south fort, quickly rushed to the bottom of the south fort wall. Suddenly, bursts of shrill screams came from under the wall. Giloo. When the captain of the guard heard the movement under the wall, he didn't even have the courage to look down. He swallowed nervously and shouted to the crossbowman, aim at the stairs on the city wall. The white thing will definitely come up from there. Yes, yes. Hearing the captain's order, the crossbowmen who restung their bows and arrows answered stutteringly. They were also very nervous. The fear of the unknown was like a shadow that enveloped their hearts. A few minutes later, the screams under the city wall stopped one after another, and there was a dead silence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A black shadow flew out from the direction of the stairs on the city wall. The nervous crossbowman immediately pulled the trigger and fired the crossbow arrows at the black shadow. Boom. The black shadow fell on the city wall. It was a body of a Free Family soldier covered in blood and full of crossbow arrows. Whoosh. While the crossbowmen had no time to reload their crossbows, the white shadow immediately jumped out from the stairs on the city wall and jumped into the pile of crossbowmen, and then there was a ruthless massacre. Seeing the crossbowmen dying one after another, the captain of the guard ran to the back of the city wall in panic. He kept looking back while running for his life. Only then did he see clearly that the white shadow was a terrifying giant wolf with white mist all over its body. The white shadow was naturally Bloodwind. After the ambush outside King's Landing, its smart head remembered the crossbow very well. When it was attacked by the crossbow on the bridge just now, it had thought of its own hunting tactics. It was still the old-fashioned way of throwing corpses to attract crossbow arrows, and then it would wait for an opportunity to attack. As a result, the crossbowmen were really hit, and Bloodwind easily slaughtered all the crossbowmen. Therefore, routines are not afraid of being old, as long as they are practical. when Gendry ran to the gate of the south castle with a long-handled warhammer, panting. Bloodwind had already dealt with all the free soldiers who dared to resist and captured the south castle of the twins. Those free soldiers who cleverly threw away their weapons and knelt down to surrender were still kneeling on the ground at this moment, not daring to get up. That is to say, Bloodwind does not have the flexible fingers of humans and cannot open the gate of the south castle. Otherwise, what can Gendry and others do? Click, click, click. The gate of the south castle of the twins was opened by Gendry and his men. The first to enter the twins was the bastard Joffrey. When Bloodwind saw him enter the gate of the south castle, he jumped directly in front of him, shaking his tail like a steel whip, and kept acting cute to him. Bloodwind, you did a great job. Brothers, this twins is ours now. You can't destroy your own things casually. The man scratched Bloodwind's chin with one hand and scratched off the disguise on his face with the other hand, revealing his true face. He is the king of the north, Robb Stark. Thanks to the book friend 202206171609298842 for the reward, and thanks to Sankey is really longer than you, Chuangshi, Laozi Shushankai, Bifeng Piaraksu FK for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the people who voted for recommendations and read here every day. Thank you for your support. PS, my hand speed of 1000 words per hour is too slow. I started typing as soon as I got home from get off work today, and I also typed a 6,000 word chapter. I really tried my best. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 129 Betrayal. Kill. The screams and cries of killing outside the house made Black Walder, who was doing fitness exercises on the bed with his cousin Beautiful Walder, stop his waist movement. Oh no, something happened in the twins. You hide in the room. Black Walder's short and fat body quickly jumped under the bed, put on his clothes casually, and at the same time, gave an order to his cousin on the bed, and then quickly grabbed the long sword and ran out. As the garrison officer of the south castle of the twins, Black Walder usually stayed in the south castle, and was very bored. Today, because of the privately hidden ruby, all kinds of desires rose in his heart. He thought that most of the family members were in the banquet hall, and he just took this opportunity to pull his cousin out and prepare to discuss life. But at this time, the twins, which had been peaceful for hundreds of years, was attacked. Black Walder hurried to the third floor terrace, where he could see the situation of the south castle, and observed the current situation through the braziers on the bridge. A group of soldiers wearing armor from the Seaward City, followed by a monster like White Wolf, have already attacked the middle of the bridge. Below the North Fort, 200 or 300 free soldiers are trying their best to stop them. Giant Wolf. Seaward City has already surrendered to the Stark family. It is not surrendering to our twins at all. But why is it white? Didn't the rumor say it was blood red or grey? When Black Walder saw the white giant wolf, his first reaction was that Seaward City had already surrendered to the enemy, and this time it was a gift to pretend to surrender. Boom. Just as he was deciding whether to join the battle, a thunderous sound of horse hooves came to his ears from the direction of the south fort. Although Black Walder could not see clearly due to the cover of the night, the long dragon-like torch was rapidly approaching the twins. The twins are finished. Black Walder knew that his family had done their best to send out 5,000 troops to join the Westerly army in order to stand on the side of the Lannister family. At present, the entire twins is guarded by only about 500 people. If they rely on the solid defense of the north and south castles, these people will be no problem at all. But now that the enemy has entered the twins, it is impossible for the Free family to repel the enemy with their current strength. With a flash of thought in his mind, Black Walder decisively went to the lordship's room downstairs. The whole twins knew that Lord Walder did not trust any of his children, and all the precious wealth was hidden in his room. Because Lord Walder was too old and had been troubled by gout for a long time, he was unable to move, so he moved the lordship's room, which was supposed to be on the top floor of the North Castle, to the second floor. Whoosh. Black Walder walked down the stairs quickly and was about to run to the lordship's room on the left side of the stairs when he heard the sound of a heavy object breaking through the air in his left ear. He subconsciously lowered his head and rolled to the right side of the ground. Clang. Thanks to his short and fat figure, and the fact that the opponent's attack position was slightly higher, a single-edged axe hit the stone wall of the stairs heavily, making a crisp sound. Black Walder rolled twice, immediately stood up, and looked in front of him. He saw that the tall, armored Jason was slowly retracting the sharp axe that was chopping on the stone wall. At this moment, his face no longer had the friendly smile of the daytime. His face was full of coldness, which was very scary under the illumination of the wall lamp in the corridor. Earl Jason, shouldn't you be in the banquet hall? Do you also want the wealth of that old man? I can't take it all by myself. Why don't you let me go in and choose first, and the rest that can't be taken away will belong to you. Without the usual status suppression, Black Walder had no respect for the Marquis of Walder, and made suggestions to the Earl of Jason. Black Walder was a playboy by nature. There have been messages in the twins saying that he had close relationships with many women in his family, including his cousins, aunts and the wives of his close people. Some people even revealed that the seventh wife of the Marquis of Walder, Anna Ferrin, also had an unusual relationship with him. Oh, how can I let you in? All the treasures in here belong to the King of the North. You only have two choices now. Continue to fight me, or ride away from the twins, while there is still time. Earl Jason sneered and rejected his suggestion without hesitation. At the same time, he waved the sharp axe that he had temporarily taken with him because of the disarmament when entering the city. Logically, Earl Jason should have been in the banquet hall, eating and drinking. But he had been estimating the approximate time in his mind. After escaping with the excuse of urinating, he quietly went to the second floor terrace to observe the situation. At this time, the bloody wind broke through the sculpture, causing chaos among the Free family soldiers in the North Castle. Knowing that someone was attacking the city, important members of the Free family, including the Lord Free, were in the banquet hall. Therefore, the remaining hundreds of soldiers of the Free family surrounded the banquet hall layer by layer to protect them, and had no time to look for Earl Jason. The golden gems on the Twin Tower sculptures that he contributed were all taken out by the King of the North. He watched Lord Walder command the servants to put them into his room. Since the smart Lord Jason chose to be loyal to the Tully family and the Stark family, he had to fight for greater benefits for his family. Therefore, he was worried that during the chaos of the siege, someone would take the opportunity to plunder the wealth that already belonged to the King of the North. So he stood alone with his axe in the corridor on the second floor. When Black Walder saw that Lord Jason was unmoved, his smiling eyes changed, and he tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and rushed towards Lord Jason. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them fought directly in the dim corridor on the second floor. Lord Jason, who was burly, swung the axe in his hand with great force, and kept hitting the long sword of Black Walder, who was also strong. In the dim corridor on the second floor, there was a continuous sound of steel colliding violently, accompanied by a flash of sparks, beautiful and deadly. Over the years, Lord Jason, who has been fighting with the Iron Men for a long time, has very rich combat experience. From the beginning of the battle, his sharp axe attack was continuous. He relied on his tall stature to chop down from top to bottom, making it difficult for Black Walder to resist. Black Walder saw that the situation was not good, and suddenly all his strength surged up, raised his long sword to swing the sharp axe away, turned around and ran towards the stairs. But it was not a wise thing to expose his back to Earl Jason. Earl Jason swung his right hand down suddenly, and the sharp axe chopped at the fleeing Black Walder. Black Walder's right shoulder, which had not yet escaped the attack range, was chopped by the front end of the sharp axe, leaving a deep bloody mark. Black Walder, whose right shoulder was injured, let out a short and rapid scream, but he didn't care about his injury at all, and ran towards the bottom of the stairs without looking back. Boom. Black Walder covered his right shoulder, that was constantly bleeding, ran to the gate of the North Castle, and was about to find a few Free family soldiers to go up and chop up the damned Earl Jason. He saw rows of 8 enemy cavalrymen marching in a row in the direction of the south fort of the twins. They were heavy cavalrymen wearing armor together with their horses. Ding, ding, ding. The crossbow arrows of the Free Family soldiers shot at them, most of which were directly bounced away, and a few crossbow arrows pierced into the plate armor that was like a tin can, and then the kinetic energy was greatly reduced and blocked by the inner armor. Bang, bang, bang. This group of heavy cavalrymen, holding torches in one hand and spears in the other, rushed into the army of the Free Family soldiers, constantly knocking down any Free Family soldiers who dared to block their horses. Squeak. Under the impact of the heavy cavalry, these nearly 300 Free Family soldiers collapsed directly, and people were constantly harvested by the cavalrymen holding guns with one hand. Blood splashed in the dark night, and corpses continued to increase under the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Some Free soldiers who were forced into a dead end jumped directly from the bridge of the twins into the dark and turbulent Green Fork. Of course, compared to standing there and waiting to die, if they were good at swimming and lucky enough, they could still survive. For hundreds of years, the Free Family has been one of the richest and most powerful families in the Trident River Basin. After losing the sturdy castle they were proud of, they vividly interpreted what it meant to "I can't beat you, even if I give you one hand. If you don't want to die, follow me." Seeing the current situation, Black Walder didn't care about coveting the wealth of Marquis Walder. He shouted at the Free soldiers who fled to his side, and immediately ran towards the stables of the North Castle, covering his right shoulder. 20 or 30 fleeing soldiers of the Free Family had no choice at this moment, and they followed Black Walder to the stables. While the heavy cavalry was slaughtering in front of the North Castle, Black Walder and others opened the gate of the North Castle on the other side, and rode towards the King's Road. Black Walder, who escaped from the twins, had his right shoulder tied up with a cloth strip to stop the bleeding. He looked back at the long line of torches on the bridge of the twins, and led the remnants of the Free Family to Reveron without any regrets. Going to Reveron was Black Walder's only choice, because his father, Ryman Free, and grandfather, Stevron Free, had joined the Westerland army with 2,500 Free Family soldiers, and were besieging Reveron. As the screams outside the banquet hall of the North Keep subsided, Lord Walder, who was sitting on the main seat on the high platform of the hall, knew in his heart that his family had completely lost. Creak. Snap, snap, snap. The heavy oak door was opened from the outside, and rows of heavily armored warriors wearing full plate armor and holding kite shields quickly occupied the entrance of the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, many women of the Free Family trembled and hugged each other tightly. They did not have the courage to seek death, and only hoped to survive the ensuing ravages. "Hey, you idiots, put down your crossbows. Is there any need to use them now? They will only make your death more miserable." Marquis Walder, who has lived for more than 90 years, can still see the situation clearly. Looking at his sons and grandsons holding crossbows, looking like they are about to attack, he tilted his head and shouted angrily, "Ah, monster, what is that?" As he was scolding his children and grandsons, the women in the banquet hall screamed in surprise. Hearing the sound, Marquis Walder immediately turned his head to look forward. He saw a terrifying giant wolf that was much taller than the tallest warhorse, with soft grey hair all over its body and smart and cold eyes sneaking into the banquet hall. Whoosh! It kept exhaling bursts of white mist from its mouth, and walked slowly into the hall between the heavily armored warriors standing on both sides of the gate. Shush, whoosh, whoosh. As it moved forward into the hall, all the women of the Free Family in the hall quickly moved their feet and squeezed to the back of the hall, under the high seat of Marquis Walder. Giloo. The male members of the Free Family standing on the second floor of the hall holding crossbows had no idea whether to put down their crossbows and surrender, or to show their bravery in front of Lord Walder. Whoosh. A tall, hunchbacked, bald man in his 50s on the left side of the second floor of the banquet hall pulled the trigger of the crossbow, while his fingers were shaking due to excessive tension. Ting. Woo. The crossbow arrow nailed in front of Bloodwind's left claw, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling. Feeling that he was attacked, Bloodwind let out a low roar from his mouth, staring at the bald man on the second floor, and his huge body slowly folded and crouched. Bloodwind's muscular limbs suddenly exerted force, and its folded huge body was like a slingshot, ejecting directly. Although Bloodwind could not jump too high due to its own weight, compared with its huge body, it could reach the second floor of the banquet hall with a light jump. Crack. Bloodwind's strong body smashed the wooden guardrail on the second floor of the banquet hall, and the wolf's mouth accurately bit the bald human who attacked it. Then, the huge body turned with completely unequal sensitivity, kicked the left wall of the banquet hall, and jumped back to its previous position again. Ah. Help. Father, save me. The one in Bloodwind's mouth was Jerry Free, the fourth son of Marquis Walder. At this moment, he was held in Bloodwind's mouth by the waist, and those extremely sharp teeth bit into his body lightly, making him scream for help. Marquis Walder looked at the terrifying giant wolf holding his son, and he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He couldn't talk to the wolf and let him go. Click, 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 snap. There was a sound of footsteps at the door of the banquet hall, and a young man wearing Heijiang city armor and reddish-brown hair walked in first with a smile on his face. Seeing his arrival, the group of heavily armored soldiers immediately put their feet together, stood up straight, and saluted him in an orderly manner. The young man in the front had just walked to the side of the terrifying giant wolf and stood still. A handsome young man behind him opened his mouth and said loudly, "This is Robb Stark, the King of the North, the Lord of the Blood Wolf, the Lawgiver, and the Stark family. The free family of the twins who betrayed their oath of allegiance. Kneel down quickly and wait for his judgment." The title of the Lawgiver was given to Robb by 20,000 to 30,000 northern soldiers, because Robb personally killed hundreds of people who violated military law and discipline in Lannisport. Although most of the people killed at that time were Iron people, all northern soldiers felt Robb's strict requirements for military law and discipline. After all, even his father Ed couldn't stop his own soldiers from acting recklessly after victory. When Robb knew that he had an extra title for no reason, he just smiled. However, this title came at the right time. Robb is planning to promulgate many new laws to strengthen himself in order to enhance the overall strength of the entire North. Let's get back to the topic. As soon as Clay finished speaking, the women of the Free family, who had been trembling with fear, immediately knelt on their knees and bowed to Robb. On the second floor of the banquet hall, many of the descendants of Lord Walder looked at each other, quickly put down their crossbows, and also knelt on the second floor. "Lord Walder, you are..." Robb looked around the banquet hall where the Red Wedding took place in his previous life, and turned to speak to the only Lord Walder sitting upright. Jerry, who was bitten in Bloodwind's mouth, couldn't help but scream because of the sudden pain, interrupting Robb's topic. Robb's mouth twitched slightly, sorted out his emotions, smiled and spoke again. I don't know if it was Bloodwind's bad taste. As soon as he opened his mouth, Jerry screamed again. "Bloodwind, too noisy." Robb frowned and complained to Bloodwind after being interrupted twice. Puff. Bloodwind was probably waiting for this sentence. Its wolf mouth suddenly closed, and under the powerful bite force, Jerry was bitten in half, as if he was cut by a guillotine, and blood immediately splashed all over the ground. "Ah!" A Free family member who was kneeling on the ground screamed after seeing such a tragic and bloody scene, but she suddenly remembered that Jerry died because of being too noisy. The woman immediately bit her lips tightly, held her breath, and dared not make a sound. Bright red blood slowly flowed from the corner of her lips. "Lord Walder, are you not going to submit to me?" This time no one dared to interrupt again. Robb asked the Lord Walder on the high platform, whose face was gloomy and terrible. "Hey, whether I submit or not, you are not going to spare my life. What difference does it make?" Lord Walder, who was already at this age, married 8 wives, had more than 30 legitimate children, and countless illegitimate children, looked directly at Robb without fear. "Ha, you're really smart. You're right. You will definitely die here today. It should be very dramatic." Robb chuckled when he heard his words, looked around the entire banquet hall, and directly announced the verdict on Lord Walder. Although he guessed that he would die, the only hope Lord Walder had in his heart was destroyed when he heard Robb say it so directly. He roared at Robb in frustration. "What are you talking about? Do it now. Little wolf cub, Tywin Lannister will avenge me. You want to fight him? I curse you. It won't be long before you die in King's Landing like your father." Snap, snap, snap. Listening to Lord Walder's vicious words, Robb laughed instead of getting angry, and clapped his hands for him, saying, "Very good. I just realized now that the Free family is also very strong-willed." Robb paused for a moment, looked up at Lord Walder's children and grandchildren who were kneeling on the second floor with only their heads exposed, and said in a cold tone, "In that case, all the Free family men above their knees will be beheaded." Wow. As soon as Robb finished speaking, the Free family men in the banquet hall suddenly burst into an uproar. Some people knew they were going to die, and their faces were as hen, while some people reached out to the discarded crossbows, ready to fight to the death. Except, Robb's voice rang out again in the banquet hall, seeming to give many Free family men a glimmer of hope. Robb, who had been watching their facial expressions, sneered disdainfully, and then continued, "Except for the person who killed Lord Walder himself. He will become the new Lord of the Twins." Ha ha ha, little wolf cub, you want them to kill their parents? What do you think of our Free family? We may not be good at fighting, but there is absolutely no doubt about our loyalty to the family. Lord Walder saw that the banquet hall suddenly fell into silence after Robb finished speaking. He laughed and praised Robb for the cohesion of his family. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow shot from the second floor of the banquet hall and hit Lord Walder's laughing left face, freezing his smile on his face. Lord Walder, who did not feel the pain for a while, looked at the source of the crossbow arrow. It was his 12th son, Rosso Free. Rosso was born with a disabled leg, and was called Crippled Rosso. It was Lord Walder who made him the steward of the family for 12 years against all odds, and won the recognition of the members of the Free family. Unexpectedly, he betrayed himself, and killed his own father. Whoosh! Perhaps worried that the arrow would not be fatal, Rosso re-reeled the bowstring, and aimed carefully this time, and shot an arrow into the forehead of Marquis Walder, personally sending him off. Looking at Marquis Walder, who was killed by his own son, Robb whispered to himself, "In my previous life, I died here of betrayal. In this life, you died here of betrayal. Isn't it dramatic?" Thank you for the points of coins from Leo Jiu, and thank you for the monthly votes from Chonjuk Seoling, Liu Chumin, Tizki, Yuzaozi, Leo Jiu, Zuhualinglingai, and Sanjiangayu. Thank you for your daily recommendation votes and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. 5,500 words today, and the words of the day I took leave have been made up for in the updates in the past few days. Then, I don't have time to check for typos. If you find any, please find them. Thank you. Chapter 130 Blood Relatives. Lotho, you beast, you actually killed your own father. You will be despised by everyone in Westeros, and the new and old gods will curse you forever as a kinslayer. Seeing that Lotho had killed Lord Walder first, a man from the Free family, who didn't know whether he resented him for taking the initiative, or was really loyal to Lord Walder, shouted angrily and was about to pick up the crossbow beside him to attack. Bloodwind, except for that man, kill everyone else upstairs. After seeing Lord Walder's death, Robb felt a little bored, raised his hand, and pointed at Lotho, and ordered Bloodwind beside him. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodwind, who seemed to enjoy killing more and more, jumped up and crashed into the second floor of the banquet hall, rushing forward and killing with great momentum. The Free family women on the first floor of the banquet hall heard the noise and screams upstairs, and they were very scared and crawled to the ground with their heads in their hands. Clay, all the women of the Free family, except for the family of the new lord, will be sent back to the north with the captives. As for the prisoners outside, you take Gendry to identify them. Those who are loyal to the old Marquis will be imprisoned with other free men, and I will behead them all when the time comes. Since the Bloodwind operation, Robb turned and walked directly to the door of the banquet hall. When he passed by Clay, he stopped and gave his orders. "Yes, your majesty." Clay, who had basically taken over Sam's intelligence system in the south, nodded to accept this job that he was already very familiar with. The identification of 3,000 to 4,000 Lannister prisoners of war and tens of thousands of civilians was also carried out by him. When the Iron Fleet and the renamed Northern Fleet were transporting the wealth and population of the West, nearly 400 prisoners of war who were loyal to Lannister conspired to rebel, but Clay, who knew about it in advance, directly suppressed them. In front of all the prisoners and civilians in Lannisport who had not yet been transferred, Robb reenacted the bloody scene of beheading nearly 400 people. Therefore, in the hearts of the civilians in the West, Robb is a king with a very contradictory personality. cruel and bloodthirsty. It is said that he beheaded nearly 1,000 people in Lannisport alone. This does not include the people who were eaten or killed by his terrifying giant wolf. Wise and kind, he restricted his army to only plunder money, and those who dared to disobey his military laws and disciplines, whether they were Ironmen or Northern soldiers, were beheaded by him personally. Of course, there were very few fish that escaped the net after the crime was cleaned up and not discovered. He treated the elderly and children very kindly, and did not kill them directly or abuse them because of their weak labor force. Instead, his army provided a certain degree of help, so the number of civilians who died in the West during this population transfer was very small. Moreover, the civilians in the West heard that these captives of the King of the North might join the Northern Army in the future. Moreover, you can use your military exploits to get promoted, and the highest level can even reach the class of property-owning knights. If this rumor is true, then, in this ascending channel, the continent of Westeros, which is as solid as vibranium, this can be said to be an earth-shaking change. The last time a property-owning knight was canonized in the West was a few decades ago by the founder of the Clegane family. He was canonized because he sacrificed his 3 black dogs and a leg to save Duke Titus Lannister from the lion's mouth. At present, tens of thousands of civilians in the West are in fear and expectation of Robb's reputation. Fear of his killing, his giant wolf, and hope that the rumor is true. Robb never thought that in a short period of time, these captured civilians would bow down and recognize him immediately. All of this takes time. As long as they can become a community of interests, I believe it won't take much time to get their recognition. However, these civilians don't know at all. Due to the extraordinary transformation of Bloodwind, Robb is very short of blood points, so he used some tricks. At first, these nearly 400 prisoners of war had no idea of rebellion. It was Clay who constantly instigated the surrendered prisoners of war, and finally contacted each other, and conspired to rebel. The righteousness of Westeros is very important. After the bad reputation of killing prisoners for no reason spreads, all your enemies will fight you to the death. Moreover, the enemy will use this to attack you and destroy your reputation. In the previous life, Robb, who had a low political IQ, even beheaded Earl Rickard, who was eager to avenge his son, on the charge of murdering prisoners. Although Robb's fishing law enforcement is a little despicable, it is very effective. It not only solves the problem of urgent need for blood covenant points, but also legitimately deals with the unstable factors among the prisoners of war, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, he did stick to the bottom line in his heart, and did not kill all the thousands of prisoners of war directly, because of the lack of blood covenant points. Facts have proved that most prisoners of war did not have thoughts that they should not have, otherwise, this wave would be enough to greatly increase the magic attribute of Bloodwind. Before the Battle of the Twins began, Bloodwind's magic power had reached 15 points. In addition to the stronger and farther icy breath from his mouth, he could also continuously cast extremely cold white mist all over his body. These white mists can instantly stiffen and slow down those who touch them, which is equivalent to adding a layer of buff effect to himself, and can be used in actual combat. In this Battle of the Twins, in order to harvest the blood contract points for this battle, Robb specially changed his appearance and waited in front of the South Castle. When Bloodwind slaughtered hundreds of South Castle guards, he added points in real time. Now Bloodwind's magic power has reached 19 points. After leaving the banquet hall, Robb saw Earl Jason holding a sharp axe and guarding silently in front of the lord of the castle's bedroom on the 2nd floor. Your Majesty, old Walter hid the wealth of the Free family in his bedroom. The golden gems you took out were also taken in by them. I have been guarding here, and no one has entered. As soon as Robb approached, Earl Jason stood up straight, saluted him and said. Robb glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, where the traces of battle were clearly visible. He secretly praised Lord Jason for not taking credit for himself, and said, the credit for taking the twins so easily should go to you, Lord Jason. Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. The credit should go to your giant wolf and the brave warriors in the sculpture. Lord Jason waved his hand and refused, indicating that it was not his credit. Haha, you will deserve the credit. Don't worry, the punishment will never be missed, and the credit is the same. Lord Jason, come with me to see the wealth of the Free family. After spending some time together, Robb admired this Lord of Sea City, who was not very famous in his previous life. He smiled and invited him. "Of course, your majesty, please go first." Lord Jason nodded in agreement, then pushed open the Lord's bedroom and made an invitation gesture to Robb. The Lord's bedroom is a suite, and once you enter, you will see a very orthodox reception study. There was a wooden door on the left side of the room, which should be the inner bedroom for Est. Robb walked over and pushed the door open. Ugh. As soon as Robb entered the inner bedroom, he just glanced around and was shocked and froze in his place, not knowing what to say. This inner bedroom of Lord Walder was full of toys that adults liked. Various styles of wooden horses, swings, and whips. Next to the big bed in the inner bedroom, there were bottles of medicine and liquids. Judging from the labels, they were various healthcare drugs for aphrodisiacs. No wonder, even his wife broke 7 of them. This old Walder really knows how to play. Robb secretly admired Lord Walder, maintaining his ageless man's heart, and then moved his feet towards a black wall that was particularly conspicuous in this fun room. Bang! Crash! The black wall was violently smashed open by Robb, and all kinds of gold, golden dragons, and gems behind the wall flowed down like a landslide. At the beginning, Robb nimbly jumped aside to avoid being drowned by the wealth and mudslide. After the baptism of Lannisport and Casterly Rock, Robb was no longer a country bumpkin from the north, who had never seen the world. He roughly estimated that the value of the Free family's wealth was about 500,000 gold dragons. This was in addition to the wealth worth 200,000 gold dragons that Robb took out as bait. In general, even one of the richest families in the Trident River Basin could not compare with the Lannister family, which monopolized the gold mines in the western Lannisport. The Lannister family also stored so many weapons and armor, as well as a large amount of food and supplies. Of course, because the long winter was coming, the twins also stored enough food and supplies, but they had not yet harvested them. "Lord Jason, there is something you like in this room. Please feel free to take it." "Well, those toys are also okay." Robb, who had once again obtained a huge fortune and achieved his goal, joked to Lord Jason in a relaxed mood. Lord Jason gave Robb an awkward smile, shook his head, and did not speak. He glanced at the pile of coveted wealth, but he did not have much nostalgia. Robb saw all this, turned around and walked out of the room. The soldiers guarding outside the door would naturally deal with the wealth in the Lord's bedroom when the logistics statistics officer arrived. When he came to the second floor terrace of the North Castle, a refreshing river breeze blew in his face, making Robb feel extremely comfortable. Looking at the large number of torches in the South Castle moving constantly, and the northern soldiers cleaning the battlefield downstairs of the North Castle, Robb's sense of urgency that had accumulated in his heart since he came to this world was somewhat relieved. "Lord Jason, do you know? After conquering the twins, my base will be as solid as an iron barrel. I have already won half of this war." Blowing the comfortable river breeze, Robb, who had always kept his mouth shut to Theon and others and never said much, suddenly wanted to confide in Lord Jason. "Basic foundation? Your Majesty, the words you said are too profound. I don't really understand." Earl Jason, who was standing behind Robb and silently accompanying him, heard the words and answered respectfully. Subconsciously speaking the words of his previous life, Robb supported his hands on the stone railing of the terrace and explained without turning his head, "Well, the basic foundation I mentioned can be understood as a more solid foundation for long-term development. In fact, from the beginning, I didn't expect to conquer the entire Westeros by relying on the 30,000 troops in the north. In the past 2 months, I tried my best to use all means to win the battle. But even so, the number of casualties in the Northern Army has reached about 1/6. Compared with other countries, the population of the North is really too small. Now, the capture of the twins has opened up the North. To the Moat Cailin, to the twins, to Reveron. We can now truly say that we can attack or defend. Finally, when we have digested this huge harvest and send out troops again, we will not avoid the Lannister army, but will defeat them head on and capture King's Landing. Yes, that's true. Although your Majesty used squids, the flexibility of the Ironborn fleet to launch a surprise attack. But in the end, defeating the enemy head on and occupying all important castles is the only way to win the Iron Throne. Listening to Robb's words with such a military vision, Lord Jason agreed with him in his heart and said in agreement, "Lord Jason, I will reform the Wolf Guard. I want to train Patrick and let him be in charge of commanding the Wolf Guard." After observing for this period of time, Robb wanted to pull Lord Jason into his own troops very much. An idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately turned to Lord Jason and said, "Wolf Guard? Your Majesty, I have heard people talk about your Wolf Guard. Not only are they brave and good at fighting, they can also lead troops to fight. What do you mean by rebuilding? Moreover, my son may not be qualified for such an important position." When Lord Jason saw Robb turn around, he bowed his head respectfully and answered Robb, The previous Wolf Guard was a nickname given by some civilians. However, this time, the nickname of the Wolf Guard will be consistent with the actual situation." As soon as Robb finished speaking, Lord Jason frowned in confusion, thinking, and had no idea what the King of the North meant. At this time, Bloodwind, who had finished hunting, ran out of the North Castle with blood all over his body. As soon as it ran out of the North Castle gate, it turned around and sat obediently, staring at Robb and the others on the second floor terrace. Robb, who felt the bloodwind in his heart, turned his head to look at it, and the blood contract data appeared in front of him. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Physique, 35. Magic power, 19. Clan, direwolf. 1. Wolf pack, soldier wolf, Nymeria, blood relationship. 6. Servant wolf, lady, blood relationship. 7. Blood contract points, 51. During the period when Robb was fighting continuously, the blood contract changed again. Although the specific situation of Winterfell is unknown now, from the blood contract, it seems that after the infusion of blood contract points, Nymeria and Lady, who were in heat, have given birth to their own blood wolf cubs, and Bloodwind's wolf pack has expanded again. And the idea that Robb told Lord Jason was to reorganize the Wolf Guard and create a new type of soldier with human and wolf partners to cooperate with each other. 5 days later, in the camp of the Westerland army that still surrounded Reborn, in the commander's tent in the camp, Tywin was looking at a raven letter with a relaxed expression. The content of the letter should be the only good news in recent times. Lord Tywin, Stevron Free requests to see you. Tywin was looking at the letter and thinking about how to use this good news when the guards guarding the door of the tent came in to report to him. Let him in. With Tywin's permission, Stevron, who looked old and more like Marquis Walder, walked into the tent anxiously. As soon as he saw Tywin, he immediately said, "Lord Tywin, 5 days ago, Robb Stark used Jason Mallister of Seaford to trick the gates of the twins open. They raided the twins that night and occupied them. My grandson took the opportunity to escape. He just arrived at Reborn today and told me the news." Squeak. Tywin, who had just relaxed a little, heard the bad news and tore the letter in his hand into pieces with a solemn expression. Throwing the fragment of the letter in his hand into the brazier in the tent, Tywin asked angrily, "Humph, it's so easy to trick people into opening the gate of the twins. Marquis Walder has lived in vain for more than 90 years. Does your grandson know how many troops that wolf cub has? Are they heading towards Reborn?" He said there are a lot of northern cavalry, but he didn't see the exact number because it was night. By the way, their cavalry are all heavy cavalry, and there is also a very large white wolf. When he set out, the northern army was still in the twins and did not advance to Reborn. They were all traveling with 2 horses each. Even if the northern army set out at that time, it should have taken at least 5 days to travel. After hearing Tywin's question, Stevron immediately told all the information he had obtained from Black Walder. "No, your grandson turned from the King's Road to the River Road. Since the northern army has captured the twins, they will go straight to Reborn from the direction of Sealand and Beauty Market. It won't take that much time." Tywin shook his head and directly rejected Stevron's judgment. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Stefan, divide your 1,000 free cavalry into 2 teams. Scout the direction of the Beauty Market and the River Road respectively. Once you find the northern army, report immediately." "Yes, Lord Tywin. When are we going to recapture the twins?" Stefan nodded in agreement after hearing Tywin's order, then asked hesitantly, "When I take over Reborn, I will help you recapture the twins. Don't worry, the little wolf cub has the same personality as his father. He will definitely only imprison the free family members and will never hurt them. I want you to promise. Tywin heard Stefan's question and immediately spoke to comfort him and made a serious promise. Well, then, I'll go and gather the cavalry now. Well, by the way, help me find Kevin and ask him to come to me. Yes, Lord Tywin. After Stefan answered, he turned around and hurried out of the tent to handle the things Tywin had asked. Little wolf cub actually gave up Casterly Rock, which he had conquered with great difficulty, and landed from Sea Forest to attack the twins. So, the cavalry led by Adam must have been empty-handed. At this moment, most of our troops are infantry, and there are only more than 3,000 cavalry in total. If Little Wolf Cub leads the northern cavalry to harass us, I will have no way to deal with him. He has captured the twins, and the entire north is connected to Reveron and the Riverlands, so he can attack and retreat at any time. The current situation is a bit like the ambush I set at the twins. Lord Tywin, are you looking for me? While Tywin was muttering to himself, Kevin hurriedly walked in from outside the general's tent and asked him in a low voice, "Kevin, let all the Westerly families prepare to withdraw. Withdraw." Hearing Tywin's order, Kevin showed a very surprised expression on his face. The Westerly army was determined to capture Reveron. Withdrawing at this time would mean losing thousands of Westerly soldiers in vain. That little wolf cub is not in the Westerly at all. He landed at Seaward and just captured the twins 5 days ago. Tywin had expected Kevin to have this reaction. He calmly told him the news that Robb had captured the twins. What? Kevin was shocked and confused when he heard this. He had no idea of Robb's true intentions. He was just shocked that Robb could capture the twins without anyone noticing. We all underestimated him. This is not just a little wolf cub. It's a terrifying giant wolf that eats people. Tywin patted Kevin on the shoulder, first admitted his mistake, and then told him the real purpose of calling him here. Start preparing to withdraw troops. Let the Tully family see us running away in a hurry. Then, stop blocking the ravens in the next 2 days. Let them fly into Reveron and bring the news to the Tully family. Since we were bitten hard by this giant wolf, let's bite him back in the same way. Thanks to Mrklef. Book friend 2018022002002525554. As heavy as a stone. Book friend 140,521,203,141,615. Like a potion is exhausted / or for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 131 Spider Web. Woo ta ta ta. Outside the western wall of Reveron, in the camp of the Westerlies, the neighing of horses and the sound of hurried footsteps intertwined to create a song of chaos. Brynden stood on the top of the wall of Reveron, looking at the camp opposite, which was in an extremely chaotic state. He frowned and wondered what on earth Tywin Lannister had done. Ta ta ta. Just as he was thinking, a tossing sound of footsteps came from the stone steps of the wall. Brynden turned his head and looked back, only to see Edgemere, whose face was filled with joy, walking towards him quickly with his personal guards. "Uncle. Good news. Good news. My nephew is so amazing. While we were besieged by the Lannisters, he conquered the Iron Islands and assisted Theon Greyjoy to ascend the throne of the Iron Islands. Then he formed a joint army with the Ironmen, attacked Lannisport by surprise, and took down the Casterly Rock that had never fallen." Hearing Edgemere's loud announcement of the good news, even Brynden, who usually did not show his emotions, could not help but smile, and then said, "This is indeed good news. No wonder the Westerly army has been in chaos since this morning. It seems that they are preparing to withdraw." No, that's not the case. Edgemere, who was jogging all the way and talking loudly, took a few heavy breaths and continued excitedly. "This happened more than half a month ago. We have been blocked from the news by them, so we didn't know anything about it. Just a few days ago, Robb landed at Sea Marsh with 25,000 northern soldiers and captured the twins. Walder Free, the traitor who betrayed his own lord, was killed by his 12th son, Lothar Free. Now, the northern army is coming to Reveron. Well, Robb wants to join forces with us in Reveron to attack the Westerly army. Uncle, this is a good opportunity. Captured the twins? The kid did a great job. But, you said Robb wants to attack the Westerly army together with us? Is that what he said in the letter? Hearing Edgemure continue to tell good news, Brynden excitedly waved his fist, but he had some doubts about Robb's last thoughts. Hearing Brynden's question, Edgemure paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously in affirmation, and said excitedly, "Of course, as long as we defeat the Westerly army this time, the Lannister family will decline from now on. Robb might really be able to ascend the Iron Throne. By then, our Tully family will be the most powerful family in the Seven Kingdoms besides the royal family." Oh, don't think so far. Now think about how to cooperate with the Northern Army and stop the Westerly army that is about to escape. Brynden looked at his nephew, and his face, which looked very powerful, was showing a look of longing. He immediately interrupted his dream and talked about more practical topics. Just after he finished speaking, the usually cautious Brynden suddenly remembered something and continued to ask, where did the Raven letters come from? Could it be a trick of Tywin? Moreover, they have been blocking the news for so long. How come ravens can suddenly fly in today? Uncle, you are too cautious. Today we received 2 Raven letters, one from Sealand and the other from the twins, both of which were stamped with the seals of the Mallister and Stark families. As for the ravens, being able to fly in, look at what a mess the Westerly army is in. They can't even escape. How could they care about continuing to block the news? Well, what you said makes some sense. Since the Raven letters are real, the Westerly army is really preparing to retreat. However, before the Northern army arrives, it's okay for us to rely on Reveren's defense. If we go out of the city for a field battle, we will most likely. Although Brynden has been serving as a Knight of the Bloody Gate in the Vale, he is still very familiar with the Riverland army. Uncle, Robb mentioned in his mind that before they evacuated Casterly Rock, they had scouted out tens of thousands of Westerly cavalrymen who had just set out from the Golden Tooth and were heading for Casterly Rock. If we count by time, they must still be on their way to Reveron. We have more than 7,000 soldiers in Reveron, and nearly 5,000 of them are cavalrymen. Since the other side has no cavalry, we only need to harass the Westerly army retreating to the Golden Tooth. There is no need to fight them head on. Edgemure looked completely confident as he spoke to Brynden. His words were quite logical. It is indeed as you said. If we just harass them to retreat, there is no problem at all. However, I always feel that Robb is too aggressive to let us attack the Westerly army. Although the Westerly army has suffered at least 7,000 to 8,000 casualties in the siege during this period. However, this has not hurt their foundation. Even if we join the Northern army, there is no guarantee that we will be able to defeat them in the field. Brynden turned his head and looked at the chaotic Westerly army camp, still insisting on his caution. Uncle, this is a credit that you can pick up as soon as you go out. What are you still worried about? If our Tully family wants to be valued in the future, then we must have corresponding credit. If this time, we can harass the Westerly army's retreat and let the Northern army chase and defeat the Westerly army, this is a great credit that can determine the victory of this war. No, if we are reckless and fall into Tywin's trap, not to mention the credit, our lives will be in danger. After Edgemure finished speaking, Brynden still shook his head and disagreed to send troops. Edgemure looked anxious, bit his lips hard, and said firmly, "Uncle, Robb is the king of the North we recognize. This is his order. If you don't want to obey, take 2,000 soldiers to defend Reveron, and I will take 5,000 cavalry to harass. No need to say more, just like that. I'll go to gather people." Seeing Edgemure with his guards, turning around and hurriedly walking down the wall, Brynden could only stay where he was helpless. Although he didn't agree to send troops rashly, as Edgemure said, even if Robb was their junior, it was the order of the King of the North after all, and they couldn't refuse. The sun was gradually moving towards the center of the sky, and in the camp of the Westerlands, more than 20,000 Westerlands infantry began to evacuate Reveron. However, their direction of movement was not to the Westerlands Golden Tooth as Edgemure expected. Instead, it was to the east of Reveron, the direction of the crossroads of the Trident River. After discovering this situation, Brynden immediately went down the wall and found Edgemure, who was making preparations for the war, and told him. But Edgemure judged that Tywin was afraid that the Northern army would continue to move south so he was preparing to go to Harrenhal and defend the King's Road leading to King's Landing. Moreover, he felt that this situation was more suitable for sending troops, and there was no need to worry about the cavalry troops returning from the Westerlies. Seeing Edgemure's fighting spirit, Brynden could only nod silently, hoping that his judgment was correct. No matter what era it was, the hasty retreat of more than 20,000 people would inevitably be accompanied by various chaos. When Brynden confirmed again and again that most of the Westerly soldiers had left for a long time, when there were only a few hundred logistics troops in the enemy camp, he asked the messenger to tell Edgemure, who had been waiting for a long time, that he could attack. Crash. Bang. The iron chains on the gate of Reveron kept making sounds, and the heavy ironclad oak door quickly fell on the filled moat. Woo. Da-da-da. With a low horn sound, Edgemure, wearing the iconic fish scale armor of the Tully family and full of vigor, rushed out of Reveron and headed for the Westerland camp in front of him. About 500 Westerland soldiers wearing tattered clothes and armor were searching for valuable items in the Westerland camp that looked like a garbage dump. When they heard the deafening sound of horse hooves and looked up to see thousands of cavalrymen riding out of Reveron, their faces changed immediately and they began to flee without any resistance. Kill. Edgemure rode on his warhorse, surrounded by many elite guards, holding a long sword, and began to chase and kill the fleeing enemy soldiers. Edgemure held the reins tightly with one hand to control the warhorse, then leaned his body to the right front, and with the long sword in the other hand, he cut a deep bloody mark on the back of a fleeing Westerland soldier. Bang! The moment the Westerlander soldier was hit hard, he fell to the ground and lay motionless, apparently dead. It didn't take much time for the 5,000 Reveron cavalry to wipe out all the 500 Westerlanders. The battle in the Westerland army camp was very easy, and Edgemure killed 4 enemy soldiers with ease. Da-da-da. When he rode his horse to the last Westerlander soldier who knelt down to surrender in advance to avoid death, the kneeling Westerlander soldier immediately stood up from the ground, came to Edgemure's horse, and shouted at him, "Master, sir, I'm not your enemy. I'm just a fisherman in the Riverlands. Please don't kill me." Swish. Edgemure listened to his shouting, and his face, which was just full of pride, suddenly changed. He drew out his sword and stabbed the Westerlander's throat with a straight stab. "Humph, you think you can deceive me?" Edgemure sneered after pulling out the long sword from the throat of the Westerly soldier who was coughing up blood, then turned to the other cavalry and ordered, "Check to see if there are any enemies left. Let's rest for a while and continue the pursuit." Yes. Edgemure and others searched carefully in the messy camp of the Westerly army. All the enemies were dead. In the camp, there was nothing valuable except dozens of catapults that the Westerly army could not take away. After a short rest, Edgemure led the 5,000 cavalry along the river road, heading east, and continued to pursue the fleeing Westerly army. On the wide and flat river road, from time to time, you can see a baggage wagon abandoned by the Westerly army, as well as various military tents, shields and other supplies. Edgemure kept dodging these debris on his warhorse, but the corners of his mouth showed a confident smile that everything was under control. All kinds of traces along the way have fully proved that the Westerly army was fleeing in panic, not deliberately setting traps. After riding for about half a day, the pursuit troops led by Edgemure could already see the infantry troops at the end of the Western army. Although Edgemure was very eager to prove his talent and kill as many as possible to delay the Western army, he was not stupid. He did not charge directly, but sent 1,000 cavalry troops from the left and right wings to harass the end of the Western army. When the cavalry of Reveron on the left and right wings entered the attack range, they directly drew their bows and harassed the end of the Western army. The accuracy of the arrows did not matter, because when they attacked with horseback, the end of the Western army had to take up a defensive formation, raise shields, or hide in baggage wagons to avoid arrows. When the Western army really lined up and prepared to meet, the cavalry of Reveron immediately put down their bows and joined Edgemure's headquarters, riding slowly behind them, not ready to really engage in battle. At the end of the Westerland army was a pure infantry army of nearly 10,000. Seeing that the Reveron cavalry did not move forward to engage in battle, they resumed their retreat formation and continued to advance. At this time, the Reveron cavalry, under the command of Edgemure, harassed the enemy as they did at the beginning. For the next half day, Edgemere continued to command in this way, using the cavalry harassment tactics he had learned to the fullest. Under such harassment, the morale and physical strength of the troops at the end of the Westerland army continued to decline, and it seemed that even the retreat formation began to become scattered. Finally, the troops at the end of the Westerland army seemed unable to bear such harassment, and hundreds of Westerland soldiers were separated from the main force, forming a loose military formation on the spot to cover the rear, while the main force continued to evacuate. Seeing this situation, Edgemere was still very vigilant. He was worried that these hundreds of Westerland soldiers were specially arranged as bait to delay the Reveran harassment cavalry. He did not command the Reveran cavalry to charge these hundreds of Westerland soldiers until the troops at the end of the Westerland army disappeared from his sight. The entire charge went very smoothly. Before the Reveran cavalry could charge in front of the Western soldiers, their formation collapsed. It was another chase without suspense. Soon, most of the hundreds of Western soldiers were killed directly, and a small number of them surrendered in advance and survived. Because the pursuit was ongoing, it was impossible to guard the prisoners. Edgemere directly ordered that all the Western soldiers who lied before dying and said they were civilians in the Riverland be killed. After eating these hundreds of Western soldiers, Edgemere asked the accompanying statistics officer to record the battle record, and then began to pursue the Western army again. In this way, in the next 5 days, Edgemere cut off the lives of nearly 3,000 Western soldiers from the end of the Western army like a blunt knife cutting meat. Moreover, along the way, the panicked Western army lost more and more baggage wagons, and the number of troops at the end of the entire Western army was visibly reduced. On the morning of the 6th day, the hastily evacuated Westerland army had arrived at the crossroads of the Trident. This is a very important location. To the north and south is the King's Road connecting Winterfell and King's Landing. To the east is the Valley Road leading to the Vale of Rin, and to the west is the direction of Reveran. Just like the previous few days, the 5,000 Reveran cavalry led by Edgemere were still chasing, and had reached the end of the river road. When the last troops of the Westerland army passed the crossroads, and evacuated to the south of the King's Road, Edgemere thought for only a second, and decided to continue the pursuit. The 5,000 Reveran cavalry bypassed a large number of abandoned baggage wagons and continued to pursue forward. They did not notice that after they passed by these baggage wagons that they disdained to look at, Westerland infantry climbed out one by one. Woo woo woo. When Edgemere led 5,000 Reveran cavalrymen to the crossroads, a loud horn suddenly sounded from the rear of the Westerly army in front of them. The army that had been fleeing in a hurry suddenly stopped fleeing. These thousands of Westerly soldiers quickly formed a relatively neat battle array, occupied the entire King's Road, and prepared to face Edgemere's troops. Something's wrong. Let's go back. Edgemere, who had been going smoothly all the time, obviously felt the strange atmosphere. He immediately reined in his horse and gave orders to return to Reveran. Snap, snap, snap. On the river road behind them, thousands of Westerly soldiers holding spears suddenly appeared, as if they had fallen from the sky, blocking their way back. Go north, to the Twins. Although he didn't know why there were Westerly soldiers on the river road, Edgemere acted instantly, and prepared to retreat to the north of the King's Road and head for the Twins. Tywin, along with Kevin and Styvron, a total of more than 3,000 mixed cavalry, and more than 5,000 Westerland infantry, slowly approached Edgemere from the north of the King's Road. Let's go to the Vale of Rin. It was obvious that he was being plotted against by Tywin. Edgemere yanked the reins and squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the warhorse headed for the Valley Road in the east. Boom. The 5,000 cavalrymen of Reveran had just stepped onto the Valley Road when the sound of horses' hooves like thunder came from the front. Edgemere, with a livid face, looked forward and saw a cavalry army of the Vale that was definitely larger in number than them, wearing shiny metal armor and very well equipped, rushing towards them in a cone formation. From the sky, the 5,000 cavalrymen led by Edgemere were like being caught in a carefully woven spiderweb, with nowhere to escape. Thanks to book friends 160,601,201,604,275, ZIIE, reader 1174885197333303073992. ZCX, Wind of Sorrow 5, Bloody Wanderer, Broken Jade, Book Friend 160,601,201,604,275, Du Yi Dynasty, Kichijiji Dozen, Mossad, Memories of Time Travel for voting for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 130 To King Meets King. Rumble. The muscular horseshoes trampled on the road of the Valley Avenue, raising a cloud of dust that filled the sky. Thousands of frontline Vale cavalrymen held their steel lances tightly in their hands. Below the tip of the steel lance, a blue and white flag with an eagle soaring on the moon as its family emblem was fluttering with the strong wind brought by the charge. The 5,000 Riverine cavalry led by Edgemure were only to harass the Western army and had never thought of a head-on battle. Therefore, they did not even carry lances. In addition to dry food and water, they only had long swords and bows and arrows on their war horses. Because the distance between the two sides was not far, and the Vale cavalry that had already charged was very fast, the Riverine cavalry had no time to draw their bows and shoot. Edgemure immediately made a judgment in his heart, drew his long sword, pointed at the Vale cavalry in front of him, and gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Charge! Charge!" The Riverine cavalry also understood their own situation. They drew their long swords, held their swords in their right hands above their heads, pointed their swords at the enemy, and shouted in unison, "Da-da-da! Sizzle! Whizzah!" As the cavalry of both sides charged and approached each other. At the moment of contact, a large number of intertwined sounds immediately rang out on the battlefield. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The front row of the Valley cavalry, with their iron lances in their hands, directly pierced the bodies of a large number of Riverine cavalry. The front row of the Riverine cavalry screamed like wheat harvested by a sickle, falling from their horses in large numbers. A small number of Riverine soldiers who avoided the lance thrusts when approaching the Valley cavalry took advantage of the opponent's lack of time to throw away their lances and draw their swords, and directly slashed their necks with their long swords. The battlefield was covered with blood, marking the official start of the brutal cavalry charge. Bang! Whizzah! In fact, when the cavalry of both sides charged, both the cavalry and the horses would subconsciously avoid the oncoming enemy. However, in the compact group charge formation, some cavalry inevitably collided heavily. In this collision of power and speed, neither side could get any good, and the horses that collided with each other fell to the ground with a wail. The masters on their backs were carried by the powerful inertia and screamed as they fell from the air into the enemy camp. These fallen cavalry were extremely lucky to survive the charge of thousands of hooves, but most of them were trampled into a bloody mess by countless iron hooves, and it was impossible to tell what they used to look like. Clang, clang, clang. When the cavalry of both sides officially came into contact and began to fight with real swords and guns in close combat, people kept bleeding and falling off their horses. The blood, corpses, and screams made the battlefield extremely chaotic. But in the cavalry's charge, what is the decisive factor? Is the formation appropriate? Is the charge speed sufficient? Is the equipment well equipped? In fact, many cavalry commanders with rich practical experience all agree that morale is the most important thing. However, the morale of the cavalry is not obtained out of thin air. In addition to external factors such as money, the most important internal factor affecting the morale of the cavalry is the speed of the charge. Because when humans move at high speed, their bodies will secrete enough dopamine, and at the same time, adrenaline will soar. In words that ordinary people can understand, if you rush fast enough, you will be floating, and when you are floating, you will forget the danger. Under this strong stimulation, the cavalry are naturally in high spirits and fight like chicken blood. The cavalry of Riverine are surrounded on all sides, and they have not completely charged. The equipment on their bodies is not as good as the Valley cavalry in bright silver armor. Therefore, after a short close combat, they are without suspense. In this cavalry charge, they are directly penetrated by the Valley cavalry in a cone-shaped charge formation. The cavalry of Riverine, whose formation was penetrated, began to be skillfully divided and slaughtered by the Valley Cavalry. At first, Edgemere, who was in the rear, issued orders by force, asking these Reveran cavalry to struggle and fight. But when the casualties reached a certain level, it was a rout that no one could stop. Looking at the Reveran cavalry fleeing in all directions and being chased by the Vale cavalry, Edgemere bit his lip fiercely and ordered dozens of elite guards around him. You can't rush through the other three sides. Take advantage of the chaos here and follow me to rush towards the Arin Valley. After breaking through the siege, we will turn to Saltpan Town. There is a port there, and we will return to Reveran by water. Yes. Dozens of guards who were loyal to Edgemere answered him in unison, and then they protected him and broke through the front. As thousands of Reveran cavalry fled, the battlefield was very chaotic at this time. Edgemere and his dozens of cavalry avoided the majority of the Vale cavalry who were concentrating on dividing and slaughtering, and broke through to the place with fewer people. After a while, they broke through to the back of the Vale cavalry formation. This team of cavalrymen who were marching in the opposite direction finally attracted the attention of the Vale cavalrymen. Hundreds of Vale cavalrymen separated from the formation and chased after them. Haha, they just discovered us now. It's too late. Edgemere rode his horse forward quickly, turned his head, and stared at the enemy pursuers behind him, and laughed loudly after surviving a disaster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he turned his head and stared at the pursuers behind him, he heard a sharp sound of arrows breaking through the air. Ah! Whoosh, dense arrows fell like raindrops in front of Edgemere's dozens of cavalrymen. More than a dozen cavalrymen in front were pierced like hedgehogs with screams. Who? Seeing this, Edgemere pulled the reins directly, let the warhorse under his crotch slowly stop, and looked forward. In front of him at a relatively far distance, Tyrion, with a smile on his face, and Baelish, who was thinking about something, were riding on a warhorse. Around them, 500 or 600 archers with quivers on their waists stood in a relatively neat array, reloaded their arrows, and drew their bows, aiming at Edgemere's dozens of cavalrymen, waiting for orders. Surrender. Knowing that the opponent's first wave of arrows was a warning, Edgemere also knew that with his status, he would never be executed by them, so he threw away his sword and raised his hand to surrender. The guards guarding him saw that their loyal lord had surrendered, so they all threw away their swords. Da. The Vale cavalry in the back quickly came and took down Edgemere and others directly. The encirclement arranged by Tywin ended successfully. The group charge of these Vale cavalry is really powerful. The Reveran cavalry is no match for them. Kevin, who had already arrived at the crossroads, saw that the cavalry battle on the Valley Avenue ended quickly and gave a heartfelt praise. After all, the Arryn family is an ancient Andal royal family. The knight tradition in the Vale is strong, so it is normal that their cavalry is strong. Tywin heard his brother's words behind him, answered without turning his head, shook his head with some regret, and continued, I cast the net this time, originally wanting to catch the blackfish. I didn't expect to catch a small trout. Lord Tywin, Edgemere Tully is a noble man, the only son and heir of Hoster Tully. This should be a better thing than catching the blackfish. Brynden. Stevron, who knew the Tully family very well, interrupted at the right time. You don't understand. If it was in the early stage of the war, we could have caught this small trout. I guess we would have taken Reveran long ago. But now, enemies appear in the direction of the river road. When Tywin was explaining, thousands of Westerland infantrymen near the river road at the crossroads issued a loud warning at the same time. Hearing the voice, Tywin immediately turned his head to look at the river road. In the distance of the river road, at least thousands of cavalrymen dressed in obvious northern costumes appeared. They stopped their horses and waited for something silently. The northern cavalry formation suddenly parted like a wave, and a grey-haired giant wolf, which was obviously much taller than the surrounding war horses, stepped out with the leisurely posture of a king quickly conquering his territory. On its back, a young king wearing brand new armor, and with a sturdy figure, stared at Tywin's army at the crossroads expressionlessly. Beside the young king, a young black-haired knight attendant followed him. He held a long-handled warhammer in one hand and a two-handed giant sword wrapped in a black scabbard in the other. Robb Stark. Without thinking too much, Tywin immediately knew who the young man riding the giant wolf was. He read out the other's name in a vicious and low voice. Tywin Lannister. Similarly, Robb, riding on Bloodwind, immediately locked his eyes on the old lion who stood out among the tens of thousands of Western troops. The Vale joined the war and joined the Western army. After taking a look at Tywin, Robb looked past him and looked at the battlefield of the Valley Avenue, which was littered with corpses. When he saw the banner of the Arryn family, he couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, the other side has at least 20,000 infantry and about 10,000 cavalry. The result on Lord Edgemure's side is already very obvious. Lord Rickard, who was following behind Robb, knew that he was not an impulsive person, but still dutifully persuaded him. Lord Rickard is right. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please think carefully about Lord Rickard's suggestion. After Lord Rickard finished speaking, even the great Jon, who always liked to act directly, agreed, and the other northern earls who accompanied him to the battle echoed him. Abwoo. Sensing Robb's thoughts, Bloodwind raised his huge head and let out a huge wolf howl. How can that wolf be so huge? I heard that Robb Stark also has wolf nature and eats human flesh every day. Can he control such a terrifying giant wolf? Is he really blessed by God? The Westerly army, which had never seen Bloodwind, was directly stunned by the terrifying wolf howl. Then, the entire Westerly army began to discuss. Lord Tywin, I'm willing to take these 3,000 cavalrymen and join the Vale cavalry to fight Robb Stark together. Stevron, who was very eager to defeat the Northern army and recapture the twins, gnashed his teeth and asked Tywin for permission. No, he is now demonstrating to me. Someone who can take Lannisport, Casterly Rock, and the twins one after another will never rush up to die just because of a relative. Tywin's wise light green eyes looked at the man and the wolf in the distance and rejected Stevron's request. As Tywin expected, after the penetrating wolf howl, all the northern cavalrymen turned their horses around and began to leave. Robb, who was the last to leave on his wolf, looked as if he could see through the distance and met Tywin's eyes at the crossroads, conveying his thoughts. The next time we meet, only one of us can survive. The Westerly army, which lacked the Adam cavalry, could not keep the northern cavalry and could only watch them leave. The Vale cavalrymen, who were capable of fighting, were still cleaning up the mess. More than 3,000 of the 5,000 Riverine cavalrymen were killed or injured. Most of the remaining nearly 2,000 cavalrymen surrendered on the spot. A few wanted to flee on horseback, but were trapped by the spider web-like encirclement. Father, Lord Tywin. A moment later, Tyrion and Baelish rode to the crossroads and greeted Tywin together. Well, Lord Baelish, you have done a great job this time by persuading the Vale to release Tyrion and send troops to join the war. It just so happens that the River House of Harrenhal has been expelled by me. Perhaps you will become the Earl of Harrenhal. Tywin nodded when he heard their greetings, but he ignored Tyrion and spoke to Baelish first. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Tywin. I will devote all my loyalty to serve the Lannister family well. Although Baelish holds the financial power of the kingdom, he is still of low status. Hearing this, he smiled from the heart, sat on his horse, bowed to Tywin and replied, well, I will write to King Joffrey later to explain my suggestions. Tywin was very satisfied with Baelish's humble attitude. He nodded and said something, then turned to his youngest son and continued, very good, you are lucky enough to survive this time. What about the little trout? You are lucky enough to survive again. Oh, sorry, I disappoint you. Thinking about Tywin's words in a low voice, Tyrion laughed self-deprecatingly and then shouted behind him, Bronn, bring the noble Lord Edgemure here. Yes. With a reply, a mercenary with a smirk on his mouth, black hair and black eyes, and a stubble on his face, came forward with Edgemure tied up and lying in front of him. Tyrion. Looking at Edgemure brought by Bronn, Tywin frowned and called Tyrion's name in a higher pitched voice than usual. I'm here, father. What can I do for you? I've always thought that you were useless except for your brain. Are you now locked up in the Eyrie, and have you become stupid? Treating Lord Edgemure like this? Treating a noble like this? Tywin scolded Tyrion in front of everyone without giving him any face. Yes, father. I didn't think it through enough. Tyrion's face turned red and white after being scolded. He suppressed his anger and ordered Bronn, gently put down our noble lord and untie him. Hearing this, Bronn nodded and put Edgemure down and untied him according to his order. Lord Edgemere, I apologize for my son's rudeness. Even if you become a prisoner, you should be treated with the dignity that a noble deserves. Thank you, Lord Tywin, you are really a noble and polite noble. After Edgemere was untied, he moved his wrists and shoulders, and responded politely to Tywin. I think we can talk about how to stop the war between the Riverlands and the Westerlands and share peace. Open the gate. As the order was issued, the west gate of Reveron slowly descended. Robb rode Bloodwind, and entered with a group of northern earls and guards. Robb, your majesty, how is Edgemere? Brynden, who had just entered the parade ground of Reveron, asked anxiously as Robb and his party hurried down the stone steps of the city wall. We were too late. More than 20,000 Westerland troops, plus at least 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry from the Vale, surrounded them directly. Not a single cavalryman from Reveron escaped. Uncle Edgemere, I don't know if he is dead or alive now. Robb jumped down from Bloodwind, who was lying on the ground, shook his head solemnly, and directly told what he saw. I should have tried my best to stop him from leading the troops to attack. Moreover, I didn't think carefully about how you could let Reveron send troops to hold back Tywin's westerly army under such circumstances. In short, this time, it's my fault. Brynden seemed to be deflated when he heard Robb say that Edgemere's life or death was unknown. He lowered his head and whispered, blaming himself. Uncle, this is not your fault. Uncle Edgemere attacked in my name, and you couldn't stop him. Don't worry, with the protection of Reveron's elite guards, he only needs to find the right time to surrender, and his life will not be in danger. After all, he is not a person who will fight to the death. Robb comforted Brynden very rationally. Based on his understanding of Edgemere, he estimated that Edgemere would choose to surrender when he saw that things were hopeless. Well, I hope so. Let's go. I'll take you to see your grandfather. Brynden nodded, calmed down, and spoke to Robb. Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. After Robb nodded in agreement, Brynden quickly led him in front and headed towards the main castle of Reveron. Since Reveron was built in a triangular position of the river, the Duke's Room and the inner castle of Reveron was also designed in a triangular shape. Robb and his companions came to the Duke's Room through a spiral staircase, and met Duke Hoster Tully. Duke Hoster was lying on the goose-down bed in the room. His face was old and thin. His brown-red hair in his youth was now silver-white. His blue eyes were dull and lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling of the Duke's Room. Beside his bed, several servants and guards stood by, waiting for his occasional call. Brother, Robb is here to see you. Robb Stark, the son of Catelyn and Eddard. Looking at Duke Hoster on the bed, Brynden sniffed uncomfortably. In his heart, he would rather his brother scold him loudly like before than see him like this now. Grandpa, I'm back at Reveron again. Say something to me. Robb saw that Lord Hoster didn't respond after Brynden finished speaking, so he tried to say something. He actually had no impression of Reveron or his grandfather. Although Robb was born in Reveron, he was still a baby when Eddard won the War of the Usurper and returned from the south in triumph, bringing Catelyn and him back to Winterfell. How could he have any memory? Alas, he has been like this since he got sick, sometimes lucid, sometimes confused. However, he is confused for longer and longer. Forget it, let's go. Brynden saw that Lord Hoster didn't respond, so he spoke to Robb. Yeah. Brynden. Just as Robb answered and turned to leave with Brynden, he suddenly heard a faint call behind him. Brother, I'm here. Are you awake? Brynden heard the call, turned around in surprise, and walked quickly to the bed, asking Lord Hoster. Yes. Brother, look. This is Robb, Catelyn's son. Hearing Lord Hoster's answer, Brynden immediately pulled Robb in front of him and explained to him. Robb looks so much like Catelyn. Hearing this, Lord Hoster raised his right hand, which was covered with age spots, slightly towards Robb and spoke in a low voice. Seeing this, Robb immediately stepped forward and held his right hand, saying softly, Grandpa, I'm here to visit you on behalf of my mother. Brother, Robb is now the dignified king of the North. He has just led the Northern army to conquer Lannisport, Casterly Rock, and the Twins. He has lifted the Lannister family's siege of Reveron. We, the Tully family, should now express our attitude. Brynden took advantage of his brother's sober state and quickly stated his purpose. I, Hoster Tully, the Duke of Reveron, the Governor of the Trident, and the Tully family of the Riverlands, I declare my allegiance to the King of the North. Ahem, ahem. Finally, after my death, my title will be inherited by my son Edmure Tully. However, the premise of his succession to the title is to continue to be loyal to the King of the North and the Riverlands, Robb Stark. As if knowing his physical condition, Duke Hoster heard Bryndon's reminder, mustered all his strength, and said these words in one go. As soon as the Duke of Hoster finished speaking, Bryndon reacted and took the lead, in kneeling on one knee in front of Robb, shouting, "Bryndon Tully, hello to the King of the North and the Riverlands." The guards and servants in the Duke's room heard Bryndon's shout and immediately reacted. They fell to their knees and shouted in unison, "Meet the King of the North and the Riverlands." Thank you to Xiang's Eduo for the 2000 points reward. Thank you to Xiang's Eduo, book friend 160,601,201,604,275. Trapezoid Heart, I'm Wang Youngsun, book friend. 20170727102257581, Wang Le 123, Li Bingji, Zuo Northeast Fly, and Fu Guang Yu Yun for the monthly votes. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the great people who have read here. Thank you for your support. P.S. Today's chapter is called King Meets King. Although Tywin has not ascended the throne, in my heart, I think he is the uncrowned king. Then, I also wrote 5,800 words today. It is really busy at the end of the second quarter. I will try to keep writing more than 6,000 words every day next month. I hope everyone will support this book. Chapter 133 Rage. The Vale Cavalry will not assist us in attacking Reveron. Lord Baelish, what do you mean by that? At the crossroads, in the Lannister army camp filled with bright blood red, Tywin sat on the main seat in the commander's tent, his eyes fixed on the smiling Baelish, and asked in a unfriendly tone, "Lord Tywin, you may not know the current situation in the Vale. In fact, in the early stages of this war, some of the great nobles in the Vale tried their best to persuade Lady Lysa to join Robb Stark's army. The reason we were able to send troops to help this time is because Lord Tyrion and I designed a plan to capture Roderick Castle and Jon Royce. But after this incident, Andor Royce of Runestone City took the lead in declaring that the Arryn family had been destroyed. Robin Arryn, the illegitimate son of Lady Lysa and me, is now being manipulated and used by the Lannister family. Moreover, he has restored the ancient name of the Royce family, proclaimed himself the Bronze King, and is gathering an army, specifically to get rid of me, Lady Lysa, and Lord Tyrion. These things are not made up by me, Lord Tyrion knows them too. Baelish, who had been standing respectfully, felt Tywin's tone, and explained to him with a wry smile. Yes, father, I can prove the authenticity of these things. In fact, the Vale is more chaotic than you think. After Andor Royce proclaimed himself the Bronze King, Gerald Grafson of Gulltown also claimed that Robin Arryn was a bastard. He proclaimed himself the King of Gulltown. Lionel Corbray of Hearth followed them, and proclaimed himself the King of the Five Fingers. Tyrion nodded, confirmed the authenticity of Baelish's words, and continued to tell Tywin what he knew. Oh, Westeros is already full of kings. I heard that there are also many self-proclaimed kings in Dorne and the Riverlands. It seems that the crown is no longer made of iron and blood, but of mouth and thick skin. Now that you say that, we only need to deal with one king in the north. The situation is not bad. After listening to the two of them, Tywin sneered and mocked the various kings that have appeared everywhere in Westeros recently. Yes, Lord Tywin. There is only one king we recognize, and that is His Majesty Joffrey on the Iron Throne. As Lord Tyrion said, the situation in the Vale is very chaotic, otherwise, we would not have brought out this army of less than 8,000 people. So, even if I ordered the Vale cavalry to attack Reveron, their commander would not agree. Baelish smiled, first expressing his loyalty to Joffrey, and then sincerely told Tywin that he could not help in attacking Reveron. Well, I see. Okay, let me think about it. Tyrion stays, and everyone else goes down. After hearing Baelish's words, Tywin, who was sitting in the main seat, waved his hand and ordered them. Yes, Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin, I'll take my leave first. Kevin, Stevron, Baelish and others in the general's tent immediately bowed and left, leaving Tyrion, who was pouring wine for himself. Father, what do you want me to do? After filling his glass with wine and taking a sip, Tyrion looked up and asked Tywin, "What do you think of Littlefinger?" There were only father and son left in the general's tent. Tywin did not hide his disdain for Baelish, who made his fortune in the academy. He is a smart man. He is indeed working for our Lannister family. However, Baelish is not as simple as he seems. I have made many friends in the Eyrie during this period, and they told me many of Baelish's little secrets, including the self-determination of the kings in the Vale this time, which was also his handiwork. His status is too low, and he is not worthy of Lady Lysa. Maybe this time the rebellion in the Vale is his chance to advance. Hearing Tywin's question, Tyrion swallowed the mellow and mild wine in his mouth, and answered his opinion and speculation about Baelish. Smart people. Smart people will not sincerely stand in a certain camp. They only see benefits. However, such smart people often die the fastest. After Tywin said something meaningful, he turned to Tyrion and ordered, "I will let Stevron take 1,000 cavalrymen from the Free family to follow you to the Vale. No matter what method you use, I want you to avoid Littlefinger as much as possible and win over Lady Lysa." "Hey, father, you assigned Stevron to me because you think he is too noisy and keeps clamoring to take back the twins. Avoid Baelish and win over Lady Lysa? Impossible. Father, you didn't see the lustful look in Lady Lysa's eyes when she looked at Baelish. Even I suspect that Robb is Baelish's illegitimate son." Hearing Tywin's words, Tyrion rolled his eyes, and his tone was full of impossibility. "Full of lust? Isn't this the right time for you to show it? Don't you have a lot of experience in this area over the years? Compared to those lowly prostitutes, isn't this noble lady with noble blood and great power the best candidate for your wife?" Tywin stared at Tyrion with his light green eyes dotted with gold and red under the illumination of the brazier in the general's tent, and said with a smile on his face, "Lowly?" The word Tywin said was remembered by Tyrion. He asked Tywin with a normal face, "Father, you said that, no matter what method I use, as long as I win over Lady Lysa, it will be fine, right?" "Yes," I said. "For example, let Myrcella marry Robb?" Hearing Tywin's affirmative answer, Tyrion cautiously tried. "Well, your suggestion is not bad, and it can be regarded as a match in status. However, the premise is that the Arryn family solves the rebellion in the Vale and joins the Lannister family camp." Tywin analyzed Tyrion's suggestion very seriously and nodded in response. "For example, let Jaime marry Lady Lysa?" Tyrion heard his answer, nodded, stared at Tywin quietly, and pretended to be casual and continued. "Jaime? No. Although, I arranged it this way when he was 16. But now, their status is not suitable." Tywin heard this, without any hesitation, and shook his head to reject it. "Status? I heard that Jaime has resigned from the King's Guard and served as Joffrey's hand of the king. He can already marry a wife." Tyrion thought Tywin was talking about Jaime's status as a King's Guard, and answered, "Well, it is precisely because he has resigned from the King's Guard, as the only heir of the Lannister family now. He can't marry such a woman." "I understand, father. Tomorrow I will follow Baelish to the Vale. I'll take my leave first." Tyrion heard Tywin's answer without thinking, and felt very uncomfortable. He answered Tywin, jumped off the bench, and walked out of the tent. Tywin watched Tyrion leave without caring. He had already begun to think about the current situation, and he murmured, "That little trout must be used well." Moat Cailin, the twins, and Reveron are all connected together. The situation is not good. With the help of the Northern Army, Reveron cannot be attacked for the time being. It is better to digest all the occupied areas in the Riverlands first. Military rations. I don't know how much Clegane has collected. Direnhill was once the most majestic and huge fortress in the Seven Kingdoms. There were 5 very huge towers and equally thick walls in the fortress. At the same time, its defensive walls were built incredibly thick, and the rooms in the castle were tall enough to accommodate giants. However, this was all in the past. After the baptism of Aegon the Conqueror and Balerion, the largest dragon in the history of Westeros, most of Harrenhal is now in ruins, devastated, and full of huge stones that were scorched and cracked. A few places are still habitable, although it is only a small part of the area. As the largest fortress in the past, these habitable places are already comparable to the size of Winterfell. Irenhal, the corner of the former armory connecting the parade ground, was converted into an open-air torture chamber by the mountain troops occupying this place. A young man with his upper body naked was tied to the torture chair, and a wooden barrel full of rats was tied to his chest. A Lannister soldier held a torch and kept heating the back of the wooden barrel. After the wooden barrel was heated, the rats inside squeaked and tried desperately to escape to the other side. But they were blocked by a layer of soft flesh and blood and could not move forward. As the temperature behind the wooden barrel became higher and higher, they began to tear the flesh and blood, blocking them with their claws and teeth, hoping to find a way to escape. I'm telling you. This young man, who was still very strong at the beginning, finally collapsed and shouted loudly after feeling the pain that tortured both his body and his mind. "Not a bird, he's going to confess." The Lannister soldier holding the torch turned around and said to the ordinary looking soldier sitting next to him, who was chewing an apple in his hand, "Bang, bang, he's willing to talk so soon. Well, you stop first, let me listen to see if what he said is what we are interested in." Notipad chewed the apple in his mouth, stopped the Lannister soldier holding the torch, and then said to the tortured young man, "Speak. I'm listening. Take it away quickly. Take it away, and I'll tell you." The young man was obviously crazy from the torture, and he kept shouting loudly. Hearing this, the Lannister soldier turned his head and looked at Notipad. Notipad nodded to him, and he put down the torch, walked forward with an iron cage, and then untied the belt tied to the wooden barrel. The young man breathed a sigh of relief despite the serious chest injury. "Don't waste time, tell me now. The ones who have been attacking your grain collection and captured transport teams are the Brotherhood without banners '. Keep going. The leader is nicknamed Lightning King. I've heard them call him by his name. It seems to be Beric. What's special about their team is that there is also a red-robed monk from Essos named Thoris, a doctor who claims to have been a Meester, called Coburn." When the Notipad heard him really start to talk, it took a roll of paper and a pen and began to record non-stop. "Have you finished? Is there anything else missing?" When the young man finished speaking, the Notipad confirmed with him, "Yes, I promise there is nothing else. I have said everything I know." "Well, I believe you." The Notipad nodded, put away the roll of paper in his hand, and said to the Lannister soldier next to him, "Keep going." The Lannister soldier chuckled and picked up the wooden barrel and the iron cage containing the mice again. No, kill me now. No, the fun has just begun." This remodeled interrogation room was right in front of the prison cell where the prisoners were held. At this moment, the civilian prisoners in the cell were so scared that they closed their eyes and covered their ears, trembling. The Brotherhood without banners, Lightning King Barry, Thoris, and Coburn, the Mountain, who was rarely wearing full plate armor, sat on a high-backed chair and repeated in a deep voice. At the same time, his mind flashed a man named Barry who was killed by his own hands. "It can't be him, I confirmed it myself at the time." Shaking his head and throwing away this ridiculous idea, the Mountain continued to ask the Notipad in front of him, "Can the location of this Brotherhood without banners be determined?" Hearing the question, the Notipad looked down at the roll of paper in his hand and then replied to the Mountain, "Lord Clegane, the Brotherhood without banners seems to have been wandering around Irenhal. According to the confession of the criminal, they last appeared on the left side of God's Eye Lake." Left side of God's Eye Lake? I remember that when Amory Lorch went to the Acorn Hall territory to collect grain this time, he went to the left side of God's Eye Lake, right? Yes, Lord Clegane. Dap. In the Riverlands, in the Acorn Hall territory area, a burly traveler wearing a hooded cloak was riding a horse and strolling on a dusty path. Ta-da-da. Suddenly, a faint but rapid sound of horse hooves came from behind her. The traveler turned his head and looked behind him, only to see that the smoke and dust in the distance were very high, indicating that the number of cavalry was definitely not small. This traveler was Brienne, who felt like she had lost the whole world when she lost Renly. After arriving in the Riverlands, she wandered aimlessly. In order to avoid contact with other people as much as possible and not take the King's Road, she chose this small road to bypass. Who knew that she would encounter a large group of cavalry here? She roughly looked at this small road. There was only a small hill not far ahead where she could hide. Brienne, who didn't want to cause trouble, shook the reins in her hand and drove her horse towards the small hill in front. When she rode around to the back of the small hill that was just beside the path, she found that hundreds of soldiers wearing armor that didn't fit well and holding various weapons had already ambushed here in advance. At this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at her closely. Hush! A soldier wearing a faded red robe inside, a chainmail outside, and a bun on his head, raised his hand to make a silent gesture, and then pointed to the direction she rode from. Seeing that the soldiers had no ill intentions towards her, Brienne nodded to the bull-headed soldier, then released her right hand, that had been holding the long sword, and turned over to dismount. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so she was ready to wait and see what happened, and wait for them to fight with the ambushed people, and then take the opportunity to leave. Da-da-da. Ah. Along with the sound of horse hooves getting closer and closer, there was also a shrill scream. After hearing the sound, Brienne tilted her head slightly and looked outside the hill. I saw that dozens of cavalrymen with the flag of the Lannister family were riding their horses quickly, and behind the 7 war horses in front, each dragged a prisoner with a rope. Far behind them, there was also a team of Lannister family carriages that were obviously transporting heavy objects. Most of the 7 prisoners dragged by the Lannister cavalry had been dragged to a bloody mess and had already died. The remaining 3 prisoners had their hands tied and dragged. They struggled hard and wanted to stand up and run with them, but they couldn't do it at all under the fast drag of the war horses. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and follow us like before. The leader of the Lannister cavalry, a tall and burly man, was smiling as he encouraged the captives being dragged behind the horses. Let these beasts have a taste of this later. Brienne heard the bull-headed soldier turn his head to a one-eyed soldier beside him who had his right eye covered with a cloth and whispered, "Don't worry, my lord will judge their crime soon. They are coming. Get ready to fight." Just as the one-eyed soldier said, dozens of cavalrymen quickly rode along the path to the front of the hill. Pull. The one-eyed soldier gave an order to the soldiers beside him, and a thick trip rope buried in the soil on the path and tied to a stone at the other end was pulled straight and taut by them. Wow. The first few Lannister cavalrymen were instantly thrown off their horses by the trip rope, and the neighing of horses and the screams of cavalrymen continued to sound. Brothers, charge. Kill these Lannister bastards. Seeing the Lannister cavalry being hit, the one-eyed soldier raised his arm and rushed out from behind the hill first. Hey, Beric, don't be so anxious. I haven't added the blessing of the Lord of Light to you yet. The soldier with the bull head was Thoros. He looked at Beric who rushed out recklessly, shouted angrily, cut the long sword in his right hand with his left hand, and quickly said a few prayers. Wow. Thoros's long sword was immediately ignited by a raging fire. These flames attached to the steel longsword, as if there was an unknown substance helping them to burn. This, Brienne, who was standing next to Thoros, was shocked by this magical scene. She saw very clearly that Thoros did not use anything to assist, and the blood alone made the long sword ignite. She thought of the Shadow Killer with Stannis' face again, and suddenly felt that this world began to become so strange. While Brienne was stunned, the Lannister cavalry and the Brotherhood without banners were already fighting. The burly Amory quickly struggled to get up from the ground, shook his dizzy head, drew the long sword from his waist, and entered the battle state. Most of the members of the Brotherhood without banners are still the civilians who are numerous and suffering in the Riverlands. But after Beri's daily training, plus several attacks on the Lannister soldiers, their mentality and actual combat effectiveness are several times better than at the beginning. Although their individual combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the Lannister soldiers, they suppress them with numbers, and for a while the two sides are in a stalemate. Bang. Swish. Beri, who has been resurrected twice, is unparalleled in the battlefield. He faced a Lannister cavalry on horseback, and he was not afraid of the slash from top to bottom. After dodging lightly sideways, he stretched out his gloved left hand, grabbed the opponent's longsword, and pulled the cavalry off. At the same time, he turned over and stabbed the cavalryman's neck with the longsword in his right hand. Beri Dondarrion. After killing the enemy, Beric was about to deal with his left hand, which was bleeding from holding the sword. He heard someone calling his name. Beric turned around and saw Amory pulling out a long sword from the chest of a Brotherhood member and running towards him with a fierce expression. Amory had protected Cersei in King's Landing and worked for Jaime, so he knew Beric. However, he had heard from the mountain before that Beric had been killed by him. Obviously, this news is false, but it doesn't matter. He is very confident in himself and is ready to make this news true. Clang, clang, clang. Beric and Amory's swordsmanship is pretty good and should be ranked second rate in Westeros. They quickly exchanged a few swords, but neither could hurt the other. Tick, tick. The blood on Beric's left hand was still dripping. He just remembered that he forgot to ask Thoros to add the blessing of the Lord of Light to the long sword. With a flash of thought in his mind, he suddenly wiped his bleeding left hand on the long sword and prayed in his mouth. My Lord of Light, your faithful servant is praying here, asking you to give me the power to defeat the enemy. Wow. As soon as Beric finished praying, the long sword in his hand burned, which scared Amory on the opposite side. Humph, Beric, are you also learning from Thoros of me and playing with wildfire now? Amory quickly calmed down, ridiculed Beric, and greeted him with a sword again. Clang. The two swords collided again, but the temperature of Beric's flaming sword kept burning Amory, making him subconsciously withdraw his hand and step back. Beric, who was in a dominant position, stepped forward alternately with his left and right feet, and drew an X shape with the flaming sword in his hand, slashing at Amory. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks kept falling when the flaming swords collided, which was very beautiful, but it was also deadly. Snap. If you defend too long, you will lose. When Amory blocked once, his sword was chopped off by Beric's flaming sword, and he was about to die. Sizzle. The sound of a sword piercing into flesh was heard, and a Lannister cavalryman attacked from behind and stabbed the long sword into Beric's right lower back. Tear. Zizzle. Beric endured the severe pain of the sword, turned his wrist, and the flaming long sword stabbed from Beric's armpit to behind him, piercing straight into the chest of the Lannister cavalryman who attacked. The high temperature flames did not go out, even after piercing the flesh, roasting the flesh of the Lannister cavalryman, and in an instant, a scent of meat wafted out from the cavalryman. Bang! Beric drew back the flaming long sword, and the body of the cavalryman who attacked from behind him fell to the ground. But after his disturbance, Amory, who was right in front of Beric, had already picked up his long sword and stood up. Hey, Beric, it seems that the god you believe in can't protect you. In order to take care of the dignity of the nobles, do you have any last words? Amory looked at Beric, who still had a long sword on his waist, and said to him with a smile of victory, are you going to die again? I really don't like this feeling. Feeling the strength of his body, as the wound on his right lower back continued to drain, Beric's mind flashed through a thought, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Lord Beric, if you are in a situation where you are sure to die, drink this potion. It may help you kill the enemy. At this moment, Beric's mind suddenly emerged with the instructions of Cobbin, a member of the Brotherhood with great medical skills. Before he left, he reached into his chest with his left hand and took out a wooden tube that was as thick as a thumb and as long as a middle finger. Pop. He popped the stopper of the wooden tube with one hand, then put it to his mouth without hesitation, raised his head, and drank it directly. Amory watched Beric's actions quietly. He was experienced in combat, and when he saw the large amount of blood flowing from Beric's right waist, he knew that he was no longer able to fight. Therefore, he, a knight at the bottom of the nobility, deliberately emphasized the dignity of the nobility, to tease the former Earl of Barry. Boom, boom, boom. After Beric drank the potion, his heart began to beat violently. This violent heartbeat seemed to be faintly heard by Amory. Beric felt hot all over, as if the blood in his body began to boil and become violent. He himself could not see his appearance at the moment, but Amory opened his eyes wide and was stunned. He saw that the thick blood vessels like red snakes were constantly wriggling and gradually crawling all over Beric's exposed skin. Beric's whole face was the same, looking nothing like a human, extremely terrifying. Furious Beric, who felt that he was in a very good state, held the flaming sword in his left hand and pulled the sword out of his body from his waist with his right hand. During the process of pulling out the sword, Beric did not feel any pain at all. You, what on earth are you? Amory asked Beric, who was not sure whether he was a human, with a trembling voice. Die. Furious Beric did not want to talk nonsense with him at all. He exerted force on his feet and came to Amori in a few steps at a very fast speed, and at the same time raised the two swords in his hands and slashed at him. Clang, sizzle. When Amori reacted, Barry had already come in front of him, and he could only barely raise his sword to block. However, an irresistible force came from the two long swords of Barry, pressing down the long sword of Amorite alive, and cutting him into 3 pieces alive along his left and right shoulders from head to toe. Thank you for the 5,000 points reward from All Mortals Must Die, and thank you for All Mortals Must Die, Xiang Zeduo, Hendu and Chuanan. I'm Wang Yangsun, Luo Kang Yingzi, Wei Hei W, Nyan Xiaofan, Bei Feng Kiliang, Zihi, Shark Deo Deo, Book Friend. 106,601,201,604,275. 10 years of novel life. Red, blue, and white. Book friend 201707091247111537. And Fu Guang Yu Yun for the monthly votes. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the great people who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I coded very smoothly today. This chapter has 7,000 words. It seems that this is the reward effect of All Mortals Must Die. Then, the Lightning King is epically strengthened. Chapter 134, Resurgence. Die. After killing Amori, Beric went berserk and rushed towards the other Lannister cavalrymen in an unstoppable state. From Beric's actions of constantly avoiding the members of the Brotherhood, it can be seen that even in this terrifying berserk state, he still had some reason. As for how much reason he still had, only he knew. Beric's attack methods were very brutal. The Lannister cavalrymen who died at his hands basically had no complete bodies left. Clang. Perhaps because of the constant burning of the high temperature flames, when colliding with the long sword of a Lannister cavalryman, Beric's flaming longsword broke directly. Beric was slightly stunned, then simply threw away the two long swords in his hands, and directly grabbed the Lannister cavalryman's neck with lightning speed, and then grabbed his head with his other hand, and pulled it hard. Rip. A head with a bloody spine was torn off by Beric. It made the enemies and friends around him look at each other at the same time and subconsciously stay away from Beric. The battle was a bit tense at first, but it ended very quickly after Beric went berserk. The remaining dozen Lannister cavalrymen were frightened by his brutality, dropped their weapons, and knelt down to surrender. Beric? After a hard fight, Thoros, covered in blood, holding a still burning flaming sword, came to Beric's side and asked in disbelief. Ha ha. Beric did not answer, but just panted heavily. The thick red snake-like blood vessels on the surface of his body were still wriggling, and the speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. Who are you? What is he? And, I heard your prayer. Do you know the Red Witch next to Stannis Baratheon? Brienne, who had approached at some point, put her right hand on the hilt of her sword, looked at the panting Beric, and asked Thoros. He is the leader of the Brotherhood without banners, Lightning Lord Beric. My name is Thoros. The Lannisters are plundering and killing people in the Riverlands. We are organizing the civilians in the Riverlands to resist. As for your last question, I don't know what you are talking about. Thoros stared at Beric with his eyes full of worry. At the same time, he answered Brienne's question without turning his head. Puff. Zip. Brienne heard this and opened her mouth to continue asking questions. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds came from Beric's body, and then dozens of fine blood mists spurted out from him. At this time, Beric's whole body was like a pressure cooker with blood-colored steam spraying everywhere. Bang. After he went berserk, his originally strong and swollen body shrank visibly with the spray of blood mist. Until the end, Beric turned into a mummy-like dry corpse and fell to the ground. Because they were very close, Thoros, who was covered in Beric's blood mist, immediately rushed to his side. When he saw Beric fall, reached out and touched his body, and prayed loudly, "My Lord, Lord of Light, please shine your light on this person." Da. Caught off guard, Brienne, who was also covered in blood mist, watched Thoros hurriedly holding a funeral ceremony for Beric, who was obviously dead. She shook her head and was about to comfort Thoros when she heard the sound of horse hooves behind her. It turned out that the Lannister soldiers' grain transport unit in the distance saw their cavalry being attacked from afar, so they immediately abandoned the grain transport wagons and came to support. But the distance was really far, and the second half of the battle ended very quickly, so they hurriedly arrived at this moment. Hey, don't hold the funeral ceremony yet, there are still enemies. Brienne looked at the approaching Lannister soldiers and reminded Thoros. But Thoros ignored her at all, and was concentrating on reciting the prayer. The members of the Brotherhood, who were used to being commanded, were at a loss, after losing their leader. They didn't know what to do. Alas. Clang. The Lannister soldiers were slaughtering wantonly in the Riverlands, and just now they were dragging and killing prisoners for fun. In addition, they were once Renly's enemies. Brienne sighed in her heart, drew her long sword from her waist, and ordered the members of the Brotherhood, kill the dozen Lannister prisoners first. We don't have time to take care of them. Bring a few more war horses over to block us. The shield holders stand in front of the team, and the others stand behind them. Don't think about running away. After they kill us all, they will ride on horses to chase you. There is plenty of time. Wow. A good response arrangement. Just do what she said. Don't be too nervous. We will definitely continue to win. After all, my lord, the Lord of Light, has always blessed us, hasn't he? Brienne had just hurriedly arranged a simple response tactic when she heard a voice that should never be heard again. She turned her head stiffly and looked behind her. She saw Thoros, who was relieved, sitting on the ground and wiping the blood and sweat from his forehead. Beside him, the mummy-like body just now was restored to its original state, as if it had been re-energized by a mysterious force. The resurrected Beric was sitting up and smiling at her. In fact, it cannot be said that Beric has completely recovered. He has still changed a little. It was also because Robb was not here. If he saw Beric at this moment, he would immediately think of the white eyes of Konoha Hinata and the Anim of his previous life. However, Beric's bulging and twisted blood vessels were distributed on his left and right cheeks. After getting used to it, there was actually a kind of weird beauty. Wow da da da. Brienne, who had seen enough weird things today, forced herself to suppress the shock and confusion in her heart. She turned her head, tightly grasped the long sword, and waited quietly for the Lannister cavalry that was charging closer and closer. In the bright and spacious meeting hall of the main castle of Reveron, which was covered with Trout family emblems, Robb was discussing the current situation with all the Earls of the North and the Earls of the Riverlands. At this moment, the entire meeting hall was like a vegetable market, with all kinds of loud voices shouting and refutation of each other's views without hesitation. On the Earls of the North, the main output was Earl Harris, Earl Mitch, and the confident and loud voice of the Great John. On the Earls of the Riverlands, the main output was Earl Janus Bray of Stonehenge, Earl Raymond Derry of Derry, and the newly crowned Earl Carol Vance, because his father died outside the Golden Tooth. Papa, alright, all the adults, please be quiet. Although it was he who asked them to express their opinions bravely and speak freely. But Robb, whose head was a little hurt by the noise, clapped his hands vigorously to calm their quarrels. I understand what you want to say. There are 3 focal points in total. First, how to fight the Westerly army next. Second, when to send troops to help you recapture the castle and territory. Third, confirm whether Uncle Edgemere survived. If he survived, should he be rescued, exchanged, or redeemed? Seeing that they were all quiet, Robb slowly stood up from the main seat and summarized the 3 focal points of the debate to all the earls and nobles who supported him. In fact, the most intense debates between the Earls of the North and the Earls of the West were the first and second focal points. The Earls of the North had gained a lot of wealth, weapons and equipment, and population because of this southward march. Moreover, they won victory after victory. Except for the heavy losses in Casterly Rock, the others were easily won under Robb's planning. At this time, their morale was high and their desire to attack was extremely strong. From the beginning of the meeting, it was suggested that, while the morale of the whole army was high, they should take the initiative to attack. First test the strength of the Westerly army, and then formulate further offensive plans. The Earls of the Riverland strongly suggested helping them to recover the lost land first, and then they would hold on to the castle and recruit new soldiers for training. Although the Riverland was ravaged by the Western army for several months, and thousands of civilians were killed by them, but the Riverland is different from the north, and the population density is very large. In the previous life, the Western Army ravaged the Riverland for 2 or 3 years. At this stage, there are still a large number of civilians hiding everywhere to avoid the war, and some remote villages are still living a stable and normal life. Therefore, as long as these familiar Riverland lords raise their arms and call for action, they can definitely recruit a lot of troops. Moreover, the Western Army has a large population and insufficient military supplies. It has been harassed by many small noble teams in the Riverland and the Brotherhood without banners. They can't afford it for a long time. The Earl of the Riverland suggested that in the final analysis, it is to wait until our troops are sufficient and the enemy's military is in turmoil, and then go all out, to defeat the Western Army in one fell swoop. In fact, both sides have their reasons, but they are also standing from their own perspectives, and considering it one-sidedly. Robb pondered for a moment, organized his words in his mind, and then spoke loudly. First of all, under the current situation, I judge that Tywin's army will neither advance nor retreat. Now, our battle lines have been connected. If Tywin dares to besiege Reverin again, whether we start from the Twins, take the King's Road straight down to the Crownland, or take a boat from Seaforth to the Westerly, we can directly threaten him. However, if he withdraws his troops, abandons the riverfront, and returns to the Westerly or the Crownland, then we will have no restraint, and can attack at will, which will pose a greater threat to them. In the conference hall, all the earls were older than Robb, but at this moment they were like well-behaved students, listening quietly to the young king talking. Robb pointed his right index finger at the strategic map on the long table, drew a horizontal line, and continued. Tywin will definitely station troops in Harrenhal, and join forces with the Vale to block the King's Road heading south. At the same time, all the roads and small roads from the Golden Tooth to the God's Eye will be blocked by them, keeping us firmly outside this defensive line. And we currently have a total of more than 30,000 troops, which is far less than the combined strength of the Westerlands and the Vale. A rash attack is extremely risky. Therefore, in a short period of time, we will not engage in large-scale battles with the Westerlands army. In the next stage, the war will enter a stalemate. If the war situation later is as I expected, I will accept the advice of Earl Janis and others, and begin to send troops to retake the river castles and territories north of this defensive line, and begin to recruit new soldiers and train them. Now, for the first and second focus issues. My lords, do you have any questions and suggestions? Seeing Robb's wise expression, all the earls present looked at each other, and immediately praised him loudly with all kinds of words of praise. Very good, since everyone agrees. Little John, Eddard, you should bring more scout cavalry, and keep a close eye on the movements of Tywin's army. Yes, your majesty. Little John and Eddard heard the order, and immediately stood up from their seats, saluted Robb and replied. Finally, it's about Uncle Edgemere. As the only heir to the Duke of Reverin, his importance needs no further explanation. As long as he is still alive, we will spare no effort to get him back to Reverin. I wonder which lord is willing to serve as an envoy to discuss this matter with Tywin. Seeing that his two trusted subordinates accepted the order, Robb started to discuss the last focus issue. But when he finished speaking, his eyes swept over the earls of the Riverlands. The earls who had just strongly suggested that Edgemere should be brought back at all costs either turned their heads to avoid Robb's sight or looked down at the ground. Your Majesty, I do. A clear voice came from far away in the conference hall. Robb looked up and saw that Patrick Mallister, who had been standing silently behind Lord Jason of Sea Forest, took a step forward and repeated what he had just said. Patrick and Edgemere were close friends, and also monarchs and subjects. He had always been instilled with a spirit of fearlessness by his father, so he stood up bravely at this moment. Lord Jason looked at his son taking on this envoy mission without any strange expression on his face. Very well, Patrick, I'll trouble you this time. If Uncle Edgemere is still alive, the prisoners we can exchange include Lord of the Golden Tooth, Leo Lefford, and 6 or 7 Lannisters brought back from Casterly Rock, both direct and collateral descendants. If Tywin insists on not exchanging you, or detains you without regard for the dignity of the nobility, don't worry, I promise to lead the army personally to rescue you. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to complete this task. As soon as Robb finished speaking, Patrick nodded and replied, moved and excited. Well, good. I believe you. At present, Reveron cannot accommodate our army, and most of the soldiers are camped outside the city. Dear lords, please control your soldiers, otherwise don't blame the military law for being ruthless. When the scout cavalry obtains the movement of Tywin's army, they will be ready to fight at any time, to retake the lost land. Yes, as you command, your majesty. Your majesty, please rest assured that we will control them. Seeing Robb emphasize military law and discipline again, the Earls of the North, who had already experienced it deeply, immediately answered loudly. The Earls of the Riverland had an indifferent expression, but at this moment, there were not many of their soldiers left in Reveron. Squeak. Your Majesty, a raven letter from Winterfell. Near the end of the meeting, a white-haired, very old Maester pushed open the door and said to Robb, "That's it for today. Gendry, give me the letter in Maester Waemon's hand." Robb announced the adjournment of the meeting loudly and asked Gendry, who was doing his duty as a servant, to get the letter from Maester Waemon. All the earls immediately stood up and bowed to leave. Robb took the raven letter and started to read it. But as he scanned the contents of the letter, his expression became more and more gloomy. Your Majesty, what happened in Winterfell? When all the northern earls left the meeting hall, Gendry, who had become more and more familiar with Robb, saw his expression and asked cautiously, "A miracle happened in the north. The heart tree, that we secretly killed, has regained its vitality and is more luxuriant. And then, my brother Brandon Stark disappeared in Winterfell. Thanks to the arbitration agency for the 500-point reward, forced in search of truth, the wind and the autumn water, JCCG 1008, Chief, Fengian, Little Lamp Spirit, like the early bird, Kagira Immortal, Superpower, Book Friend. 2018022020252554. Book friend 202108040649385525. Brackets laugh KHX, whose cabbage, innocent red dust, quit being impatient and giving reasons. Esley, book friend 2,021,072,423, 3,641,639. Look, it's moving. Zushu Gangzi, book friend. 2017050118265539. Book friend 130,820,143,801,585. I want to be quiet ZZ. Fengaio Zongfly, book friend 201702111914344489. Crazy Wolferman, extra row, July S, 89,416. Book friend. 202204160741083444. Hendu and Chuanan, red, blue, and white. Just type, no opinion. I just woke up. The monthly votes cast by the big guys. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and following all the big guys here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, many big guys voted for the monthly vote today. I should have written more. But I worked overtime at night, and I hurried back to write and just caught up. Tomorrow I will update at least 6,000 words. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135 Destruction. Crack, crack, crack. A few days after the last meeting at Reveron, rows of energetic and high-spirited northern soldiers were ready to go at the temporary camp outside Reveron. During this time, Theon was leading the Iron Fleet, supervising the newly surrendered and renamed Northern Fleet, and transporting the westerly civilians who were temporarily transported to the Iron Islands to the north. Therefore, the actual combat strength of the Northern Army is currently around 25,000, with 2,000 remaining in the Twins and 5,000 in Reveron. The original 2,000 guards of Reveron, plus 16,000 Northern soldiers, totaling 18,000 people, were divided into three groups of 6,000 troops to recapture Raventree, Stonehenge, and Derry. The commander-in-chief of the army to recapture Raventree was Earl Titus. The one who recaptured Stonehenge was Earl Rickard, and the one who recaptured Derry was Earl Jason. The three earls chosen by Robb were all recognized by him and Brynden. They all have the talent to lead troops and the basic ability to judge the situation of war. Brynden continued to stay in Reveron, taking the responsibility of central control and command. After the supply from Casterly Rock, the heavy cavalry of Winterfell, which had expanded to 1,000 people, was left in Reveron as a trump card. Robb seemed to see a dangerous flame on his base because of the Raven letter a few days ago. He was ready to lead 2,000 light cavalry of Winterfell to rush back to Winterfell to put out the fire. Of course, the premise of such a deployment of troops was the intelligence sent back by Little John and Eddard. As Robb expected, Tywin's army was stationed in Harrenhal, and all the roads to the south and the west were blocked. However, according to the intelligence obtained by Clay, another important reason for Tywin to make such a move in a short time was that Stannis, who had been preparing for war at Bitterbridge and continued to recruit troops, led his nearly 40,000 army and began to move towards King's Landing. Robb had already communicated with Brynden in detail about this situation in advance. If the scout cavalry confirms that Tywin's army has left Harrenhal and returned to King's Landing, then Brynden will lead all the troops of Reveron to join the three armies that have recovered the lost land in the Riverlands and attack Harrenhal and other strongholds of the Westerland army with all their strength. Take this opportunity to remove all the nails left by the Westerland army in the Riverlands. If Tywin chooses not to return to help, then it depends on whether the thousands of gold cloaks in King's Landing can stop Stannis' 40,000 troops. In the past few months, the situation in Westeros has changed dramatically. Now, it is Tywin's turn to make this dilemma. Let's go. Robb, riding on Bloodwind, waved his hand heavily and gave a loud order. At the temporary camp outside Reveron, the 20,000 soldiers lined up neatly and divided into 4 teams, each heading in different directions. Huala, huala. A large rowing warship with sails shining golden in the sun and a flaming stag on its sails was sailing off the Whispering Bay of the Sunset Sea. Directly south of the Whispering Bay was the Arbor and the Red Wine Strait. This sea area was exactly the boundary between the Sunset Sea and the Summer Sea. Davos stood on the deck of the large rowing warship named Droth, observing the sea conditions with a very focused frown. Although the journey from the Summer Sea was very smooth, he always had a slight sense of uneasiness in his heart. On the left and right sides of the Roth were 2 large rowing warships that were only slightly smaller than it, named Sea Stag and Duke Stephen. These 3 rowing warships with obviously high-end configurations were the 3 leading flagships of Stannis' royal fleet. Behind them, 10 rows of 20 warships in each row, also flying the flaming stag flag, were following the ship in a mighty manner, directly occupying the entire sea surface. The royal fleet originally had only 160 warships, and the other 40 warships were composed of pirates recruited by Davos, Salada's son, and other hired fleets from the Narrow Sea and Mere. Their ships were of various types, ranging from rowing warships to ordinary sailing ships, large sailing ships, and flat-bottomed boats. More than half a month ago, Stannis, who was preparing for war at Bitterbridge, received a letter of help from the Florent family of Brightwater. As the family of his queen, it was also the first family that began to give him the greatest help. In public and private, he needed to send troops to rescue and demonstrate his kingly demeanor. Since the land route had been blocked by the 2 castles of Highgarden and Hornhill, Stannis immediately ordered his brother-in-law Imry Florent and Davos to lead all the fleets to help. The journey from Shipbreaker Bay to Whispering Bay was long. Stannis completed the army at Bitterbridge. After expanding the army, he led his army to slowly approach King's Landing. He planned to surround King's Landing first, and then attack from both land and sea after his fleet helped Brightwater out. Moreover, siege is the most challenging. King's Landing has nearly 500,000 civilians, but only a few thousand gold cloaks to defend the city. Stannis thought that when Davos and his men led the fleet to King's Landing, the Red Castle might have been filled with his flaming stag flags. Signal them, retract the sails and slow down. As the royal fleet sailed into the inner sea of Whispering Bay, Davos felt more uneasy and gave his orders to the crew around him. Davos's order spread throughout the royal fleet with the flag signal of the Fury. This mighty and aggressive fleet immediately retracted its sails and slowed down. Bang! The Sea Stag on the left side of the Fury slowly approached, and a gangplank was placed from the Sea Stag to the Fury. Deputy Commander Davos, we can reach Brightwater in 1 more day, but you are lowering the sails of the entire fleet and slowing down. Now, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The commander of the royal fleet, Imry Florent, jumped from his flagship onto the deck of the Wrath in a few steps through the gangplank. He spoke loudly to Davos in a tone that was obviously suppressing his anger. Commander Imry, our original plan was to go through Old Town and turn to the Mead River and finally reach Brightwater. Not far ahead is Old Town, which is one of the most important ports in the Seven Kingdoms, and its prosperity is second only to King's Landing. Davos saluted Imry very politely, pointed in the direction of Old Town, and spoke. So what? What do you want to say? Looking at Davos, who was asking him a riddle, Imry felt that his anger was about to reach its peak. There are no ships. Commander Imry, we haven't seen a single merchant ship since we entered Whispering Bay. How could such a situation happen in a prosperous port like Old Town? There must be something wrong. Problem? What's the problem? Tell me. Then we will start to return now and tell His Majesty Stannis that we didn't see any ships in front of Old Town and felt something was wrong, so we came back. Is that okay? Davos Seaworth. Imry couldn't control his emotions when he heard Davos' words and shouted at him angrily. The other crew members on the Fury looked down at the deck when they saw the two fleet commanders arguing, fearing that they would get into trouble for no reason. That's not what I meant, Commander Imry. Okay, I don't want to hear any more from you. Davos, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Davos wanted to continue explaining, but was interrupted by Imry, who was so angry that his face turned red and his neck was thick. When we passed the Arbor and the Red Wine Strait before, you also said that there was something wrong. We docked and waited for 2 or 3 days, but what happened? His Majesty Stannis values you and promoted you, a smuggler, to the deputy commander of the fleet. He also gave you the command of his own ship, the Fury. Please don't let him down. Our Florent family has been besieged by 20,000 Highgarden troops for more than half a month. If there is any problem with this rescue operation, you cannot bear the responsibility. Imry was very emotional. While talking loudly, he walked to the front of Davos. At the end of his speech, he stretched out his right hand and poked Davos' left chest several times with his right index finger. Davos took 2 steps back after being poked by Imry. He wanted to say something else, but after hearing the word smuggler, he pursed his lips and looked down at the deck beside him and stopped talking. From now on, the Fury no longer has command authority. All commands will be subject to the signal of the Sea Deer. After venting his anger, Imry, who had calmed down a little, glanced around and gave his orders to the hundreds of crew members of the Fury. Yes, Commander. Hearing this, the crew members of the Fury quickly saluted and replied. After this little episode, the Sea Deer took the lead and sailed in the front and sent a signal to the Royal Fleet behind to advance at full speed. The entire Royal Fleet set sail again and headed towards Old Town in a mighty manner. The Royal Fleet sailed at full speed for half a day and arrived at Old Town, the most prosperous port in Westeros. The most conspicuous thing in Old Town is a tall tower built on an island with a blazing flame on the top day and night. Its name is the Towering Tower. It is the home castle of the Hightower family, one of the most powerful noble families in the River Reach. The Towering Tower serves as both a castle and a lighthouse. It is the tallest building in the entire Westeros continent, even taller than the Wall. The residents of Old Town can tell the time of the day by looking at the direction of the shadow cast by the Towering Tower. Since the Towering Tower stands at the mouth of the Mead River, the Royal Fleet needs to bypass it to the left and right and enter the inland waterway of the Mead River. When the Royal Fleet entered the port area of Old Town, Imry also clearly felt something was wrong. The entire Old Town was too quiet, as if all the people and ships in this bustling city had disappeared. But the Royal Fleet had already entered, and Imry could only bite the bullet and command the Sea Deer to continue moving forward. Bang! The Sea Deer was about to bypass the left side of the Towering Tower. Suddenly, the Sea Deer seemed to hit a reef, and the whole ship shook violently and could not move forward. Woo! A horn with strong penetrating power sounded. Countless soldiers appeared on the walls of the Towering Tower, holding bows and arrows, and shooting flaming rockets at the Royal Fleet below. At the same time, hundreds of small rowing warships hidden in the port area appeared in front of the Royal Fleet, and headed towards the Royal Fleet. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Without the signal from the sea stag, the lookout sentinels on the masts of the large and small warships of the royal fleet immediately sounded the alarm loudly. Don't panic, order the rowers on the left to stop and cross the Roth on the water. Everyone else, take your positions, load the deck crossbows, adjust the direction of the catapults, and prepare for the attack. On the Roth behind the sea stag, seeing that there was indeed an ambush, Davos grabbed a young crew member beside him, shouted to stop the crew's commotion, and issued battle orders in an orderly manner. Seeing that Davos was so calm, the crew of the Roth calmed down and acted according to his command. The Roth was once Stannis' flagship. It was a large rowing warship with 300 rowers and 3 decks. Its decks were lined with crossbows, and an adjustable trebuchet was placed at the bow and stern. These small rowing warships of the Hightower family, with the family emblem of the Tower of Heaven hanging on them, quickly approached the Sea Deer. With the cover of the soldiers on the walls of the Tower of Heaven, they directly threw out a soft ladder with a hook and forcibly landed on the Sea Deer. Because it is a small boat with a shallow draft, there is no ambush in the water. Davos had been observing the situation of the Sea Deer. He whispered to himself, and felt that the Fury had adjusted its direction, and immediately ordered loudly, crossbow target, the enemy in front of the Sea Deer. Trebuchet target, the enemy on the castle, start attacking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unlike the giant crossbow, the crossbows did not fire arrows, but steel spears with terrifying air-breaking sounds. Bang! A steel spear with powerful kinetic energy accurately hit a small rowing warship, and immediately sawdust flew. The steel spear penetrated the bottom of the warship directly, and seawater rushed into the warship through the hole. This happened to warships attacked by crossbows, let alone humans. Those who were unlucky enough to be hit by the steel spears instantly lost part of their bodies and became incomplete. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 catapults in front and behind the Fury, after adjustment, began to throw burning asphalt barrels at the enemies on the walls of the towering tower. This was originally used to deal with other warships, but the crossbow had no angle to attack upwards, so Davos could only use the catapult to suppress the enemies of the towering tower. However, the effect was unexpectedly good. These burning asphalt barrels thrown by the catapults in a parabola began to sprinkle the heated asphalt in the air. The soldiers on the towering tower were caught off guard and were directly doused by the boiling asphalt falling from the sky. Ah! Suddenly, shrill screams came from the towering tower. Not to mention the high temperature burns of these asphalts, it is also irritating and corrosive, which can easily cause the injured soldiers to go into shock and die of infection. The Sea Deer and the Duke of Stephen are both large rowing warships equipped with 200 oars. They are commanded by him personally. But now, the Sea Deer is forced to stop on the left side of the towering tower, while the Duke of Stephen stops on the right side. But their warships are also equipped with crossbows and catapults. After the initial panic of being ambushed, they began to fight back. The ambush battle of the towering tower became a little strange for a while, and the ambushed party began to suppress the ambushing party. However, this is only temporary. Crash, crash. Behind the royal fleet, the pirate Salado San, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, looked at the entire Whispering Bay inland sea with a dull face. At least more than 250 warships are occupying his field of vision, and they are coming towards the royal fleet unwaveringly. Most of these 200 or 300 warships were flying the family emblem of purple grapes on a blue background, and a few were flying the towering tower family emblem of the Hightower family. At the front of the fleet was a 3-masted large rowing warship with a magnificent hull, 3 huge wine red sails, and oars painted in gold and white. This was the flagship of the Red Wine Fleet, the Queen of the Blue Pavilion. Next to it was a large warship with 4 rows of oars, that was no smaller than it. This was the flagship of the Hightower Fleet, the Glory of Old Town. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was obvious that this strategic level large warship must be armed to the teeth. Before they got close, more than a dozen burning asphalt barrels were thrown at the royal fleet by their catapults. It was really ironic. The royal fleet had just used this trick to attack the enemy in front, and its comrades in the rear suffered from this trick. The rear half of the royal fleet was mainly composed of small warships composed of pirates and mercenary fleets. They had no power to fight back against this long-range attack. Ah, wow. Suddenly, screams rang out in the attacked area. The decks and sails of many small warships were ignited by the asphalt and began to rise with blazing fires accompanied by choking smoke. Run away along both sides of the coast. Salada, who has been a smuggler, sea merchant, mercenary, pirate and other professions for many years, knew the outcome of this naval battle at a glance. He pulled his throat and gave his crew the order to escape at the loudest voice. Salada's flagship, the Valyrian, is actually a large rowing warship with 300 oars. But he didn't even think about fighting head-on. He took several of his own warships, turned the bow, and fled from the left and right sides along the coastline of Old Town. The more than 30 mercenary fleets from the narrow sea and me were not blind. When they saw Salada running away, they followed suit and fled with them. In this scene of hundreds of warships fighting, it might not be a big deal for a few warships to escape. But nearly 40 ships escaped at the same time, and this target was a bit too conspicuous. The signal was sent from the King Queen, and 30 warships were sent out from the left and right wings of the huge joint fleet, and they began to chase and intercept the nearly 40 warships that were escaping, with a posture of annihilation. Crash, crash, snap. As the distance continued to shorten, the King Queen directly hit a small warship of the royal fleet that was lying on the sea surface for defense. The bow ram of the King Queen deeply penetrated the middle of the small warship of the royal fleet. With its own powerful kinetic energy and weight, after a crisp sound, the King Queen directly smashed the small warship into two parts from the middle. Bang! After breaking the small warship, the King Queen continued to hit a large rowing warship of the royal fleet before stopping. Bang, bang, bang. The springboard with the hook was thrown down, and the soldiers wearing the armor of the Redwind family rushed to the warship of the royal fleet. Tell them that those who are willing to pledge allegiance to Renly II can kneel down and live. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. On the bow of the Queen of the Blue Arbor stood a fully armed man with sagging shoulders, a thin figure, and only a few tufts of orange-yellow hair on his bald head. He was shouting at his family soldiers. Yes, Lord Paxter. These Red Wine family soldiers nodded and replied to Earl Paxter. While jumping on board to fight, they shouted that they would be loyal to Renly II and would not be killed. Not to mention, after shouting, some of the royal fleet soldiers, who were ambushed and had a large gap in the strength of the enemy and us, knelt down and surrendered directly. Davos had already seen that the rear of the royal fleet was attacked, but he had no time to care about it now. When dozens of small warships of the Hightower family approached the Sea Deer and the Duke Stephen, fearing accidental injuries, he could not continue to let the crew of the Fury attack. At this moment, the Sea Stag and the Duke Stephen were engaged in a bloody and brutal boarding battle. At the same time, the soldiers on the walls of the towering tower seemed to have finally prepared the city defense equipment. Various catapults and crossbows began to be used one after another. The Fury alone could no longer suppress them. No, this will continue. His Majesty Stannis's royal fleet is finished. This battlefield was extremely noisy, but Davos's thoughts were extremely clear. In his eyes, the entire battlefield seemed to slow down. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the left side of the coast of Old Town, where 30 Red Wine fleets were chasing the Valyrian of Salada. Turn the bow and prepare to retreat. Send a signal to all warships, and all those who can still move should break through to the left side of the coast. Captain's order, turn the bow. As Davos gave the order, the Fury, which was already parked horizontally, turned the bow relatively easily. At the same time, hundreds of oarsmen in the cabin shouted and paddled hard, and the speed of the Wrath began to increase. As soon as the conspicuous Wrath began to move, the handsome Sir Baelor Hightower, the eldest son and heir of Old Town Earl Leighton Hightower, on the glory of Old Town, immediately noticed its intention. The target is the enemy's flagship. Go full speed, ram it and intercept it. After Sir Baelor turned around and gave his order, the 4 rows of oars of the glory of Old Town rowed at the same time, and it rushed straight to the Wrath at a very fast speed. Enemy ships approaching on the right. Enemy ships approaching on the right. Just as Sir Baelor discovered the Wrath, the conspicuous glory of Old Town was also discovered by the crew of the Wrath, and they loudly reminded Davos. But Davos was powerless. Being intercepted in such a situation basically lost the chance of escape. Prepare for a boarding battle. Davos looked at the glory of Old Town approaching quickly, drew his long sword from his waist, and prepared to be loyal to his majesty Stannis and fight the last battle of his life. Bang! The ram of the glory of Old Town pierced straight into the middle of the warship, and the two warships shook violently due to the collision. Davos on the Fury looked at a large rowing warship of the royal fleet that suddenly blocked his way, and seemed to think of something. The violent shaking slowly calmed down. On the warship that collided with the glory of Old Town, a young man who looked a bit like Davos climbed up from the deck, and shouted to Davos on the Fury, "Father, go. Mathis, no, come here quickly. Let's leave together." Looking at his son, Davos immediately shouted loudly, and at the same time, stretched out his left hand, as if he wanted to grab him. However, the Fury was not intercepted, and with the increasingly smooth rhythm of the rowers, it quickly moved away from the two warships that collided with each other. No. He watched his son drown in a group of Hightower family soldiers from afar. Davos, with tears streaming down his face, collapsed on the side of the Wrath. The chaos on the Sea of Old Town lasted for a long time. Nearly 300 warships attacked each other, and warships were constantly burned by flames, and lives were constantly lost in this battle. Because of the pirate Saladar, a loophole was created in the encirclement of the Red Wine fleet and the Hightower fleet. Davos escaped with the Wrath and more than 20 warships of the royal fleet. Although Stannis' fleet was not completely annihilated, it was basically unable to compete with other large fleets, and withdrew from the ranks of competing for maritime hegemony. At the same time, because the rescue was not successful, Brightwater, which was besieged by Randall Tully, was in danger. Stannis, who had accepted the remnants of Renly, and was in a good situation, saw his strength plummet. Thanks to the talking banana, to the left. Whose cabbage, half a cigarette in the middle of the night, rainbow of the sky, Mo Yashing Jew, like the early bird, Thegodoff kill, book friend 202170727102257581, book friend 2021080406493855, Devilpal, Woo-GKO, return from this trip, book friend 202112271459042016197115, Bachan, Year 12, Book Friends 202106201505114333, Muan Sanrun, Li Yusufeng Dangsindang, Book Friends 201802202002525554. Book Friends 2017122180554880. King Chehezi, a red demon wolfer, the Lord against heaven, 10 years of novel life, theory expert, Lord How, I add you, almost want to break the red dust, Book Friends. 160,707,173,914,899 voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and following all the big guys here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I said yesterday that I would update more than 6,000 today, and I will do it. Chapter 136 Wolfpack. The sky of Old Town was covered by dozens of thick smoke, and blood and corpses filled the waters under the towering towers. The Old Town, which was originally as beautiful as an oil painting, seemed like the end of the world at this moment. However, the current situation is indeed the end of the world for Imri. Maybe he knew that even if he surrendered, his end would not be too good. So, he led the crew of the Sea Deer and fought to the end. Because of the loopholes in the encirclement, dozens of enemy warships escaped. Earl Paxter was very angry and ordered his soldiers to attack with all their strength and kill all the enemies who resisted stubbornly. The later stage of this ambush in Old Town was a one-sided massacre, which ended quickly. The victorious party began to collect the spoils and clean up the battlefield and clear the sea route to Old Town as soon as possible. What a great victory. Earl Paxter, I didn't expect you to fully support that Renly second. Aren't your twin sons left as hostages in King's Landing? After the battle, Sir Bela boarded the Queen of the Green Arbor, approached Earl Paxter, and asked, "Hey, the hand of the King of Renly II is my cousin. Just because the Queen of Thorns is your aunt, you don't care about the life and death of your twin sons?" Earl Paxter, we are also comrades in arms. We can be honest with each other and deepen the friendship between our two families. Sir Bela shook his head when he heard his words, not believing what he said. Honest? Hey, I said, there is an adult who will protect their safety. Do you believe it? Then your Hightower family has always lived in Old Town. Why do you fully support Renly II this time? Then I said, there is an adult who made my father change his mind. Earl Paxter, do you believe it? Of course I believe it. It seems that our friendship has deepened again. Yes, haha. The two winners of the riddle smiled at the end, but there was no smile in their eyes. As time passed, the news that the royal fleet was destroyed by the combined fleet of Redwyne and Hightower spread throughout the southern border. Bang, bang. Stannis, who was stationed in the royal forest south of King's Landing with nearly 40,000 troops, kept throwing things in his tent. Someone come. After venting his anger, Stannis shouted loudly outside the tent. Crack, crack, crack. The two fully armed guards guarding outside the tent heard the sound and ran in quickly. They bowed to Stannis and said, Your Majesty, what do you want? Notify Sir Good Morrigan and Sir Rolland Storm, and let them lead 10,000 people each to the north of King's Landing to block the Iron Gate, Dragon Gate, Old Gate, and God's Gate. I will personally lead troops to block the other 3 gates. Remind them that they only need to block the city gates. Without my order, they are not allowed to attack the city without authorization. Yes, Your Majesty. The two guards heard Stannis' order and nodded immediately in reply. Stannis, who only knew that his fleet was destroyed and didn't know that Davos had escaped by chance, gave his order, and then he showed a tired look on his face and waved his hand to let the two guards retreat, go, and inform them. By the way, call someone to clean up here. Da da da. Robb had no idea about the war in the south of Westeros. He was passing through the King's Road and came to the fortress of Moat Cailin. However, when Robb came to Moat Cailin, he almost didn't recognize this abandoned fortress that had been abandoned. Trog was indeed a practical talent. When Robb went to the Iron Islands, he ordered him to lead 2,000 people to defend Moat Cailin. As a result, except for the first few days of the war, when the Free family kept sending heads, there was no war afterwards. Trog, who couldn't sit still, divided the 2,000 northern soldiers into several groups, and each group took turns to guard. The other soldiers began to repair and rebuild Moat Cailin. The 3 remaining towers were basically repaired. The already tilted Drunken Tower was reinforced with dozens of thick tree trunks at its tilted southwest corner. Below the tower, the wall defending the north has also been rebuilt. Although it is only a few feet high, it is still a defensive fortification against attacks from the north. Apart from the new and old appearance of the Cailin Bay, the repair work was done very well this time, making it suitable for long-term garrison. Moreover, since the North and the Iron Islands are already allies on the same front, when Theon was carrying out the transfer of civilians in the West, he built a small village at the source of the Heatwave River for convenience. Where there are people, there are business opportunities. Many traveling merchants who were temporarily trapped in the North because of the war saw the business opportunities in this small transit village and moved in one after another, making this small village actually begin to prosper. Because it is close to Cailin Bay, it was directly named Cailin Village by everyone. After Robb inspected the entire changed Cailin Bay, he praised Trog generously. Moreover, he was told to take care of it and help the development of Cailin Village. Although Cailin Village could not become a large port like White Harbor due to the limitation of the surface of the Heatwave River, it could become a convenient road for the north to go to the Iron Islands and then to the west. After resting for a night in Cailin Bay, Robb set off directly to Winterfell. He didn't need to worry about Trog's garrisoning Cailin Bay at all. They had logistics troops among them, and consumables such as arrows could be manufactured by themselves. As for other military rations and baggage, Robb asked Theon to transport the civilians of the West to Cailin Bay in advance. The current military rations reserves were enough for them to eat for half a year. A few days later, Robb, who had been traveling all the time, returned to Winterfell, his home after several months away. Like Cailin Bay, Winterfell has also undergone significant changes. Due to the influx of a large number of civilians from the west, the winter market has expanded more than doubled in all directions. The raw materials for these newly built wooden houses were all cut down from the wolf forest west of Winterfell by Lord Wyman and his subordinates, who led the civilians from the west. Well, Lord Wyman was invited to Winterfell by Robb in advance. Since Winterfell received a large amount of spoils and civilians from the west, he was worried that his mother Catelyn would not be able to handle it alone, so he specially asked Lord Wyman for help in advance. When Robb rode Bloodwind and led the 2,000 cavalrymen behind him into the winter market, many civilians were already standing on both sides, staring at them closely. However, the meaning of these civilians' eyes was different. The original civilians from the north looked at Robb with awe and admiration. The newly moved civilians from the west were afraid and confused. When they arrived at the south gate of Winterfell, Catelyn had already brought Lord Wyman, Sansa, Rickon, Jory, Daisy and others, waiting for him quietly. Greetings to the King of the Iron Islands, the North and the Riverlands. Seeing Robb approaching, except for Catelyn who stood to salute, everyone else knelt on one knee with a sense of ceremony, and shouted in unison. Greetings to the King of the Iron Islands, the North and the Riverlands. All the commoners in the winter fair, seeing the nobles kneeling to salute, how dare they stand, and they knelt down in a large group, and the shouts resounded throughout Winterfell. Everyone get up. Robb looked around, and then said in a deep voice in the direction of Catelyn. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off Bloodwind, walked forward, and hugged his relatives one by one. After that, after exchanging greetings with Earl Wyman and other subordinates, Robb hurriedly took Bloodwind to the kennel of Winterfell. The kennel is located in the south of the Godswood, not far from the training ground. After a while, Robb arrived at the door of the kennel. Robb, who was always careful, was about to open the door when he found a strange footprint on the path from the Godswood to the kennel. The second half of the footprint looked like a child's foot, but the first half was indeed 3 toes, and the front of the toes was not round, but cone-shaped like a wolf's claw. Maybe the child's footprint overlapped with the animal's. Robb shook his head, thinking strangely about the new member of the Bloodwind pack. He opened the door of the kennel and walked in. This kennel in Winterfell was very spacious. Winterfell once raised a large number of hounds, but later it was gradually abandoned because there were no dog trainers. Nymeria and Lady's wolf den was in the middle of the kennel. After Robb waited for Bloodwind to come in, he closed the door and walked towards the middle of the kennel. Abu. As if sensing someone approaching, Nymeria and Lady's warning growls came from the 2 separately modified wolf dens in the kennel. Robb, you have to be careful. I don't know why, they have been very aggressive recently. One of the servants was not paying attention when feeding, and had his arm torn off by them. Hearing their low roars, Robb's mind flashed back to what his mother Catelyn had just told him. Very aggressive? Protecting the cubs? With Bloodwind by his side, Robb, who was not worried at all, stepped forward quickly and stretched out his hand to push open the thick wooden door of the wolf den closest to him. Whoosh! As soon as the thick wooden door opened, the lady, who was obviously a circle bigger than before, rushed towards Robb without hesitation. Bang! Snap! Bloodwind's huge body rushed to Robb from the side at a very fast speed and directly knocked the lady away. The lady's wolf body hit the open wooden door of the wolf den heavily, knocking it down directly, and also knocked down another wooden door next to it. The somewhat dizzy lady got up from the ground and shook her huge wolf head. Behind her, a giant direwolf of the same size as her walked out of the wolf den with silent steps. Woo, woo. Robb initially thought that lady might have attacked directly to protect her cubs. But Nymeria came out of her wolf den alone, and after seeing Bloodwind, she also gave a warning growl and made an attacking posture. This abnormal situation was obviously wrong. Whoosh! Feeling the strong provocation from the 2 of them, Bloodwind slowly exhaled a cloud of white mist from his mouth, and at the same time, his whole body began to be filled with layers of white mist. As the white mist gradually covered his whole body, Bloodwind changed from a grey wolf to a white wolf. Seeing that Bloodwind and the others were going to get serious, Robb hurriedly walked towards the gate and gave them the middle position in the kennel. As if feeling the pressure from Bloodwind, Nymeria and Lady took the lead in attacking Bloodwind. They cooperated with each other very cleverly, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards Bloodwind at the same time. Although Nymeria and Lady were only a little shorter than Bloodwind, their fighting power was far from the same. Bloodwind stood still, watching their movements with his eyes, until they attacked him. Bloodwind suddenly made a move. He gently turned sideways, to avoid Nymeria's attack from the left, and opened his mouth wide to bite Nymeria's neck from top to bottom. At the same time, his two strong hind legs kicked back fiercely, accurately kicking the right side of Lady's body. Snap, bang. Nymeria was bitten on the back of the neck by Bloodwind's big mouth, and was directly pressed by its huge force to the ground of the kennel, turning into a big shape. Lady, who was kicked accurately by Bloodwind, flew out again, and hit the empty room on the right side of the kennel heavily. The places where Nymeria and Lady had physical contact with Bloodwind were covered with a layer of white mist, and there were obvious signs of frostbite. Woo, woo. Okay, Bloodwind. Robb saw Bloodwind's mouth slowly closing, and bright red blood was flowing from the back of Nymeria's neck, and she screamed. He immediately stopped its action. At this time, the lady on the side stood up again, slowly walked to Bloodwind who was biting Nymeria, lowered her body, and clamped the furry wolf tail between her legs to show her submission. Bloodwind heard Robb's order, and slowly loosened his wolf mouth. Nymeria immediately turned over, turned her body, and lay on her back on the ground, exposing her belly and neck to Bloodwind. This is a more direct gesture of submission and flattery than the lady. When they fought, Robb kept staring at the blood contract text on Bloodwind's body, and guessed in his heart. The only thing that changed about Bloodwind was the tribe, probably because it underwent an extraordinary transformation, and became a unique direwolf, which was no longer the same as the extraordinary direwolf tribe of Nymeria and the lady. Therefore, they did not recognize Bloodwind's position as the leader of the wolf pack, and began to launch provocative attacks. Of course, this was all Robb's own guess, and it was not too important whether it was right or not, because Bloodwind had already made them submit to him again with his own strength. Woo, woo. Perhaps sensing that the danger outside had disappeared, more than a dozen direwolves the size of 5-month-old puppies ran out of the two wolf dens with damaged wooden doors. Most of them had grey hair and yellow eyes, and a few had black hair and green eyes. As soon as this group of wolf cubs, which were much larger than Bloodwind's, came out, they circled around their mother twice. Then, while sniffing Bloodwind's scent, they approached him. Obviously, Bloodwind treated these harmless cubs much better than their mother. He let them drill around under him, and from time to time he used his nose to sniff their scent. Looking at Bloodwind's growing wolf pack, Robb was quite happy. He took 2 steps forward, and wanted to pet these wolf cubs. Unexpectedly, these cubs suddenly bared their teeth at him, and made a warning low whine. Just like before, Nymeria and Lady, before adding blood points. That's right, add points. Robb stared at Bloodwind, and found that the blood relationship option of the wolf pack had a plus sign on the blood contract data. He directly distributed the existing 50 blood contract points evenly, and voted for Nymeria and Lady's wolf cubs. A large amount of red mist rose from Robb's body, first sank into Bloodwind, then into Nymeria and Lady's bodies, and finally into the bodies of the 13 cubs. After being weakened layer by layer, the red mist that was finally invested in their bodies was less than a quarter of the thickness. As Robb expected, after the blood contract points were added, the 13 wolf cubs not only did not reject him, but also scrambled to jump around him to compete for his favor. Looking at the cute cubs, Robb seemed to see their heroic figures galloping on the battlefield in the future. Thanks to the immortal god of music, book friend 201705251503343944, forced in search of truth, Wu Ewing, time has passed, a piece of snowflake elves, book friend 2017804213038415, superpower 2, half a cigarette in the middle of the night, the dazzling moon palace, the thief will not leave empty-handed, the tigers B, S16,885,183. Shangshanal, Diodao Yaoting, Shan Hainanping, Minxie Call's sister, Kitta Paper, various control brothers, Bing Zhao 109, book friend 201780824130384415, all mortals have a death, Tick X, Liu Yumin. Zioyao Con Zioyao Island, and Fings Hangjian for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. There are big guys who responded to the water injection problem under the response. To be honest, there is really no ha. I know everyone wants to see the protagonist's perspective, but the protagonist has been back to Winterfell for at least half a month. During this time, battles are happening everywhere, so it is impossible to just pass it over in one stroke. I didn't write about the chaotic battles in Dawn and the Vale, but only the battles that will affect the overall situation. Then, the so-called water writing is an article that has no promotion to the plot, and it doesn't matter if it jumps. As for the last chapter, when Stannis attacked King's Landing, those who jumped to the next chapter must have been wondering where his royal fleet went, and why there was no Battle of the Blackwater. The main storyline has been moving forward, and there has been no inexplicable things or other side stories. There will be unexpected discoveries when returning to Winterfell, and you can guess. Finally, today is the last overtime. Starting in July, I will try to code more than 6,000 words a day. Chapter 137, Roundup, 6,000 chapters. Swish, boom, boom. The powerful ice passed through the neck of a criminal and easily beheaded him. The round head fell on the wooden floor of the temporary execution platform, making a series of muffled sounds. This temporary execution platform was built outside the winter market. At this time, thousands of civilians from the north and west were watching quietly, not daring to make any noise. Because, on one side of the execution platform, a huge monster was watching them silently. A small number of criminals beheaded on the execution platform were caught for stealing, robbery and other crimes in the early stage of the war. At that time, Robb took away most of the troops of Winterfell, and then, I don't know where the bad news came from, that Tywin's army surrounded Robb's army. These people had bad intentions, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Although the soldiers and civilians in the north are very united as a whole, there are always some rat shit with bad intentions. Most of the rest are due to the recent population surge in Winterfell and the lack of patrol and garrison troops, which has spawned many gang-like criminals. In fact, Robb learned about these situations on his way back through Sam's intelligence network that has covered the entire north. When he returned to Winterfell, the first political matter he dealt with was to use thundering means to reshape the order of Winterfell. Last night, 2,000 Winterfell light cavalry suddenly attacked. They first blocked the exits of the winter market, and then caught the turtle in the jar, based on the intelligence provided by Sam. In the end, the light cavalry arrested 132 criminals last night, and killed 12 criminals who resisted with weapons on the spot. Originally, according to Eddard's previous regulations, these criminals would not be executed, but sent to the Black Castle to serve as night watchmen. Perhaps this reason is also the reason why they dare to commit crimes. At most, they can be night watchmen. However, after yesterday's increase in points, Robb only had one blood point left, and he urgently needed blood points to supply the wolf cubs and enhance the magic attribute of Bloodwind. Therefore, Robb directly used the reason of using severe punishment in times of war, and divided the total of 163 criminals into two groups, and executed them in front of the winter market to set an example. After executing the 80 criminals in the morning, Robb handed the blood-stained ice to Gendry beside him, and then took the black cloak handed by him, and put it on his back. Let them clean up, and continue in the afternoon. Daisy, Gendry, let's go back to the kennel first, and then go to the Godswood to see the miracle. Robb ordered Daisy, whose face was flushed, and then turned over, and rode on Bloodwind, who was lying on the side. Daisy, who once again fulfilled her duties as the captain of the personal guard, nodded and led two war horses from the side. After cleaning up the bloodstains on the ice and sheathing the sword again, Gendry led it, and the three of them rode away together. It was not until Bloodwind carried Robb away that all the civilians who were watching began to talk about it and express their emotions. Recently, this group of criminals, composed of people from the north and west, have been constantly oppressing and bullying them, making the civilians in the winter market dare not speak out. Now, Robb personally took action to punish the wicked. The civilians in the winter market applauded at the pile of criminal heads that had been piled up, and praised Robb for his justice and wisdom. 80 criminals were executed in the morning, and a total of 160 blood bond points were obtained. When Robb was executing, he added 2 points of magic power to Bloodwind in real time. After Robb arrived at the kennel, he directly distributed the remaining 61 blood bond points to 30 points each, and gave them to the blood wolf cubs. Nymeria and Lady, in poor spirits, lay in the wolf den to recover from their injuries. The added red mist passed through them, which more or less benefited them. Their injuries were obviously much better than last night. After playing with the lively little wolf cub for a while, Robb and Bloodwind left the kennel and headed for the nearby Godswood. Snap, snap. Robb stepped on the fallen leaves that covered the ground in the Godswood and came to the clear, calm, and ripple-free lake. The heart tree, which was at least 3 people's embrace thick and had lush green branches and leaves, came into his sight. It's really resurrected. Does the three-eyed raven have this ability? Before the expedition, Robb had come to see the effect of high concentration salt water in person. At that time, all the leaves of the heart tree had fallen, and the bare trunk was also mottled with a dead grey. No matter how you look at it, the heart tree is definitely withered and dead. But he didn't expect that the three-eyed raven had the ability to revitalize plants. Robb had to think carefully about how to deal with this three-eyed raven hiding in the dark. Just as Robb lowered his head to think, he accidentally saw a strange footprint on the soil near the heart tree. It was exactly the same as what he found in front of the kennel gate yesterday. Once, it was just a coincidence that the footprints of a child and an animal overlapped, but seeing such footprints twice made Robb start to observe carefully. Clang, swish. After looking at the strange footprints and pondering for a while, Robb suddenly turned around and pulled out the ice from Jendra's hand and stabbed the sword into the mud next to the strange footprints. The ice did not encounter much resistance and easily inserted most of the sword. Robb shook it left and right twice to feel the feel. Then he pulled out the ice, walked to the other side of the small lake away from the heart tree, and stabbed the sword into the mud under his feet again. This time, the ice was obviously not inserted as deep as before, and the sword was only inserted less than half. Robb then changed several places to insert the sword, clear all the fallen leaves around the heart tree, and move them to the side. After shaking the ice left and right twice again, Robb nodded secretly, pulled out the ice, and ordered Gendry and Daisy. Yes, your majesty. The two of them had been watching Robb's strange behavior quietly. After hearing the order, they answered and immediately took action. Swish, swish. Gendry and the other man squatted on the ground, constantly scratching the fallen leaves with their hands. Soon, the fallen leaves around the heart tree were cleared away by the two of them. No miracle happened. This heart tree is not the one that withered and died before. After carefully observing the soil around the heart tree, Robb exhaled a breath of relief and told Gendry and Daisy his conclusion after observation. Not a miracle, your majesty. What do you mean by this? This heart tree has been replaced? How did you see that? I think it is exactly the same as before. Gendry's mind reacted immediately after hearing this. He turned his head and looked at the heart tree next to him and said, I just tested it with ice, and the soil near the heart tree is softer than other places. It was blocked by these fallen leaves just now. Now you see, the color of the soil around the heart tree is different from the one next to it. This shows that this large piece of soil has been turned over recently. Robb heard Gendry's words and began to explain to him the significance of inserting the sword into the soil just now and asking them to clean up the fallen leaves. Seeing that Gendry and Daisy both had a look of sudden enlightenment, Robb continued, as long as their growth is not deliberately restricted, weirwoods actually look similar. If we choose a similar one to replace it, those of us who are not familiar with it will really not be able to tell the difference. However, as long as this is not a miracle, the person who did it will definitely leave traces. If the withered heart tree is burned, it will definitely make a lot of noise and attract everyone's attention. Therefore, it must be hidden somewhere in the Godswood. However, it doesn't matter, because I'm sure that my judgment is correct. By the way, Lady Catelyn heard that a miracle had occurred, and the heart tree was resurrected. She asked me to accompany her to pray. After the prayer, when we returned to the inner castle, she said that this heart tree seemed a little different. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. When your majesty said this, I remembered it. After hearing what Robb said, Daisy's memory flashed in her mind, and she immediately spoke. Well, my mother often comes to the Godswood, and she should have noticed the difference in the heart tree. But even if the godswood is usually unnoticed, the heart tree is so large that it must require a lot of people and equipment to replace it. There hasn't been any large-scale movement of people and equipment in Winterfell recently. Daisy spoke up about the key issue of replacing the heart tree that Robb mentioned. Gendry, who had been listening silently, heard Daisy's orderly analysis and his eyes were full of admiration for her. Well, this is also what I felt confused about at the beginning. But look at this footprint. Robb nodded and pointed to the strange footprint next to the heart tree and said, I saw it at the door of the kennel yesterday, but it may be because there are people coming and going over there, so the footprint is much lighter than this one. This doesn't look like a human footprint. Yeah, that's right. It's definitely not a human footprint. Looking at the strange footprint, Gendry's pupils dilated, and he hesitated to say his judgment. Daisy heard it, and immediately nodded in agreement. An ancient wise man once said, exclude the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. So, although some of it is hard for us to accept, it was not a human who replaced the heart tree. Looking at the shocked Gendry and Daisy, Robb turned his head to look towards the distant north, and told the truth as he judged it in his heart. Daisy, where did the rumors of a miracle happening in the north and the revival of the withered heart tree begin? Hearing Robb's question, Daisy looked up at the tall heart tree, thought for a while, and said, because I'm secretly leading people to do this, I'm very concerned about the revival of the heart tree. Well, it was first reported from the last half. The heart tree of their godswood was the last to wither and die. So, after the miracle happened, the Umber family made a big publicity. They are the family most protected by the old gods. Then, it was Kaha, the Dreadfort, and Winterfell. And 7, where the miracle just came out, before you came back. Yes, if I remember correctly, the order is like this. It is true. The order in which these heart trees revived is their movement trajectory from north to south. Listening to Daisy's story, the map of the north in Robb's mind outlined a route of action, and he said very confidently, the castles that are relatively close to 7 include Torrhen's Square, Hornwood, and Deepwood Motte. In terms of distance, Torrhen Square is closer, but the godswood of the Talhot family has always planted their family emblem, the sentinel tree. So, Gendry, go and notify all the cavalry to gather and prepare. I will find someone to prepare some things, and then go to Deepwood Motte immediately. As you command, your majesty. Gendry did not ask any more questions. After receiving the order, he turned around and ran towards the place where they placed their horses outside the godswood. Your majesty, why do you think their next target is Deepwood Motte? Looking at Gendry who was running away, Daisy asked with some confusion. Because, compared to going to the bare Hornwood, they will subconsciously prefer Deepwood Motte, which is deep in the vast wolf forest. Robb recalled some basic knowledge he knew about them in his previous life, and answered very confidently. When the target was determined in mind, the things that happened in Winterfell made sense. Therefore, Nymeria and the lady suddenly became more aggressive, and Brandon suddenly took Osha and Hodder away from Winterfell. A few days later, in the Wolfwood outside Deepwood Motte. Deepwood Motte is located on a hill north of the Sea Dragon Point. It may be, because it is in the Wolfwood, and the tree resources are too abundant. The entire castle of Deepwood Motte is made of wood, and it is a wooden fortress. Due to the terrain, the godswood of Deepwood Motte is not built in the castle, but in the Wolfwood near it. Ned, are you sure that from Seven City to the godswood, it is this direction, right? Robb, who was quietly ambushing outside the godswood, asked a man beside him who was wrapped in thick animal fur and had most of his nose tip missing. Yes, your majesty. In addition to the road from Winterfell to Deepwood Motte, if you want to go to the godswood from the south through the Wolfwood, you must come from this direction. Ned, who had no nose, smiled on his terrifying face and answered very affirmatively. Ned the Tree is the best hunter and guide in the Tree clan living in the Wolfwood. After knowing Robb's intention, Lord Gabert of Deepwood Motte not only offered the soldiers of Deepwood Motte, but also asked this guide who was loyal to their family, to take Robb and his men to the Godwood. In his words, Ned is the person who knows the Wolfwood best in the world. Well, I hope they won't let me down. Robb looked at the heart tree that died of withering in the distance, nodded and whispered. On the first day of the ambush, there was no gain. On the second day, in order to keep the ambushing soldiers energetic, Robb divided the soldiers into two groups and took turns to ambush. However, there was still no gain on the second and third days, which made Robb begin to doubt his judgment. Until the fourth day, in the deep night with a full moon in the sky, there was finally movement in the wolfwood outside the godwood. 3 short figures, with the bright moonlight, nimbly moved through the wolfwood full of trees and thorns, and kept approaching the godwood. Robb, who was originally drowsy, immediately perked up and observed under Bloodwind's transmission. However, human vision is too weak at night. He relied on Bloodwind's continuous transmission to roughly know the specific movements of the 3 shadows. It was not until they came to the withered and dead heart tree that Robb, who was hiding not far away, could roughly see their general outlines by the moonlight. In this night, the specific appearance must be unclear, but from the perspective of their shapes, they are like 3 short human children. Just as Robb was concentrating on observing, a magical scene appeared in front of him. I saw 2 short figures walk to one side of the dead heart tree and lie down. Then, the 2 short figures seemed to turn into 2 squirming pieces of plasticine, and they kept twisting and growing. Finally, they were shaped into 2 woolly mammoths with a pair of thick and long fangs. Bang, bang. As soon as the woolly mammoth took shape, it used its thick and long tusks to hit the roots of the dead heart tree continuously, making a low and muffled sound. Crack. Before long, the dead heart tree broke and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the 2 woolly mammoths used their tusks very skillfully to fork the dead heart tree and move to the side. Ned, did you see those 3 shadows? We will round them up immediately. If anyone breaks through the encirclement and escapes, you will track them down immediately and leave a mark for us. Understand? Got it, Your Majesty. Looking at the destructive woolly mammoth, Robb's eyes were full of interest. He tilted his head and gave an order to Ned beside him, and then sent a message to Bloodwind, and the roundup began. AWW. A wolf howl with extremely strong penetrating power sounded, instantly spreading throughout the Godswood and Deepwood Castle not far away. After hearing the wolf howl, the 2 woolly mammoths immediately stopped their actions. The short figure who had been staying in the same place immediately ran towards the 2 woolly mammoths after hearing the wolf's howl, and kept shouting a strange language to them. The tone of this strange language was like singing, and even though the short figure's tone was anxious, it still gave people a beautiful and pleasant feeling. Da-da-da. Cha-cha-cha. After hearing the wolf's howl, countless torches suddenly lit up near the Godswood. These torches formed a circle, surrounding the entire Godswood. Thousands of encirclement teams composed of Winterfell cavalry and Deepwood Moor infantry were either riding war horses and cruising around the periphery, or marching in formation to shrink the encirclement and approaching. Moo. A woolly mammoth shook its big head left and right a few times towards the short figure. Then it opened its mouth, stretched out its thick trunk, and let out a loud roar at the countless torches that suddenly lit up around it. Boom, boom. After the roar, the woolly mammoth took heavy steps and ran in the direction they came from, like a tank leading the way. The other woolly mammoth, after listening to the strange language of the short figure, turned into a ball of twisted plasticine again. In the blink of an eye, the plasticine took shape, and it changed from a woolly mammoth to an adult grey-haired direwolf. The direwolf quickly came to the short figure, let it climb on its back, and then followed the woolly mammoth that led the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness outside the sacred forest, arrows kept shooting at this eye-catching and huge target. The thick skin of the woolly mammoth blocked many arrows. Even if there were sporadic arrows that broke through the defense and shot into the thick skin, they were blocked by the thick fat layer inside and could not cause any substantial damage. This scene vividly explained what it means to tickle. The woolly mammoth kept approaching the Deepwood Fort infantrymen who were marching in formation under the rain of arrows. When it crashed into the infantry formation, it set off a bloody storm. Bang, bang, ah. The first few Deepwood Fort infantrymen who came into contact with it suppressed their fear and stabbed the woolly mammoth with their spears. But as soon as they stabbed its thick skin, they were directly blown away by its huge force. The soldiers who were knocked away screamed, sprayed with blood, and fell in the dark wolf forest. The woolly mammoth used its powerful inertia to knock away more than a dozen Deepwood Fort infantrymen in a row, and then was surrounded by other infantrymen, and was constantly stabbed by them with spears. Although its skin was particularly thick, it could not withstand such destruction. In a flash, the woolly mammoth's thick limbs and the lower half of its body were covered in blood. Abu. With a low wolf howl, a direwolf carrying a small figure appeared in front of the group of Deepwood Fort infantrymen who were holding torches. With the light of many torches, they could clearly see the appearance of the small figure. From a distance, she looked like a little girl, except that she was wearing clothes woven from leaves and barks, and looked like a savage. However, her next action told everyone that she was definitely not an ordinary little girl. She took out a round black bowl the size of a palm from her leaf clothes and threw it towards the Deepwood Fort infantry group that was besieging the woolly mammoth. Kai kai. The round black bowl actually burned automatically in the air. Then a blue light appeared on the surface of the black bowl, and the light continued to increase until it finally turned into a meteor with a blue flame tail, falling into the Deepwood Fort infantry group. Bang! A ball of orange-red flames rose with the explosion, and at least 5 or 6 Deepwood Fort infantrymen were killed by the violent explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The little girl riding on the direwolf took out 3 more round black balls from her arms and threw them towards the Deepwood Fort infantrymen. In the continuous violent explosions, the Deepwood Fort infantrymen kept retreating. They were almost collapsed by the unknown round black ball. Whoosh! The 4th round ball explosion flame just rose up beside the woolly mammoth. A huge white shadow appeared behind it under the cover of the flame. Asterisk and %%. After the little girl on the direwolf found the huge white shadow, she immediately warned the woolly mammoth in a strange language. But it was still too slow. The huge white shadow jumped up from behind the woolly mammoth. It launched a surprise attack. Bloodwind's 2 sharp claws fiercely pierced into the left and right backs of the woolly mammoth and suddenly grabbed back, instantly tearing 2 deep blood marks on its body. Whoosh! Not only that, the ice breath that Bloodwind had prepared in his mouth was sprayed on the back of the woolly mammoth at close range. White ice crystals instantly covered its broad back and spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! The bloody woolly mammoth was hit so hard that its body, which was like a small mountain, fell heavily to the right, smashing many of the Deepwood Mott infantrymen into pulp. Before Bloodwind fell to the ground, he cleverly turned over and landed on the ground very easily. Robb, who had been sitting firmly on Bloodwind, looked at the direwolf opposite, which was much smaller than Bloodwind, and the child of the forest on its back. He spoke loudly. "Leaf, right? I know you can speak the common language of Westeros. Put down your weapons and let your companions return to their original forms. We can make some tea, some snacks, and sit down to have a good chat." While Robb was speaking, the woolly mammoth didn't know whether it was because of the serious injury or the time for transformation. It turned into a twisting piece of plasticine again and kept shrinking, and finally turned into a child of the forest who looked almost like Leaf. However, she was covered with scars, and even if she changed her form, the ice crystals condensed by the ice breath on her back still froze her back. It was precisely for this reason that the 2 wounds on her back that were torn by the Bloodwind did not bleed heavily. Yeezy looked at her tribesmen and uttered a sad song like the weeping blood of a cuckoo. Although Robb and the others did not understand the specific meaning, they were infected by the pure song and felt sad and even wanted to cry. The singing stopped abruptly. Yeezy took out a round black bowl from her arms again and threw it at the scarred son of the forest. At the same time, she shouted in the common language, "Human, don't even think about capturing us." Thanks to Eliot for the 500-point reward. Little Witch where to escape for the coin reward. Book friend 201908311101370001. ZCX. Book friend 2017012218055480. Linzing Mao. Zio where can the demon woman escape? All mortals must die. Mo Yashinju. Zai. Book friend 201807020833388065. Nangang Yai. Chonja Xiling. Book friend 150,118,002,941,849. Leah King. Du Yi Dynasty. Book friend 201905070242593969. Lazy someone who can't be helped up. Forgot when I was a child. Sweet mouth and a dagger in the heart. Great pirate LG. 10 years of novel life. Deluxe Edition, Scumbags, monthly tickets. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Thank you for voting in the previous ticket request event and all the big guys who support this book. This month, I will try to write more chapters of more than 6,000 words, which is considered a burst of updates. Thank you all. Chapter 138 Magic. Whoosh. A large amount of white mist mixed with ice crystal particles sprayed out from Zhu Feng's mouth. In a tornado-like rotation, it wrapped the round black ball emitting blue light in the air. Snap, snap. The ice crystal white mist whizzed past in the blink of an eye, spraying towards the sky in front, until the energy was exhausted and dissipated in the dark sky. The round black ball turned into a large ice block with irregular ice spikes on the surface, and fell on the grass in the wolf forest. When Zhu Feng attacked the woolly mammoth just now, she was facing away from Yeezy, so she was not very clear about what happened. Seeing the icy breath coming out of Bloodwind's mouth and freezing the round black ball, Yeezy's golden pupils suddenly shrank. She said to Robb loudly, "Magic? This is definitely not a direwolf. The man who destroys the future. Your other two direwolves are just bigger, but why can they use magic? The man who destroys the future? Haha, is this what the three-eyed raven calls me? I think you should call me the man who creates the future. Why does Bloodwind know magic? I still insist on my previous proposal. We can sit down and have a good talk. Moreover, look around. Even if your companion turns into a mammoth, you can't escape." From the beginning, Robb opened his mouth to talk to Yeezy in order to delay time. At this moment, the soldiers of Deepwood Fort, who were almost collapsed by the mysterious grenade of Yeezy, calmed down after seeing Robb enter the field. The encirclement of the Godswood Forest shrank inward again with Robb and his men as the center. Looking at the infantry in armor and holding weapons, and the cavalry riding horses waiting to enter the field, Yeezy shook her head and sighed. Alas, humans are indeed the most cunning race. And AMP. %. After sighing, Yeezy said something to the direwolf under her in a strange language, and then she began to sing. The pure and melodious singing sounded again, which was different from the singing that made people feel sad and cry just now. This time the singing was more of a peaceful and calm feeling, as if people were soaking in warm and comfortable warm water. This sense of comfort gradually made people's consciousness begin to blur. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a soldier from Deepwood Castle who surrounded Yeezy fell to the ground. Then, like a chain reaction, hundreds of surrounding soldiers fell to the ground one after another. From the sky above the Godswood Forest, the fallen soldiers radiated in a circle. When the first two rows of cavalrymen fell to the ground outside the Godswood Forest, this strange situation stopped, and the terrified cavalrymen behind were not affected. At this time, many cavalrymen realized that the little girl riding the wolf was not singing. She was clearly using a mysterious magic. Leaf, who used such a large-scale magic, was not in a good situation. After she finished singing, she slid off the back of the direwolf and fell to the ground. However, the direwolf, who had prepared in advance, turned around and grabbed her, and then began to run towards the gap in the encirclement. Bang! Just as the direwolf holding the leaf was about to escape from the godwood, a huge white shadow quickly rushed out from the right side and hit its right side hard. The direwolf, which was much smaller than Bloodwind, was directly knocked to the ground and rolled several times. The leaf in its mouth was thrown into the air when the two wolves collided, and then Bloodwind, who stood firmly in place, raised his head and held it in his mouth. The direwolf struggled to get up, looking at the leaf held by Bloodwind and Robb, who was full of energy on it. Not only did the wolf's pupils dilate, but he was also extremely shocked. How could he be so clear-headed when he was hit by the magic of the leaf at close range? How could it have imagined that Robb had the golden finger of the blood covenant? Just now, when Robb heard the magic song of the leaf, he did feel very peaceful in his heart. But when his consciousness began to blur, a subtle sizzling sound came from his ears. Robb, who woke up instantly, immediately saw that his body was spontaneously rising with a layer of red mist, which was constantly melting the green light shrouding his body. Later, he found through the Bloodwind's Blood Covenant data that the Blood Covenant points he had saved from executing the remaining criminals before leaving Winterfell were slowly decreasing. A total of 6 blood covenant points were consumed before the green light was completely melted. This discovery surprised and delighted Robb. The blood covenant golden finger could actually melt magic. Does that mean that as long as there are enough blood covenant points on his body, he will be immune to magic? However, if there are too many blood covenant points, he will fall into a state of loss of control. Therefore, magic immunity is just a beautiful assumption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the direwolf was about to escape with the leaf in its mouth, the Winterfell cavalrymen who were not affected by the magic immediately approached it with torches in their hands. After Bloodwind knocked it down and stopped it, the cavalrymen who surrounded it immediately threw the thick rope net prepared by Robb in advance at the direwolf. The layers of nets were thrown at the direwolf. Even though it tried its best to dodge, it could not escape the numerous large nets that covered its body. Seeing that the rope net had captured the target, several Winterfell cavalrymen immediately grasped the ropes in their hands and retreated to the rear on horseback. The rope net began to shrink and tighten. The direwolf in the rope net was still struggling at first, trying to use its claws to break the rope net to escape, but the quality of the rope net was very good. After the rope net was completely shrunk, it could not move at all. Although many soldiers were killed and wounded, this roundup successfully captured 3 children of the forest. Leaf, you are the only child of the forest who knows the common language. This time I need you to go north of the Great Wall, replace the dead heart tree with a similar fish beam wood, and then use the ritual to recreate the heart tree. Then, spread this miracle to the humans in the north, so that they will believe in the old gods more loyally. In the empty cave, the three-eyed crow embedded in the developed root system spoke to Leaf. Great three-eyed crow, I can dress up as a human, convey the miracle, and make them believe in the old gods. However, I'm just a singer, I can't pass the towering Great Wall, and I don't have the ability to replace the heart tree. After listening to the instructions of the three-eyed crow, Leaf directly pointed out his shortcomings. Don't worry, our world has undergone unprecedented changes. I have gained a lot of new knowledge from the more ancient history. There is an abandoned secret passage in the wall, and I will guide you to the south from there. Moreover, in the next period of time, I will try my best to help you improve your magic power. Although it cannot reach the level of the Green Prophet, it will be enough for you to use some ancient magic. Finally, you can select 2 top-wood dancers to bring here, and I will also help them gain the ability to change shape. I'm talking about the real shape shifting in the past. The three-eyed raven listened to Yeezy's words quietly, comforted her in a gentle tone, and then directly told her the means he had prepared. Great three-eyed raven, are you telling the truth? Can you enhance my magic power? Besides making those low-level magic items, will I be able to use magic? I've heard the ancient wise men of my tribe say that once upon a time, the Green Prophets cast powerful ancient magic to arouse the wrath of the entire ocean, and shattered the Arm of Dawn, the continental bridge connecting Westeros and Essos. They also used magic in the moat Kaelin to raise huge waves to destroy the enemy, eventually forming the neck, that is now full of swamps and wetlands. Yeezy was very happy to hear this. Her golden eyes were full of longing, and she began to recount the glorious deeds of the children of the forest. Well, yes. I witnessed their former glory. What a great power, that was worthy of awe. But as time passed, your power became weaker and weaker. Even in the Dawn Age, in order to obtain new help, it led to that unexpected mistake. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yeezy, in addition to the heart tree, you have another thing to do, that is to go to Winterfell. Wake up. Go to Winterfell and wake up. Great three-eyed raven, maybe I'm too stupid and didn't understand what you meant. Yeezy heard the last strange words of the three-eyed raven and asked in surprise, hey, wake up. Before the three-eyed raven opened his mouth to answer, a familiar yet strange voice rang out in the entire empty cave. Yeezy slowly opened her eyes and saw that the man who destroyed the future was standing not far in front of her, constantly calling her and slapping her face with the black scabbard in his hand. HMM. Yeezy was about to speak, but she found that a wooden ball tied with a rope was stuffed into her mouth, and her limbs were tightly locked by steel chains, tied into a big shape. Be quiet, I can let you speak, but you can't sing or use magic. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately and let Bloodwind eat your 2 tribesmen. Seeing Yeezy struggling, after discovering her situation, Robb pointed to a cell diagonally opposite Yeezy and spoke. Yeezy looked in the direction Robb pointed and saw that 2 wooden dancers and the giant direwolf that could use magic were in a cell. The seriously injured wooden dancer was treated better and was lying on the wooden bed in the cell, while the other wooden dancer who had recovered his human body was also locked tightly like her. Yeezy knew that it would be difficult for her to escape, so she calmed down and nodded to Robb. Seeing her nod, Robb first slowly pulled out the ice from the scabbard, then walked forward cautiously and took out the makeshift gag in Yeezy's mouth. The one who destroys the future. You don't kill us. What do you want? Yeezy, who regained the right to speak, directly asked Robb's purpose. Me. I said from the beginning that I wanted to chat with you. However, you didn't want to choose to drink tea and chat, but chose this way now. Robb heard Yeezy's question, shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed look, and answered. After the chat, can you let us go? Well, if I'm happy, it's possible. Then what do you want to talk about? After a few simple conversations, Robb and Yeezy slowly started chatting like a real chat, back and forth. What to talk about? Let me think. Let's talk about the language you used before. That singing like tone. Seeing Yeezy so straightforward, Robb walked back and forth in front of her and suddenly thought of a topic. That is the origin language, a language used by us, the children of the forest, to praise all things in the world. Leaf answered without hesitation when she heard what Robb was talking about. Well, it seems that your magic is in this language. Can I learn it? Yes, we can only use magic through the origin language. Humans cannot learn the origin language, but some smart animals can. Seeming to understand Robb's purpose, Leaf directly rejected it. Smart animals can learn it, but humans cannot. Are you lying to me? Seeing Leaf's strange answer, Robb looked suspicious. I may not answer your question, but I will never lie. Only cunning humans like to lie. Once, the children of the forest taught the ancestors to learn the origin language. But hundreds and thousands of years have proved that humans cannot learn the origin language. Seeing that Robb doubted what he said, Leaf answered in a tough tone. Well, I believe you. Your 2 companions can also use magic? Is that why they can turn into mammoths and direwolves? Robb heard this with an expression of trust and Leaf skipped this topic and continued to ask. They are not singers, but were dancers, so they cannot use magic. As for their true shaper shifting, I don't want to talk about it. Yeezy answered the first question first, and then bit her lip and shook her head to refuse to answer. Wood dancers, true shaper shifting. Robb touched his chin, lowered his head to recall the information revealed in Yeezy's words, and secretly guessed it, based on his memories of his previous life. The singers among the children of the forest are like fragile magicians, while wood dancers are more like Malay druids who can shaper shift. He knew of shaper shifters, like his younger brother Brandon, and a wild man, but they all just had their consciousness enter the body of an animal. True shaper shifting is a higher level than them. Can they really transform into a beast? Well, if you don't want to talk about it, then let's move on to the next topic. What is that exploding black ball you threw? After secretly guessing in his heart for a while, Robb raised his head, pretending to be very casual, and continued to ask Yeezy. That's the explosion fruit, a low-level magic item I made by extracting magic power. Low-level magic items are the raw materials used to make it precious. Can it be mass-produced? This was actually the topic he was most concerned about, so Robb immediately asked in great detail. The raw materials are quite common, but the loss when extracting magic power for infusion is very large. With my magic power, I can only make 2 explosion fruits at most every day. She did not avoid Robb, and answered directly about what she thought was common sense. Magic power is the key to mass production. Robb nodded secretly and immediately asked, where is the cave of the 3-eyed raven? Northeast of Thane. Yeezy, who had completely treated it as a chat, blurted out subconsciously when she heard Robb's question. But after she realized what she was talking about, she immediately shut up. Northeast of Thane. Keeping this information firmly in mind, Robb continued to ask Yeezy, the 3-eyed raven asked you to come to the south of the wall. In addition to replacing the heart tree, what else did you do? Did you also take my brother away from Winterfell? Knowing that he had revealed too much information today, Yeezy closed his mouth and shook his head without saying anything. Okay, since you don't want to continue chatting, then let's stop here today. Anyway, we have a lot of time to chat later. Seeing this, Robb walked forward with ice in his hand and prepared to put the gag on Yeezy again. Didn't you say that you would let us go after the chat? Seeing Robb's actions, Yeezy immediately questioned. I think I said that if we are happy to chat, I might let you go. But I'm not happy to chat now. However, if you can swear to surrender to me in front of the heart tree, I can let you go immediately. Hearing this, Robb showed a thoughtful look and then answered Yeezy. Submit to you? Even if I die, it is impossible. Hearing Robb's words, Yeezy immediately became emotional and spoke in a very determined tone. Robb walked up to her, put the gag back on her, then chuckled and said, "Oh, really? Don't be so absolute about everything. I'm afraid you will say it smells great later." Thanks to the early birds, the empty shadow, the old bookworm HUI, the book friend 202008131704197767, I love you, and I will kiss you, the book friend. 160,601,201,604,275, and the book friend 150,908,171,740,175 for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow me here. Thank you for your support. PS. I just said yesterday that I would try to code 6,000 words a day, but today I was called out to play with clients for a day, and I only coded more than 4,400 words when I came back. What a slap in the face. Well, I'll try to code more tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 139, Riot, 6,000 chapters. Knock, knock, knock. In the study of the Lord of Reveron, Brynden was concentrating on the battle map on the table when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. Creak. With the sound of the door being pushed open, Clay, with a happy face, entered the study. Lord Brynden, I just received the news. Darry was captured by Lord Jason. All the spikes that Tywin Lannister had placed north of the defense line of Harrenhal have been removed by us. Hearing the good news from Clay, Brynden nodded without much surprise. He looked up at Clay, who was specially left by Robb to assist, and asked in a deep voice, Darry is close to the intersection of the King's Road and the Trident River, and its strategic location is relatively important. Is there no reaction from Harrenhal? Yes, Little John and Eddard are working day and night, taking turns to investigate the situation in Harrenhal. The Westerland army is silent, and I wonder if they are brewing some conspiracy. Clay heard the question, and he put away the joy on his face, and answered in a serious voice. Are you really not going to support King's Landing? Brynden heard this, and continued to look at the battle map, whispering to himself. In his heart, he always felt that Tywin's reaction was a little too abnormal. If he were in Tywin's position, he would rather give up the entire Riverlands and defeat Stannis' army to save King's Landing. I received news that Jaime Lannister summoned the nobles of the crown. He gathered nearly 5,000 troops and returned to King's Landing before Stannis' army sealed the city. Maybe Tywin felt that with 5,000 troops and a few thousand gold cloaks, he could hold on. Hearing Brynden's whispers and combining the information he had obtained, Clay expressed his analysis. Maybe it's just as you said. But if that's the case, then Tywin has underestimated Stannis' combat capability and overestimated the loyalty of nearly 500,000 civilians in King's Landing. Brynden nodded after hearing this, reluctantly agreeing with Clay's analysis. He seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, is there any news from Patrick, who's on a diplomatic mission to Harrenhal? No, there has been no news since they entered Harrenhal. Lord Brynden, there's a raven letter from Harrenhal. Just as Clay shook his head and answered, Mr. Waymon appeared at the unclosed door of the study. As soon as he saw Brynden, he spoke loudly. It's a letter from Patrick Mallister. Lord Edgemere is staying in Harrenhal unharmed, thanks to the blessing of the 7 gods. Then, after this period of negotiation, He has negotiated the terms of exchanging prisoners with Tywin Lannister. The other party's terms are tattered. In the evening, in King's Landing, Hook Lane, there was a sound of shoes stepping on bluestone slabs. A tall and thin man in ordinary clothes, holding the food bag in his arms tightly with both hands, hurriedly walked towards his home in Visenya Hill. From the mouth of the food bag in his arms, you can see that it is full of pumpkins, corn and other cheap food. In the nearly 20 days since King's Landing was besieged, the price of food in the city has skyrocketed, and many people have starved to death in the city. For the sake of his family, the tall and thin man made up his mind to dirty his hands today and made a bloody blacklist. He took the reward and bought a full bag of food immediately. This bag of food usually only cost 10 copper coins, but now it has risen to 5 silver deer. This price is ridiculously high. However, no matter how high the price of food is, in order to keep his family alive, the tall and thin man has to spend money to buy it. He looked down at the food in his arms and seemed to have heard the exclamations of his daughter and wife when they saw the food and saw the surprised expressions on their faces. Ta ta ta. The tall and thin man just walked to the intersection of Hook Lane and Muddy Road. A chaotic footsteps sounded, and several men holding various weapons who had been ambushing at the intersection of the Muddy Road rushed directly towards the tall and thin man. Snap. Seeing this, the tall and thin man immediately held the food bag in his left hand and pulled out a short dagger with blood stains from his waist with his right hand. Squeak. Facing the sudden attack of these people who were obviously malicious, the tall and thin man did not hold back. The short dagger in his right hand directly stabbed into the neck of the man in front. Bang. Just after killing one person, the tall and thin man had no time to pull out the dagger and 2 people on his left and right threw him to the ground. The food bag in the tall and thin man's hand fell to the ground, the pumpkin broke, and the corn was scattered all over the ground. Squeak, squeak. Seeing the tall and thin man fall to the ground, the attacking men used scissors in their hands, iron pipes with sharp front ends and other homemade weapons to stab countless bloody holes in the tall and thin man. Cap. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The thin and tall man kept spurting blood from his mouth, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. After killing the thin and tall man, the attackers frantically scrambled for the pumpkins and corns that fell on the ground. The food was divided up by them in a few bites. One attacker even lay down and licked the pumpkin crumbs that fell from the ground. After looting the thin and tall man of valuables, the attackers quickly disappeared into the alley, leaving behind 2 corpses. The gold robes never came here from beginning to end, because there were too many such crimes in King's Landing during this period. Moreover, the gold robes, which had expanded several times, were filled with a large number of refugees and desperate criminals. Some of the crimes were even led by them. As night fell, the 2 corpses at the intersection disappeared without a trace at some point. In a state of extreme hunger, corpses are also a resource. Somewhere in the Red Castle, 2 figures were talking secretly. Is it done? Of course, the other party's contact in the city was robbed and killed by the assassins I sent. And the assassin was also robbed and killed by others. Of course, this is because I deliberately leaked the news. Even if they find that someone is dead, they will only regard it as an accident. After all, King's Landing is too chaotic now. Well, let's wait for them to act according to the plan tomorrow. But, my lord, is your father's plan too dangerous? After all, everyone will be too close tomorrow. Hey, without bait, how can the prey be fooled? The next morning, the remaining gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers in the Red Castle went out in full force. Clear the road from the Red Castle to the Mudgate and block all the lowly civilians outside the road. Today is King Joffrey's name day. He will personally go to the dangerous front line to comfort the brave soldiers defending the city and rebuke the false King Stannis. Due to Robb's influence, this war of kings started much earlier than in the previous life. Although it has been fought back and forth for several months, it is only Joffrey's name day now. Da da da. King Joffrey wore a black silk coat inlaid with gold thread, with agate buttons on the sleeves, black and crimson striped breeches, and a black velvet cape embroidered with stags and angry lions on his back. He held the reins of his horse casually with one hand, and rested his golden lion sword with the other hand, which was a perfect image of both handsomeness and nobility. Next to him, Jaime was not wearing noble casual clothes and the badge of the king's hand. Instead, he wore the armor of the Lannister family, looking ready to fight at any time. The other ministers and the king's guard followed behind them. Clatter, clatter. Behind them, Cersei, sitting in a gorgeous carriage, was wearing a bright red dress as bright as blood, with long lace sleeves, and revealing the golden satin lining. Even though the siege lasted for many days, she was living a nourishing life, with a ruddy complexion and a spirited look. At the end of the team, there were many carriages loaded with various kinds of wine, bread, and fruit, which were all solace for the soldiers defending the city. May the seven gods bless you, your majesty. Please have mercy, we are starving. So much food, your majesty, please be merciful. Outside the street blocked by the gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers, many hungry civilians in King's Landing looked at the wine and food on the carriage, and shouted to Joffrey and his party, eager to get some arms. Humph. Joffrey, riding on a white warhorse, sneered contemptuously, ignored them directly, and continued to ride forward. Joffrey and his party gradually left the street, and the gold cloaks and Lannister soldiers who blocked the civilians lifted the blockade, and followed the team to the direction of the Mudgate. But the onlookers of King's Landing did not disperse, but followed behind them, longing for King Joffrey's non-existent mercy. After the siege for many days, these civilians who were cut off from food supply and starved accumulated more and more. They all followed Joffrey's team, and rushed towards the Mudgate. Outside the Mudgate, nearly 33,000 siege soldiers were lined up, ready to fight. Today was the day Stannis planned to attack, so he drew troops in advance, and left only 1,000 soldiers, to block the other 6 gates of King's Landing. The Mudgate, where the walls of King's Landing were the lowest and the defense was the weakest, was the first choice for all besiegers. Just like in his previous life, Stannis also chose this place as a breakthrough point. At this time, there were no ships on the Blackwater River. The 50 warships of the royal fleet loyal to Joffrey were missing, which greatly disappointed Stannis, who had arranged a plan to seize the ships in advance. But, you lead 10,000 people as the vanguard, and when the signal sounds, start the siege. The bastard's ragtag army has less than 10,000 people in total, and there are only more than 6,000 people guarding the Mudgate, in addition to our people in the city. Remember, you have only one mission, that is to occupy the city gates and walls. Roland, after the city gates are opened, you lead 10,000 people to attack the Red Castle directly, and you must capture the bastard Joffrey and the Lannister brother and sister who committed incest. In the center of the siege formation, the fully armed Stannis was assigning tasks to his subordinates. Yes, your majesty. Don't worry, your majesty. I will definitely capture them. Sir Good and Sir Roland responded to the order, and immediately went to the troops they commanded to make the final preparations before the war. Stannis, who had grown older due to overwork during this period, looked at the 2 people leaving and whispered, "Everything is ready, now we just have to wait for the signal." Inside the Mudgate, King Joffrey had already climbed the wall of the Mudgate. He looked at the dark, seemingly endless enemy army not far outside the city, and swallowed his saliva secretly. Queen Cersei also got out of the carriage. She carried her expensive red dress and went to the wall with Jaime, who was waiting for her. The many carriages loaded with wine and food were parked neatly at the gate of the Mudgate. "Your Majesty, your podium is here." Joffrey forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart. When he was about to walk to the right side of the Mudgate Tower, Varys, who was following closely beside him, said to him in a soft tone. Joffrey turned his head to look at the temporary podium built on the left wall, frowned and asked Varys, "Why is the podium built there? The Rivergate, Mudgate, Tower should be the front. This is arranged by Her Majesty the Queen Mother. Maybe she is worried about the enemy's stray arrows." Hearing Varys' answer, Joffrey looked at Jaime and Cersei, who were walking up the stone steps of the city wall, and walked towards the podium with an unhappy look. The podium arranged by Cersei is indeed very strange. It is 200 or 300 meters away from the Mudgate Tower. However, under the city wall at this location is the Fisherman's Square, which is already crowded. It just allows more civilians to hear Joffrey's speech. After everyone arrived, King Joffrey began to perform his name day. He first encouraged the bravery of the soldiers guarding the city, and then began to rebuke the false King Stannis. Among the crowd in the Fisherman's Square, there is a group of wealthy merchants who call themselves Horned People. During this period, they have been secretly planning to betray the fake King Joffrey and help King Stannis capture King's Landing. But when they saw that the fake King Joffrey had reached the second half of his speech, they still couldn't see King Stannis' contact. These people looked at each other secretly, bit their lips, and decided to continue the action. After all, although they seemed rich, they actually owed the royal family a considerable number of gold dragons. They could only take this opportunity to gamble. So, Stannis Baratheon is despicable. Your Majesty, please, we are very hungry. Please reward us with some food in those carriages. Please be merciful, Your Majesty, give us something to eat. He is not a king, he is just an incestuous bastard, the murderer of King Robert and Prime Minister Ed. When Joffrey was passionately rebuking Stannis, the Fisherman's Square, which was originally relatively quiet, suddenly heard a few loud shouts. Joffrey could ignore the words of begging, but he couldn't ignore the insults in front of so many people. Dog, Sir Meryn, anyone is fine. Go down and find the man who scolded me, I want to kill him. Joffrey stopped his speech, pointed at the crowd in Fisherman's Square, and shouted at the guards around him in extreme anger. The gold robes who were blocking the civilians under the city wall also heard the king's roar. These temporarily recruited gold robes wanted to win credit in front of His Majesty the King, so they rudely broke into the crowd and rushed towards the person who had just shouted. A female civilian with a pale face and thin body was roughly grabbed out of the crowd by the gold robes. She had just shouted and begged the king for mercy. No, I didn't scold His Majesty the King. These gold robes didn't care about her explanations, and they beat her with fists and feet. After a few blows, she was almost dead, and they were ready to take her to the city wall to win credit. The Red Castle has stored so much food, but they are unwilling to give us a little. They don't want us to live. And they killed us, just because we asked for food. Brothers, the food is there. If you want to live, grab it. In the crowd, a man carrying a package tied with a rope on his back roared with his loud voice. Then he took off his package, untied the rope, and threw it on the ground. The package was full of various swords and axes. I want to eat bread, grab it. I'm so hungry, I can't stand it. I want to eat. As the roars of hunger rang out, the civilians in the Fisherman's Square were instantly excited, and the noisy and chaotic sounds resounded throughout the Mudgate. These hungry mobs picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed towards the carriage full of food in front of the Mudgate. Huolala. The men who were arranged by the deer horns in the crowd in advance untied the packages on their backs and threw out their weapons. Sizzle. Under the city wall, there were all the expanded gold robes, who usually bullied men and women. But when they really encountered such a situation, they panicked instantly and did not think of forming a battle array for defense. So, these armed mobs, several of them besieged a gold cloak and instantly turned them into a hornet's nest. Let them guard the stone stairs of the city wall. Cersei looked at the civilian riots under the city wall expressionlessly, and she turned her head to give orders to Jaime beside her. Beside the stone stairs of the Mudgate, dozens of elite Lannister soldiers in gold cloaks, holding spears and swords, guarded the narrow stone stairs of the city wall to prevent the mob from rushing up the city wall. Woo. Outside the wall of the Mudgate, a low horn sounded, and Stannis' army began to attack the city at this time. Charge. The 10,000-man vanguard led by Sir Good did not prepare a heavy battering ram, but just carried a siege ladder and rushed towards the Mudgate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of archers appeared on the walls on both sides of the Mudgate, and they kept shooting arrows at the siege soldiers. For the siege soldiers who attacked directly without any cover, these arrows were very threatening. In the continuous rain of arrows, the casualties of the siege soldiers increased. But they keenly discovered that there were no arrows shot from the tower of the Mudgate. Yes, they were immediately ecstatic and gathered towards the tower of the Mudgate. From the sky at this moment, the siege soldiers attacking the Mudgate formed a triangle with a very thick top. Inside the gate of the Mudgate, hundreds of armed mobs had rushed to the carriages piled with countless food. A hungry mob pounced on the carriage, threw down the bloody axe in his hand, grabbed a piece of bread in each hand, and stuffed it into his mouth eagerly. The other mobs looked almost the same, but among them, more than a dozen mobs had different actions from them. They walked around the wagons piled with food, and came to the gate of the Mudgate. More than a dozen people worked together to lift up the heavy bolt. Bang! Creak! The heavy bolt fell to the ground, and the thick oak door of the mud gate inlaid with iron nails was opened by more than a dozen mobs from inside the city. The door is open. Charge. There are golden dragons and women inside. Kill. A large number of siege soldiers gathered at the gate to avoid the rain of arrows. Seeing the gate of the mud gate opened from the inside, they roared excitedly and rushed to King's Landing. We are the Deerhorns, our own people. More than a dozen mobs looked at the siege soldiers who rushed into the mud gate with angry faces and immediately raised their hands and shouted loudly. Tyr. The siege soldiers ignored their shouting and cut their throats with the long swords in their hands without saying a word. Without the special instructions of their own commander, and without wearing the logo of their own people, the siege soldiers assumed that the other side was the enemy, and it was a military achievement. Tyr. More and more siege soldiers poured into the mud gate, and the mobs who threw themselves on the food carts and ate food selflessly were constantly chopped to the ground by them. Run. They are attacking King's Landing. As a large number of mobs died, the mobs who woke up shouted and squeezed behind them, but there were too many civilians pouring in from Fisherman's Square. At this moment, the mob at the mud gate huddled together like a group of black tadpoles in a pond in summer. Snap, snap, snap. Boom, boom. The civilians in the back half of the Fisherman's Square seemed to have discovered something unusual about the mud gate and were about to retreat. Hundreds of soldiers holding kite shields and spears appeared out of nowhere. They set up their shields and spears behind them and drove them towards the mud gate. In fact, it was not just the direction of the Fisherman's Square. Hundreds of soldiers with shields and spears suddenly appeared in the direction of the mud gate area leading to Steel Street and the mud road, driving thousands of civilians towards the mud gate. The siege soldiers not only poured in from the mud gate, but many of them climbed up the mud gate tower from the siege ladders and occupied the entire mud gate tower. Bang, bang. When the siege soldiers were about to attack the left and right walls from the mud gate tower, two huge bowstring sounds rang out, and thick crossbow arrows were shot out from the giant crossbows that were placed on the left and right walls in advance, piercing 4 or 5 siege soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In addition to the crossbow arrows, many arrows were also shot from the walls on both sides, suppressing the siege soldiers who climbed up the tower of the mud gate again. However, more siege soldiers climbed up the tower from the siege ladder, completely occupied the tower, and began to slowly attack the walls on both sides with shields. We can start. Cersei saw that at least thousands of siege soldiers had entered the mud gate. She nodded to Varys beside her and said, "What can we start? Stannis' army has entered the city. Is this also your plan? Why don't I know anything?" Seeing the siege soldiers entering the city, Joffrey, who was very panicked in his heart, asked loudly after hearing his mother's inexplicable words. Chirp. Varys heard Cersei's words, took out a bird-shaped whistle from his arms, put it to his mouth, and blew it directly. Click. Under the gate of the mud gate, in Cersei's carriage, which no one cared about because there was no food, a little bird of 8 or 9 years old crawled out of the secret compartment. He heard the continuous whistle in his ears, took out the flint from his arms, blew it red with his mouth, opened the lid of a large jar of green liquid in the secret compartment, and put the flint in. Boom. The strong explosion started from Cersei's carriage first, and the high-temperature hot green flames burst out. The siege soldiers and mobs at the gate of the mud gate were instantly turned into charred corpses, and the wildfires hidden in many food carriages were also detonated one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions sounded one after another, and green mushroom clouds continued to rise from the gatehouse of the mud gate. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the walls of King's Landing are thick and solid, they can't withstand such continuous wildfire explosions. This tower, which was built nearly 300 years ago, began to collapse. Stones of all sizes fell down like rain. Thanks to Xianqi and Shu Huang, whose name is just Aranda my dear. Readers 11748851973333307392 and Yang Sifeng who voted for the monthly tickets. Thanks to all the readers who voted for recommendations every day and followed me here. Thank you for your support. PS. I recommend a book by a friend, The Beginning of Stopping Guan Yu from Passing 5 Passes and Killing 6 Generals, which tells the story of traveling through the 3 kingdoms and following Guan Yu's journey alone to Liu Huangshu. Interested readers can take a look. Chapter 140 Independence, 6,000 chapters. Snap. A fist-sized wallstone fell on the rubble of different sizes and became part of them. Destruction is always easier than construction. The Mudgate Tower and the surrounding walls of dozens of meters, in the blink of an eye, all turned into piles of rubble. The power of this wildfire explosion was amazing enough, but the actual lethality was only enough to eliminate the siege soldiers and mobs on the tower and near the Mudgate. As the commander of the vanguard, Good rushed into King's Landing after the gate of the Mudgate was opened. He looked back at the green flames still burning behind him. Although he was ambushed by the enemy, Good knew in his heart that, as long as the green flames were extinguished, King's Landing, which had no walls to defend, would surely fall. At this moment, there were about 2,000 or 3,000 siege soldiers entering King's Landing through the Mudgate. He immediately raised his arms and commanded the siege soldiers to continue to advance. Standing in front of the siege soldiers were thousands of skinny civilians from King's Landing, and behind them were the King's Landing guards who were holding shields and spears and advancing continuously. The civilians on the left and right tried their best to crowd in the opposite direction for their own lives. The civilians in the center were squeezed so hard that they couldn't breathe, and even breathing was very difficult, just like Jon in the Battle of the Bastards in the previous life. Whoosh, 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 ah, ah. Arrows rained down from the walls on the left and right, and dozens of siege soldiers from Good's army instantly fell to the ground screaming. At the same time, there were almost the same number of King's Landing civilians who fell to the ground with them. The ruthless rain of arrows continued to fall from the walls, and the civilians of King's Landing were treated as a thick wall of flesh and blood, which firmly imprisoned the siege soldiers in King's Landing. They were not only ruthlessly hacked and killed by the siege soldiers, but also shot and killed by the archers on the walls of King's Landing. People are really like ants, and their lives are like grass. On the wall, Joffrey looked at the massacre under the wall with a ruddy face, and the tyranny in his heart seemed to be satisfied. Jaime turned his head reluctantly and said to Cersei, who was looking down with an indifferent expression, "These are all our people. Let me take people to kill these enemies entering the city." People? No, they are a group of mobs who are trying to rebel. They are our enemies. Humph, they all have to die. Now, the enemy is slaughtering the enemy. Our archers just need to keep shooting them to death. You don't need to take risks. Cersei sneered, turned her head, and stared at Jaime with cold eyes, and answered. Varys also looked reluctant, but he said to Jaime, "Prime Minister, Her Majesty the Queen Mother is right. If we switch places with the enemy, they will not be kind to us." Jaime wanted to say something else, but in the end he shook his head and said nothing. He stopped watching the massacre under the wall, but turned to the other side of the wall to observe the movements of Stannis' army outside the city. Outside the Mudgate, Rolland's 10,000-man army, plus 6,000 Good's vanguard troops, were using helmets, boots, shields and other items that could hold water to continuously transport water from the nearby Blackwater River to put out the fire. The Mudgate Tower and dozens of meters of walls had collapsed, and they didn't need to climb the walls anymore. They only needed to put out the green flames to easily attack King's Landing. The firefighting went very smoothly. For some reason, the archers on the walls didn't shoot arrows to stop their firefighting. Behind the 16,000 siege soldiers, Stannis' central army was quietly waiting in formation. Due to the terrain restrictions of the Mudgate, his 13,000-man central army could not go forward to help put out the fire, and could only wait patiently for the green flames to go out before the army entered the city directly. Looking at the collapsed Mudgate in front of him, Stannis' old face was full of puzzlement. Before the battle, he received a report from the scout cavalry. The focus of attention of several forces, Tywin Lannister's 30,000 troops did not make any movement in Harrenhal, and it was absolutely impossible for them to rush to the battlefield of King's Landing. Therefore, he really did not understand the Lannister siblings' method of destroying the city wall. On the Lion Gate Tower, hundreds of gold-cloaked soldiers were cautiously looking at the enemy troops numbering about 1,000 under the city wall. Since the enemy had no intention of attacking the city, they would not take the initiative to provoke them. However, the series of explosions coming from the direction of the Mudgate just now made them uneasy, and they were discussing the situation over there in a low voice with fear. Boom. What is that? A gold-cloaked man's ears trembled slightly, and he vaguely heard something. He looked up at the Golden Avenue and immediately shouted loudly. Many gold-cloaked soldiers on the tower heard his shout and subconsciously looked up. They saw that a large black spot was approaching quickly on the Golden Avenue, and behind them, a cloud of dust like a storm was rising. As the black spot got closer, the bright red angry lion flag was fluttering in the wind, loudly announcing its presence. Reinforcement, reinforcement. Brothers, pick up your weapons, and kill these bitches below. The captain of the tower guard saw the flag and reacted immediately. While shouting, he picked up the bow and arrow at hand and shot at the enemies below. The other gold-cloaked men instantly understood what the captain meant, picked up bows and arrows, and threw stones down. Of course, whether these attacks were effective or not was one thing, but they had to at least pretend to attack. The thousands of Stannis soldiers under the Lion Gate also reacted. When they saw such a large number of enemy cavalry, the originally neat formation collapsed directly, and everyone hurriedly ran towards the direction of the Mudgate. Boom. Adam led 6,000 Westerland light cavalry to chase the enemy in front. For nearly 2 months, the cavalry he led ran around, but achieved nothing. Adam's troops, who had already arrived at the designated location on the Golden Avenue, after receiving the transfer order from Lord Tywin, had to wait for more than 10 days, because the time had not come. At this moment, he was filled with anger, and wanted to vent it. How could a human leg outrun a horse's leg? The fleeing Stannis soldiers, let alone running to the Mudgate, had already been caught up by the Lannister cavalry when they ran to the middle of the Lion Gate and the King's Gate. Tear, sizzle. On the battlefield, blood and heads flew everywhere. There was no suspense at all for the 6,000 light cavalry to deal with the 1,000 fleeing infantry. After the light cavalry charged once, there were no enemy troops standing on the ground. There might be many smart veterans hiding in the pile of corpses and pretending to be dead, but it made no difference, because the heavy cavalry in the rear, like tanks, trampled directly over the corpses on the ground. The Stannis soldiers at the King's Gate had already fled to the Central Army at the Mudgate when they saw the Lion Gate's friendly troops fleeing. The infantry commander who escaped from the King's Gate crawled to Stannis, who looked solemn, and reported, "Your Majesty, the enemy cavalry is attacking from the Golden Avenue. There are at least 7,000 or 8,000 of them. Why are you panicking? Take your people to the rear of the team and reform the formation. Don't disrupt the current formation." Stannis scolded the infantry commander, then turned to the messenger beside him and said, "Pass the order. I will personally command the 3,000 cavalry. For the remaining 10,000 infantry, move the shield soldiers and spearmen in the front rows to the back. The others will remain in formation and turn to meet the enemy. Finally, let Rolland's 10,000 people be ready to support at any time." "Yes, Your Majesty." The infantry commander and the herald saluted and answered, and then quickly went to do their own tasks. The formation change in this era is a difficult problem. The formation of Stannis' more than 13,000 people was only slightly changed, which caused a wave of commotion and chaos. Fortunately, he had been training the army at Butter Bridge some time ago, and the distance from Lion Gate to Mudgate was enough for them to restore their formation. Otherwise, the Westerland cavalry might have rushed to the front, and their army formation had not yet been rearranged. The 6,000 Westerland light cavalry, which was originally at the forefront, slowly slowed down after crossing the King's Gate. Under Adam's command, they were divided into left and right wings, leaving the middle position to 4,000 heavy cavalry. Boom. The Westerland heavy cavalry, who were fully armored, began to speed up their horses after reaching the charging range. The heavy sound of horse hooves was like thunder, which frightened Stannis' 10,000 infantrymen. In fact, it was not only the 10,000 infantrymen who faced the cavalry who were frightened. The 16,000 siege soldiers who were putting out the fire at the Mudgate were a little absent-minded, because they could only hear the sound of horse hooves, and could not see the specific situation. "What are you looking at? Put out the fire quickly." After receiving Stannis' order, Rolland gathered the 10,000 people he commanded. Seeing that the 6,000 men in the vanguard began to move slowly, he immediately shouted at them. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Roland finished speaking, dozens of burning asphalt barrels fell on the densely packed siege soldiers outside the mud gate. The asphalt barrels exploded, and some unlucky siege soldiers were immediately turned into black sugar men by the boiling asphalt. The other siege soldiers nearby were splashed with asphalt on their bodies and faces, and they screamed heartbreakingly. Woo. A deep and heavy horn sounded, and at some point, 50 rowing warships quietly appeared on the Blackwater River. At the forefront of these warships was an extremely large warship, the flagship of the royal fleet belonging to King's Landing, King Robert's Hammer. This giant warship has 400 oars, and its unusually wide hull is loaded with trebuchets, crossbows and other siege weapons. Just as its name suggests, its power is just like the hammer that King Robert used to kill Prince Rhaegar. Enemy attack. Enemy warships appear on the Blackwater River. The vanguard troops continue to put out the fire, and the 4,000-man battalions near the Blackwater River carry small rowing boats into the water and go to board and seize the boats. Roland was not panicked when he was suddenly attacked. After scanning the warships on the Blackwater River, he calmly gave orders to the messenger beside him. With a calm commander issuing clear instructions, the 16,000 siege soldiers outside the mud gate immediately took action. Nearly 4,000 siege soldiers, divided into groups of 20, lifted small rowing warships the size of ordinary Ironman longboats from the back of the formation, and rushed towards the Blackwater River next to them. These 200 small rowing warships were originally built by Stannis to seize the King's Landing fleet before the siege began. Now it is just the right time to make full use of them. As soon as the 200 small rowing warships entered the river, 10 people rowed hard and 10 people drew their bows to shoot at the King's Landing fleet. For a time, a fierce battle began on the Blackwater River. Squeak, squeak, bang, bang, bang. After the full charge, the Westerland heavy cavalry finally came into contact with Stannis' infantry, who were standing at the front with shields and guns. One by one, the Westerland heavy cavalry, including the man and the horse, were directly penetrated by the steel spears like a forest. But they and the corpses of the horses still carried huge kinetic energy of the charge, and crashed into the army. But the gap created by the corpses of the Westerland heavy cavalry was very small. After the gap in Stannis' infantry formation appeared, the soldiers in the back row immediately filled it with shields and guns. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. The endless heavy cavalry of the Westerlands rushed towards Stannis' army like a violent wave. Gaps kept appearing in the front of Stannis' army, and the speed of the infantry in the back row filling them was getting slower and slower. Finally, a hole was torn in the Stannis infantry army by the heavy cavalry of the Westerlands. The heavy cavalry, like human tanks, entered the army and immediately caused the Stannis army to fall and start chaos. Just as the heavy cavalry of the Westerlands tore a hole in their own army, the 3,000 cavalry led by Stannis himself started from the back of the army, bypassed the right side of the army, and appeared on the left side of the heavy cavalry of the Westerlands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stannis' 3,000 cavalry raised their hands and launched a rain of arrows. Unlike the heavy cavalry's projectiles that could be basically ignored, their close-range flat shots were powerful enough to penetrate the heavy cavalry's armor. A large number of heavy cavalrymen from the west fell to the ground after being hit by arrows. The ownerless armored horses fled in fear. The heavy cavalrymen from the west, who were supposed to break through the army formation with great momentum, were suddenly interrupted by Stannis. After 2 rounds of arrow rain attacks, Stannis' cavalry wanted to continue the 3rd round of shooting, but the 3,000 light cavalrymen on the left wing of the west were not wooden either. They charged forward and fought with Stannis' cavalry. The battlefield was suddenly in chaos. The rhythm of the heavy cavalrymen from the west was broken, and the gap they had torn was barely filled again. The 6,000 cavalrymen from both sides on the right side of the army fought in a group. However, the west also had 3,000 light cavalrymen on the right wing led by Adam. They went around to the left side of Stannis' army formation without any hindrance and launched a charge. But Roland, who had been carefully observing the situation, led 6,000 siege soldiers to block the left side of the army formation in advance, firmly blocking Adam's 3,000 light cavalrymen on the right wing from the army formation. On the wall of King's Landing, Jaime looked at his cavalry in a stalemate in the distance, and then looked at his fleet on the Blackwater River, which was beginning a brutal boarding battle. He turned to Cersei anxiously and said, "Cersei, the situation outside is not favorable. Let me fight." "No, Jaime, you are not a king's good now, but the hand of the king, the heir to Casterly Rock in the west. Don't always put yourself in danger. When have you ever seen your father personally lead the troops to charge?" Cersei shook her head when she heard this. Of course, she didn't want her lover to be in danger. So, she rejected Jaime's proposal with a high-sounding reason. "It's better for me to be in danger than for you to be in danger. You know, I love you more than anything." Jaime heard Cersei's words. He looked around, walked to Cersei, and whispered with a firm face. Cersei felt warm in her heart when she heard Jaime's confession. She gently stroked the back of Jaime's hand and said softly, "We have done what our father said. Don't worry, he will never fight a battle without confidence." Woo, woo, boom. As soon as Cersei finished speaking, a subtle horn sounded, and the bustling King's Landing welcomed new guests again. Tyr. Stannis slashed a westerly light cavalryman's chest with a sword, and cut him off his horse. He heard the horn sound again in his ears. He looked up in the direction of the horn sound, but his sense of uneasiness was increasing. It must not be my reinforcement, so who would come? Could it be that Tywin really flew over from Harrenhal? Stannis, who was very self-aware, knew that he had no friends at all, and he kept guessing various possibilities in his heart. Da. A group of tens of thousands of cavalrymen dressed in shining and gorgeous armor and holding weapons rushed straight to the battlefield of Mudgate from the Rose Avenue. The golden rose flags they held looked extremely luxurious in the sunlight. "Stannis, I've come to you in person. Charge." Loras, the Knight of Flowers, wearing gorgeous armor engraved with countless flower emblems, and with a handsome face twisted by anger, raised his long sword in his right hand, and gave the order to charge to the Highgarden cavalry behind him. Seeing the Highgarden rose flag, Stannis gritted his teeth and many veins appeared on his forehead. From this moment on, he knew that he had lost the war. "Your Majesty, it's the enemy's reinforcement. Let's retreat quickly." The guards who had been guarding Stannis saw the tens of thousands of Highgarden cavalry and immediately suggested to him, "Retreat? Where else can we retreat? Come on, follow me to King's Landing." Stannis looked around the battlefield and found that the retreat had been completely cut off. Finally, he set his eyes on the green flames that were still not extinguished and said to his guards, "But, Your Majesty, the wildfire over there is still burning. We can't get through at all. Your Majesty, over there on the Blackwater River, that's..." Upon hearing this, the guard turned his head to look at the rubble pile of the Mudgate Tower. As he was replying, he suddenly found that the Blackwater River had changed again. Stannis subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the Blackwater River after hearing the guard's words. The King's Landing fleet was originally small in number and was concentrating on fighting Stannis' soldiers who climbed onto the warships like ants and engaged in boarding battles. A fleet with the flag of the Flaming Stag appeared quietly like a ghost and attacked from the rear. Although the number of warships in this fleet was less than 40, it was obvious that its naval combat capability was much stronger than that of the King's Landing fleet. Asphalt barrels, crossbow shooting, boarding battles. Under their skilled serial attacks, the warships of the King's Landing fleet continued to catch fire. The largest flagship among them, as its name suggests, came angrily towards the dock of the Mudgate. "Your Majesty, it's our royal fleet. They haven't all been destroyed. Quickly, retreat to the dock." After confirming that it was their own reinforcement, the guards immediately shouted to Stannis. Although Stannis knew that he had lost the war, the Iron Throne he had dreamed of was so close to him that he was not only confused. Bang, bang, bang. While Stannis was struggling to decide whether to retreat, the vigorous Highgarden cavalry fiercely attacked the infantry unit just commanded by Rolland on the left side of Stannis' army. There was no order at all. The Highgarden cavalry relied on their well-equipped and large numbers, and with several times the number of Rolland's troops, they drowned them. However, Rolland had quietly left the left side of the army when the Highgarden cavalry appeared, and requisitioned a cavalryman's warhorse and headed towards Stannis' position. "Your Majesty, go back to Dragonstone." Roland came to Stannis and saw him standing there in a daze and immediately said anxiously, "Back to Dragonstone? Without 40,000 troops, why would I go back to Dragonstone?" Stannis smiled bitterly and shook his head. The anticipation of the Iron Throne before the war and the sense of loss at the moment of losing everything made him feel that everything afterwards was meaningless. "Didn't you not have these 40,000 troops at the beginning? Queen Selise and Princess Shireen are still waiting for you. And there are us soldiers who are still loyal to you." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately racked his brains to think of various arguments and continued to persuade Stannis to retreat. Perhaps something in his words touched Stannis. Stannis looked around the chaotic battlefield and ordered Roland and his guards, "Let the army that surrendered from Bitterbridge cover the rear, and the army originally from Dragonstone follow me to retreat." "Yes, your majesty." After receiving the order, Roland began to command the best preserved troops at the back of the army to cover the retreat. The more than 20,000 people in the Mudgate are not so easy to kill. Even though the army has basically collapsed, with this large number of meat shields to resist the Westerland cavalry and the Highgarden cavalry, it is enough for Stannis to evacuate. In the end, nearly 40 warships led by Davos evacuated with Stannis and 3,000 soldiers from Dragonstone, who were loyal to him. The remaining 20,000 soldiers from Stormlands and Borderlands who belonged to Bitterbridge were ruthlessly abandoned by them. After Stannis evacuated through the Blackwater River, the remaining 20,000 soldiers saw this situation and immediately laid down their arms and surrendered. Ding. Loras looked at the dozens of burning warships on the Blackwater River and the fleet that was gradually sailing to Blackwater Bay and threw the sword in his hand to the ground fiercely. He thought he could kill Stannis himself this time and avenge Lin Li, but he didn't expect that he would still escape in this dead end. "Hey, throwing away your weapons, are you ready to surrender?" Adam, covered in blood, rode to Loras' side and said sarcastically, "I'm in a very bad mood now, don't mess with me." Loras replied stiffly without even turning his head, "I mess with you? We should have attacked at the same time when we heard the explosion. Why did you delay for so long? Do you know how many of my brothers died this time because of your delay?" Hearing this, Adam immediately shouted at Loras with anger on his face, "Please pay attention to your tone. We are guests invited by Tywin Lannister. The reason why he helped you is that he agreed to Renly II's request for independence. Moreover, how many people do you have? We have dispatched 30,000 Highgarden cavalry this time. It is a big problem for so many people to hide and form a team. Finally, how did we delay time? Didn't we just arrive and defeat Stannis' army?" Loras heard Adam's roar, turned his head, and answered him proudly, "Very good. Please give my regards to the King of the Riverland, His Majesty Renly II. Thanks to Zhao for the 5,000 points, and all men are mortal, one will die for the 5,000 points. Thanks to Zhao, all men are mortal, one will die. Song NKMUMO, A Breeze Blows the Moon, Creation, Island 001, The Falling Shadow, I Love Plum Juice, and Floating Light in the Clouds for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the people who vote for recommendations every day and read here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 141 Horn. Crunch, crunch. Bloodwind carried Robb on his back and stepped lightly into the Winterfell parade ground. Behind them, Gendry and the Winterfell light cavalry escorted 4 prisoner carts covered with fur. "Your Majesty." Sam, the chief of intelligence for the north, was waiting quietly with a red mask. When he saw Robb approaching, he immediately knelt on one knee with a respectful look. "Pa." Robb jumped off Bloodwind, took 2 steps forward to help Sam up, gave him a big bear hug, and said, "Sam, long time no see. When did you return to Winterfell? By the way, your intelligence system is very well done. A large part of the success of the war in the south is due to your contribution." "Your Majesty, long time no see. We just returned to Winterfell. It is my honor to receive your recognition." Sam heard Robb's praise and answered very modestly in his hoarse voice. Robb let go of Sam in his arms, looked at the red mask on his face, and asked softly, "During this time, when I was back in the north, I always heard people mention the bloody Lord of the Dreadfort. Sam, the wound on your face." Hearing this, Sam raised his hand to take off his red mask and replied to Robb, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. A few months ago, when my wound just showed signs of infection, the Maester of the Dreadfort helped me cut off the flesh and blood. Now it has fully recovered. I wear a mask because I'm afraid of scaring others. Sam took off the mask, and his face was full of flesh-red twisted scars. These scars were all raised and thickened, like fat loaches. On both sides of the raised scars, there were very obvious red patches, making Sam's face look not like a human at all, but like a terrifying mutant in a movie in his previous life. To be honest, looking at Sam's current appearance, Robb only remembered his general appearance in his mind. This boy of the same age as him has indeed experienced too much in the past 6 months. All his relatives were robbed and killed from the beginning, and because of the task he assigned to him, he became such a horrible state now. Robb couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Your Majesty, since Osha sent me the letter, I have been following them quietly with the soldiers of the Dreadfort. On the way to the wall, they met up with the 2 siblings of the Reed family. After that, no one else had contact with them. I saw that they had all arrived at the wall, so I showed up with people and wanted to forcibly take them back to Winterfell. When we took action, your brothers direwolf attacked. After losing several soldiers, we had to shoot the direwolf's hind legs. On the way back, Master Brandon was a little abnormal. Now, Lady Catelyn has been with him. Seeing the guilty expression on Robb's face, Sam immediately put on the red mask again and turned the topic to business. Well, there is no problem with your handling. Those soldiers will be given pensions, as if they died in battle. Sam, I will remember all your contributions. Think about what you want and tell me when the time comes. I will try my best to satisfy you. No. As you wish, Your Majesty. Sam wanted to shake his head and refuse, but when he saw Robb's guilty expression just now, he immediately changed his mind and agreed. Then, he seemed to remember something, and continued to speak. By the way, Your Majesty, Ramsay Bolton did not return to the Dreadfort, but followed King Theon to the Iron Islands. Hey, this time all the new soldiers he had finally gathered died. The Dreadfort is firmly under your control again. He wants to open up a new situation in the Iron Islands. I will write to Theon later and ask him to keep a close eye on Ramsay. Robb chuckled and immediately told him the intention of Ramsay's action. Your Majesty, there is a letter from Reveron that has just been received. While Robb was talking to Sam, Master Luwin walked into the parade ground quickly. As soon as he saw Robb, he said loudly, "Thank you." Robb thanked him, took the letter from Master Luwin, and started reading. Seeing Robb's frown, Sam asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, is there something wrong with Reveron?" "Reveron is fine. The strategic plan I arranged before has been successfully implemented. It's King's Landing. Stannis was defeated." Robb shook his head, put away the letter, and answered, I heard that Tywin's army has been in Harrenhal. Stannis led an army of nearly 40,000, but was defeated by King's Landing, which had only a few thousand soldiers. This is where Tywin is so powerful. He has long understood that his actions are the focus, so he drew everyone's attention to Harrenhal. In addition to the thousands of soldiers defending King's Landing, he also mobilized tens of thousands of cavalrymen who had returned to the Westeros to support Casterly Rock. Of course, Tywin was not 100% sure with just these troops. So, he should have made a secret deal with the Tyrell family of Highgarden. Let 30,000 Highgarden cavalry raid from the Rose Avenue at the critical moment and directly defeat Stannis. Hearing Sam's question, Robb showed a look of appreciation on his face and began to praise Tywin. Secret deal? Highgarden cavalry? Your Majesty, the deal between the Lannisters and the Tyrells should have been completed. I have a letter from King's Landing here. The fake King Joffrey sent a letter from King's Landing to all the lords, recognizing the independence of the River Reach. King Renly II. Now he has called himself the King of the Six Kingdoms. Master Luwin, who was standing aside, interrupted at the right time and took out another letter from his sleeve. TSK, decisively giving up a little nominal interest to gain more actual benefits. The letter said that Stannis abandoned nearly 20,000 Stormland troops in King's Landing. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Stormland will fall to the Lannisters. Your Majesty, if the Lannisters really form an alliance with the Tyrells, they will form an overwhelming force. Sam heard this and said to Robb with some concern, Robb shook his head after hearing his words and answered very confidently. From the moment the Tyrells supported Renly II, it was impossible for the two families to form an alliance. The Tyrells own the rich Riverlands, with 50,000 to 60,000 Highgarden cavalry alone, and the Red Wine Fleet, which is famous in Westeros. After supporting Renly II, they only resolved the internal conflicts in the Riverlands. They were waiting for us and Tywin to consume each other's forces and finally take the Iron Throne in one fell swoop. This time, they have obtained the name of the independence of the Kingdom of the Riverlands and can get rid of the title of the Gardner family steward that the Tyrells have always been criticized for. None of these ancient nobles who like to play politics are simple. Your Majesty, are you going back to the north this time to recruit new soldiers to go south again? I can screen the identities of the new recruits in advance. As the chief intelligence officer, Sam understood the current situation of the north after listening to Robb's explanation. So, he asked directly, "You are right. I'm going to try out a new military merit promotion system in the north and recruit new soldiers. However, there is no rush for this matter. Sam, I want you to help me select 13 candidates who are loyal to me and have happy families from the Winterfell Light Cavalry as soon as possible. I want to start the formation of the Wolf Guard again." Robb nodded to confirm Sam's idea and then ordered him to do what he needed to do. "Yes, Your Majesty. This is a simple matter. I will prepare the list today and send it to you in the evening." "Well, Sam, send the last 4 prisoners to the inner castle prison and take good care of them." "Well, the care I'm talking about is not the kind of care you learned in the Dreadfort. Master Luwin, please prepare some Mirish ointment for me." "Yes." Sam and Master Luwin agreed at the same time, and then each went to do what Robb asked. Robb took Gendry and walked into the inner castle and went to Brandon's room. Brandon's room was on the 3rd floor of the inner castle. When Robb pushed the door open, he found Catelyn, Sansa, Daisy, Osha, Hodder, and the 2 siblings of the Reed family. "Your Majesty, brother, Robb, you're back." Robb nodded in response to the people who greeted him, and his eyes fell on Brandon on the bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his expression as stiff as a wooden man. He kept muttering something in his mouth. "Your Majesty, please let us go to the north of the wall. A huge disaster is brewing, and time is getting more and more urgent. We must know how to save the north, how to save Westeros." Jojen Reed, who was short and thin, with a handsome and delicate face, urgently asked Robb in a charlatan tone. "Well, I see. What was the scene in your last dream?" "Do you know my dream? I've been dreaming about a man wearing a red mask coming to capture us. So, we've been taking detours and rushing. But there are too many of them, and she's been leaving marks." Hearing Robb's question, Jojen told his dream truthfully with some doubts, and at the end, he pointed at Osha beside him. "Didn't you see a raven with 3 eyes in your dream?" Robb nodded thoughtfully after hearing his words, and continued to ask, "Three-eyed raven?" Before Jojen answered, Brandon on the bed seemed to hear Robb's words. He had been muttering in a low voice, but he shouted out loud, "Bran, calm down. Did you see it? What did it say to you?" Robb heard the voice and rushed to Brandon's side and hugged him. He patted Brandon's back and asked softly, "I have to go north. I have to go north. Otherwise, everyone will die. Everyone will die." Brandon's state today is completely different from the rational and indifferent state before. He was hugged by Robb and kept repeating this sentence. "Okay, everyone go out. Let Brandon have a good rest. Daisy, you have been keeping Hodder with you recently. No one can let him leave without my order." Robb slowly calmed Brandon down and put him on the bed. He looked at Catelyn with tears in her eyes and then gave an order. Yes. Robb knew that he only needed to keep an eye on Hodder. It was impossible for the Reed siblings to take Brandon and walk away from Winterfell easily. Because of other things, Robb did not stay for too long and turned around and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Osha followed him out of the room. "Your Majesty, I have completed the deal with you. Now, can I regain my freedom?" Seeing Robb turned around, Osha asked quickly. "Of course, you are free from now on. You can stay in Winterfell or return to the wall. It's up to you." Robb heard this and nodded to fulfill his promise to Osha. "Hey, who wants to go back to the wall? Winterfell's good days are what I dream of." Well, I'll have someone arrange a job for you in Winterfell. Robb heard Osha's choice, answered, and turned to leave. But Osha behind him said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, your brother has some magical abilities. There are also wildlings outside the wall. I think you can try to believe him. After all, you don't know what is outside the wall. Thank you for your advice. Believe me, there is something outside the wall. I definitely know better than anyone else. Frostfang is a mountain outside the wall, located northwest of the Shadow Tower and the Fist of the First Men. The jagged peaks are covered with snow all year round. Even though they are far away, they are still so huge, cold, lonely and desolate. On a low mountain covered with snow, a figure wearing animal fur was running forward, as if being chased by something terrifying. Bang! A black shadow slid down the mountain next to it, and hit the running figure directly. The two of them twisted into a ball. Clang! The black shadow pulled out a sharp dagger from the back of his waist, and pressed it against the throat of the running figure. The two of them stopped moving immediately. At this time, the running figure could be seen clearly. She had a fair and pretty face and a head of fiery red hair. "Jon Snow, the sun is about to set. If we don't find a safe place to spend the night, we will either freeze to death, or join the ranks of those dead people who can move," Ygritte said to Jon, who was pressing on her with a smile, completely ignoring the dagger against her throat. "If you dare to run away again, I will let you join those dead." Jon grinned, showing a ferocious expression on his face, and growled at the smiling Ygritte. "Hey, we both know that you can't do it. So, don't scare me like this." Humph. Jon didn't continue to answer. He took off a bundle of ropes from his waist, tied Ygritte up again, and pulled her to find a place to spend the night. Before the sun completely set, Jon and the other man only found a low cave that was sheltered from the wind. They had no choice but to spend the night here. Fearing that it would be too conspicuous, Jon did not light a fire. The two of them just lay quietly on the cold ground of the cave. "Hey, Jon Snow, stay close to keep warm. Otherwise, you will definitely freeze to death before me." Ygritte suddenly broke the silence in the cave and said to Jon, who was far away from her. Jon pondered for a moment after hearing this and silently approached Ygritte and hugged her tightly. "Have you ever had a woman?" Ygritte deliberately twisted her lower body a few times and then asked. Jon, who was taciturn, didn't want to answer her questions at all. "You answer one of my questions, and I'll answer one of yours. How about it?" "No, what are you doing in this snowy mountain?" Hearing Ygritte's proposal, Jon, who wanted to get information, thought about it, and chose to answer. "Hey, you won't believe it. We are looking for a horn. Legend has it that it can awaken the giants underground. Unfortunately, we haven't found it after digging dozens of graves. Thanks to Xiang Zeduo, Bloody Wanderer, Yan Yan Sichuan for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I got off work a little late today, and I just finished coding. I will code more tomorrow." Chapter 142 Wolfguard. There's nothing to be unbelievable. After all, I've seen the dead reborn, and brothers who have been together for more than 10 years have become different people in a short time. Jon kept this information in mind and replied to Ygritte meaningfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he could clearly feel her lower body moving backwards. Jon frowned and warned coldly, "Stop your movements. Don't be so sensitive. I just want to find a comfortable position to sleep." Ygritte, who had her back to him, smiled and answered seriously. "You said before that the other tribes gathered together. Where are they?" Seeing that Ygritte was still twisting, Jon continued to ask her, trying to divert his attention. "I think I said one question for another, then ask. I don't have anything to ask anymore. So, I'm going to sleep." Hearing Ygritte's words, that were obviously teasing him, Jon bit his lip and shouted angrily, "Don't move. Sleep." Seeing that he seemed really angry, Ygritte temporarily stopped twisting her lower body. Shoo. A few minutes later, the sound of clothes rubbing against each other sounded again, and Ygritte continued to twist her lower body gently and rhythmically, as if dancing to the music. "Are you still moving?" "Did I? I didn't notice it. Don't move anymore. Have a good rest, and we'll be on our way early tomorrow morning." "Are you sure? Why do I feel like you like me twisting my lower body very much?" "Shut up." Jon and Jon's interaction was like that of a couple, adding some ambiguous atmosphere to the dark cave. Ta ta ta. Boots stepped on the wet ground, making a series of regular footsteps. Robb dragged a wooden box in one hand and walked in the prison of Winterfell. Your Majesty. Because of the special nature of the prisoners in the prison, every few steps, there was a fully armed Winterfell cavalryman acting as a guard. When they saw Robb approaching, they immediately saluted and greeted him. Have you thought about it? Walking to the door of a prison, Robb asked through the window of the thick prison door to a woman, who was curled up with her head down and her knees hugged. The woman raised her head when she heard the voice. Her ordinary face was full of heroism. She did not answer, but stared at Robb with her cold eyes. Yara Greyjoy, Theon's biological sister. She was captured alive by an ambush and has been imprisoned in Deepwood Moat for several months. The Ironmen under her command had long been released, and under Theon's command, they contributed to the attack on the Westerly. Robb knew that Yara's combat ability and command ability were stronger than Theon. Killing her directly would do more harm than good. If she was released hastily, it would definitely have a negative impact on Theon's rule. Therefore, even though Theon had begged him several times, he had never agreed and had imprisoned Yara until now. However, this time when he returned from Deepwood Moat, he brought Yara, Leaf and the other two back to Winterfell. Okay, I know your answer. Seeing Yara's obvious performance, Robb curled his lips and walked directly to the inner layer of the prison. The innermost layer of the prison was where Leaf and the other two were imprisoned. In addition to the cavalry guards, Bloodwind was quietly lying in the corner and dozing. Easy, the infection of the thorn wound is more serious than the previous 2 days. If it goes on, she will definitely die in great pain. The wooden box in my hand contains mere ointment from the continent of Essos. It has a very good effect against infection. Robb entered the cell through the cell door, opened by the cavalry guards. While speaking directly to the point, he took off the gag for Leaf. Thorn and Vine are the names of the other two wooden dancers. After this period of friendly chat and interaction with Leaf, Robb still obtained a lot of information. A few days ago, Robb had changed his original goal of surrender to cooperation. He proposed that, as long as Easy worked for him for a year and provided the explosive fruit, he would give them freedom. 1 year is actually very short for the children of the forest who have a long life. However, as a person defined by the three-eyed raven as a destroyer of the future, Easy has a very strong resistance to Robb. Come here, bring the injured prisoner over. Seeing Easy silent, Robb turned his head and ordered the cavalry guards outside the cell. A few minutes later, the wood dancer Thorn, lying on a stretcher specially made by Robb, was carried to Easy's prison by 2 cavalry guards. I saw that Thorn, who was lying on the stretcher, had tiny blood holes all over her limbs, but these blood holes had stopped bleeding and began to scar. But there were still 2 long blood scars on her back, and the flesh around the blood scars was turned outward, and the top of the red flesh had festered, accompanied by a strange smell. Hiss. Thorn, who had been in a coma, seemed to feel a little cold and hissed in her mouth, curling up her body. Infections caused by trauma like this will worsen quickly. If not treated in time, she will be tortured to death. Fortunately, she is just a little chilly now, and she doesn't have a fever. Otherwise, looking at the flashing tears in Leaf's eyes, Robb added at the right time to achieve his goal. I can agree to your request, but I want you to swear to the gods that the explosion fruit I made for you cannot be used on the three-eyed raven, us, and other creatures north of the wall. Leaf, who was ready to die in her previous life and use the explosion fruit to self-destruct to stop the enemy, has a kind heart that loves life and cherishes her companions. She didn't want Thorn to die in pain, so she turned to look at Robb and directly stated her conditions. I, Robb Stark, swear to the gods in heaven. Hearing that Leaf finally gave in, Robb immediately raised his hand and swore. After the oath, he continued to say to Leaf with a smile, don't worry, I will only use these explosive fruits on the enemies in the south. After all, we humans love to kill each other the most. Human, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I have agreed to your request and heal Thorn's wound. Leaf was not interested in the second half of Robb's words. She was a little anxious to let Robb heal Thorn's wound. No problem. You to carry her back carefully and then apply these mere ointments on her. Robb nodded and agreed, and then gave his orders to the 2 cavalry guards next to him. Yes, your majesty. A cavalryman took the wooden box containing the mirror ointment and placed it on the empty space of the stretcher. The two of them carried the stretcher back to the prison opposite. What materials are needed to make the explosive fruit? I'll ask someone to prepare them now. It requires soil that has been burned by fire, and then a kind of grass with serrated leaves. These materials are simple. I'll ask someone to prepare more. When the materials are ready, I'll come to see your production process. Robb nodded and agreed, and put the gag back on Leaf, who was about to speak. He left the cell, tickled Bloodwind for a while, and then walked out of the prison with brisk steps. Magic grenade, done. The next morning, after returning to Winterfell, after Sam's careful screening, Robb finally decided on the 13 Wolf Guard candidates, standing quietly in front of the kennel door waiting early. Without letting them wait too long, Robb took Bloodwind to the kennel. After Leaf agreed to cooperate yesterday, Robb tried to get Bloodwind to leave the prison and stop monitoring them in real time. These children of the forest who cherished their companions did not make any noise. Your Majesty. Well, let's go in and talk. Robb nodded to the Wolf Guard candidates who greeted him, then pushed open the door of the kennel and walked in with Bloodwind. Robb and his party walked into the kennel and closed the door. Without waiting for Robb to give orders, the 13 Wolf Guard candidates who had received strict Q training stood in a neat horizontal line and waited quietly for him to speak. After nodding to their basic qualities, Robb said to them loudly, "The purpose of my selecting you this time is to re-establish the Wolf Guard. Your homes are all near Winterfell, so you should have heard of the Wolf Guard." "I have heard of it." After hearing Robb's words, the 13 Wolf Guard candidates immediately lit up their eyes and answered excitedly in unison. "Well, the Wolf Guard is still quite famous in the north. However, you will be more famous than them in the future. Even the whole of Westeros will know it. Because." Robb saw their high morale and nodded with satisfaction. While talking, he walked to the middle of the kennel and opened the doors of the two newly repaired wolf dens. "Woo, woo." Nymeria and Lady whimpered softly and walked out of the wolf den with soft and silent steps. Behind them, 13 wolf cubs, who were about the same size as Alaska, were staring at the strangers with their yellow or green wolf eyes, and their mouths were full of warning whimpers. "Because you will become the real Wolf Guard." Wow. As soon as Robb finished speaking, the 13 Wolf Guard candidates couldn't help but exclaimed, but because they were still in the queue, they didn't dare to discuss it out loud, but the burning light in their eyes became more and more intense. "You are allowed to discuss freely for a while and see which direwolf you like more." Wow. It's really a direwolf. This is not an ordinary direwolf. They may grow to be as big as your Majesty's Bloodwind. Does this mean that we can also ride wolves to fight in the future? I like the 5 black-haired ones. They will definitely grow into particularly majestic big black wolves. When the 13 Wolf Guard candidates heard that Robb allowed them to discuss, they immediately gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and pointed at the wolf cubs and talked enthusiastically. Ahem, be quiet. After they discussed for a while, Robb coughed lightly and asked them to be quiet. "Sam should have told you this, but I have to emphasize it again. Joining the Wolf Guard means that you will gain great honor and take on corresponding responsibilities. You will be my ace troops, and you will be the most advanced of all soldiers in terms of weapons, equipment, and status. But at the same time, you will be the focus of the enemy's attention in the future, and the danger on the battlefield will be far greater than that of ordinary soldiers. Finally, all your families will move into the inner city of Winterfell. Even if you die heroically, they will be properly cared for and settled. Now, does anyone want to quit?" "No." As soon as Robb finished speaking, the 13 Wolf Guard candidates answered loudly. "Very good. Now start choosing your partners. After choosing, you will live and fight with your respective direwolves. They will be your closest and most reliable partners. So, who wants to choose first?" "Your Majesty, my name is Will. I want to go first." A warrior who was about 20 years old, tall and burly, with brown hair, immediately raised his right hand bravely to apply. "Will, right? I remember your name. Go forward and reach out to touch the direwolf you chose." Robb had an impression of Will who dared to take the lead. He tilted his head to signal Will to come forward. "Woohoo. Will had just taken 2 steps forward when Nymeria and Lady's huge wolf bodies immediately crouched down, baring their teeth, and making rapid low growls, as if they were about to launch an attack. Seeing this, Robb immediately sent a message in his mind to Bloodwind, who had been lying lazily in the corner, as soon as he entered the kennel. Abu. Bloodwind received Robb's message and immediately howled at Nymeria and Lady. They heard Bloodwind's wolf howl, and walked back and forth in place hesitantly. On the way back to Winterfell from Deepwood Motte, Robb asked Leaf why they came to the kennel in the first place. Her answer was that when the heart tree of the godswood in Winterfell was replaced, Wood Dancer, who was particularly close to animals, sensed the many direwolves in the kennel. But when they arrived at the kennel, they found that the 2 female direwolves had a strong human smell. This meant that they had been tamed. Yeezy had heard from the 3-eyed raven that the man who destroyed the future tamed the direwolves to fight for him. So, she thought about taking these direwolves back to the north of the Great Wall to weaken the fighting power of the man who destroyed the future. So, she asked the Wood Dancer vines to use their abilities to rekindle the wildness in their hearts. When they were ready to return to the north of the Great Wall, they would take them away together. A few days ago, after being severely beaten by Bloodwind, Nymeria and the lady, who had rekindled their wildness, had once again surrendered to the king of the wolf pack. So, after hesitating for a while, they were finally reminded by their unhealed injuries. They looked at their cubs reluctantly, and turned back to the wolf den. Woo, woo, a woo. The 13 wolf cubs originally wanted to follow their mother back to the wolf den, but Bloodwind stood up and roared, making them lie down obediently. Seeing this, Will knew that it was His Majesty's Bloodwind who was assisting him. So he took a few steps to a wolf cub with black fur and green eyes and tentatively stretched out his right hand. Woo. The little black wolf lying on the ground, seeing Will's stretched right hand, immediately showed its already very sharp wolf teeth, and roared at him fiercely. Will, who was prepared to be bitten, was not scared by it. He firmly placed his right hand on the head of the little black wolf covered with soft wolf hair. Woo, the little black wolf's roar gradually weakened at first, and as Will boldly began to stroke it from head to tail, it finally made a comfortable hum. Seeing this situation, Robb knew that the pair of partners had successfully formed a team. Don't look at these wolf cubs. Under the catalysis of the blood contract, in less than 10 days, they grew from the size of a 5-month-old puppy to the size of a 1-year-old Alaskan. But they are still little wolf cubs less than 2 months old. With the help of Bloodwind, they are still more likely to accept humans. With Will's successful demonstration, the other wolf guard candidates came into contact with their own wolf cubs one by one. However, one of the wolf guard candidates named Heha, who was not sure whether he was nervous or excited, moved too much and frightened the wolf cub he chose and was bitten hard. However, when his arm was bitten and bleeding, he used his other hand to calm the wolf cub down and finally succeeded in partnering. So far, 13 new wolf guards were born. As they trained and fought with the direwolves later, even if the wolf cubs were not fully grown and could not become wolf knights, when they went south again, they would still have strong combat effectiveness. Moreover, as time goes by, when these wolf cubs are fully mature, the wolf pack will increase exponentially next time, and the wolf guards will also increase accordingly. Thank you for the monthly vote from Melody U. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the big guys who have read here, thank you for your support. P.S. Alas, there was a problem with the second quarter work of our department at the end of June, and we have started working overtime to fix it again these 2 days. It's really speechless to do these repetitive tasks. Well, the complaints are over. I haven't updated more than 6,000 words in the past 2 days. I'll keep it in mind and make up for it with a 10,000 word chapter later. Chapter 143 Fruit. In the middle area between Riverrun and Crossroads, on the south bank of the Trident River bend, there is a unique inn. Its long and low wing stretches out over the river, as if to embrace the passing travelers. The bottom floor of the inn is made of solid grey stone, and the upper floor is made of lime white and wood. The ceiling of the inn is also covered with bluestone slabs. The sign on the door of the inn is painted with a scene of a king kneeling. This inn is called the Kneeling Inn. It has a long history and has witnessed important historical moments. The inn is very busy today, and its stables are already packed with war horses. In the courtyard of the inn, in a pavilion surrounded by green vines, Clay and Brynden are talking in a low voice. Lord Brynden, did Tywin Lannister choose this place to exchange the prisoners, to humiliate us? After all, the Snealing Stack was once the place where Torrhen Stark, the subjugated king, knelt down and surrendered to Aegon the Conqueror. You are right. The location of the prisoner exchange was specifically included in the exchange conditions. In addition to humiliation, it may also be a hint to other nobles that the king in the north will eventually kneel down and surrender. Hearing Clay's words, Brynden nodded and expressed his thoughts expressionlessly. Do you think that Lannister has already set traps around the area using this prisoner exchange as bait? Clay raised his head and looked around and said with some concern. Hey, no wonder His Majesty Robb told me that you are too cautious and suspicious. Don't worry, I have already sent people to search every inch of the ground around. Moreover, if Lannister really does this, I will be very happy. Because they openly trample on the dignity of the nobility and violate the basic traditions of the nobility, they will be despised by all the nobles in Westeros. Looking at Clay, who looked alert, Brynden chuckled and spoke in a relaxed tone. Lord Brynden, Lord Clay, they are coming. Hearing Brynden's words, Clay was about to speak, but a northern soldier walked quickly in front of them from the door of the inn and immediately saluted and reported. Hearing the report of the northern soldier, Bray turned directly into the inn and asked the northern soldier in charge of guarding the prisoners to bring the prisoners out. Hula, hula. The burly Earl Leo of the Golden Tooth City, wearing handcuffs and shackles, walked out of the inn first. Behind him were 7 Lannister captives who were not restrained in any way. They were all captured when Robb captured Casterly Rock. Among them, there were only 2 members of the main line, the children of Kevan Lannister, Martin Lannister and Jaina Lannister. The other 5 were members of the sideline. When Brynden and Clay brought the captives to the door of the inn, Kevan and Patrick were quietly waiting on their warhorses. Behind them were hundreds of Lannister cavalrymen and 8 prisoner carts loaded with captives. Jaina, Martin. Seeing his children, Kevan immediately turned over and dismounted, rushing towards Brynden and the others. The northern soldiers in charge of guarding saw him rushing straight at them and were ready to draw their swords to stop him, but after Brynden shook his head to signal them, they still let Kevan rush into the Lannister captives. Jaina was Kevan's youngest daughter, just 2 years old this year. During her captivity, she had been taken care of by her brother, Martin, who was a dozen years older than her. Kevan took a few steps forward, took Jaina from Martin, and kissed her cheek. Chuck. Young Jaina might have been tickled by Kevan's beard, and laughed with a baby voice. Hey, Blackfish. If you don't like me too much, and don't want me to leave, then get rid of these troublesome things. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on Kevan and his daughter, Lord Leo growled at Brynden, indicating that his handcuffs and leg irons should be removed. Brynden nodded to a northern soldier beside him, who immediately understood and took out the key to unlock Lord Leo's shackles. Our prisoners have been released, so hurry up and release Lord Edgemere. Seeing that his own side had released the prisoners, Patrick immediately shouted to the Lannister soldiers behind him. Squeak. The captain of the Lannister soldiers saw Kevan, who was holding his daughter, nod to him, and immediately waved his hand to let his men open the prisoner car. Edgemere and dozens of his personal guards jumped out of the 8 open prisoner cars. Edgemere. Seeing Edgemere free, Brynden also stepped forward quickly, hugged his nephew, and said, "You didn't suffer." "No, uncle." Hearing his answer, Brynden leaned back and looked at his nephew carefully. The situation was just as Edgemere said. He was clean and ruddy, without any sign of torture or abuse. He turned his head and looked at the dozens of personal guards behind Edgemere, who were also energetic and in good condition. He said meaningfully, "It seems that Tywin treats the prisoners very well. Indeed, although he is an enemy, I have to say that he is indeed a noble and polite example of a nobleman." Edgemere thought of the treatment he had received during this period and nodded in agreement. A noble example. The prisoner exchange ceremony between the 2 sides went very smoothly. After it was completed neatly, the 2 teams went east and west respectively. Looking at Edgemere, who was talking closely with his friend Patrick, Brynden turned back and looked at Clay and the questions he had when he knew the exchange conditions emerged in his mind. An Earl of the Golden Tooth City with an heir plus 7 Lannister members who were not close to Tywin, in exchange for the only heir of Reveron, plus dozens of elite guards. Does Tywin really value his subordinates and family members, or does he have other purposes? Winterfell, the godswood, the heart tree replaced by leaves, withered and died again unfortunately. Woo, woo. The joyful roars of animals sounded in the forest. This was the wolf guards cultivating feelings with their direwolves according to the method Robb told them. The wolf guards were different from Robb and Bloodwind, and did not have a close connection granted by the blood contract. In order to form combat effectiveness, as soon as possible, the first step is to cultivate intimacy. The direwolves that had been locked in the kennel for a long time were very happy, after coming out for the first time, playing happily with their respective wolf guard partners. Moreover, the wolf guards would feed them dried meat from time to time, and their intimacy increased visibly. Your Majesty, Lord Sam is ready. Gendry appeared from the other side of the godswood, trotted to Robb who was observing the wolf guards, and reported in a low voice. Well, I'll go over now. Seeing that he didn't have to worry about this side, Robb took Gendry to the other side of the godswood. After walking for about 10 minutes, in a wasteland in the godswood, Robb saw Bloodwind, Sam, Daisy, and Leaf in the distance. At this time, in front of them was a small wooden table with various materials on it. Leaf was mixing a ball of wet soil with both hands. Today, Leaf was going to make an explosive fruit. In order to test the power on the spot, Robb specially set the venue in this wasteland. Let's start. For the sake of safety, Robb did not approach them, but waved and greeted them from a distance. When Sam saw Robb waving his hand, he immediately said to Yeezy, who looked like a little girl, "Your Majesty is here. You can start making it. It's already made." Yeezy heard Sam's words, turned around, held the black mud ball that had been kneaded into a round shape in her hand, and said to him. Hearing Yeezy's words, Sam and Daisy looked at each other, their faces full of astonishment. Although Yeezy had her back to them just now, they also roughly saw her actions. It seemed that she grabbed a few kinds of grass on the table, chopped them up, and put them into the wet mud, and then kneaded them into a round ball shape. This is the explosion fruit. You have to wait until the soil is dried, before you can use it. As if she understood Sam and Daisy's expressions, Yeezy explained. This is too simple. It feels like she is just perfunctory to us. When Sam and Daisy were sure that Yeezy was not joking, the same thought emerged in their minds. Looking at the black mud ball in Yeezy's hand, Sam hesitated for a moment, and ran towards Robb. Hearing Sam's description, they knew that the explosion fruit made on the spot had to be dried, before it could be used. Robb went directly to Yeezy who was holding the black mud ball. He carefully took the black mud ball from Yeezy's hand, and looked down to observe it. He saw that there were many special patterns on the surface of the black mud ball. These patterns were natural and there was no trace of artificial carving. In the procedure, reported by Sam just now, there was absolutely no process of Yeezy carving patterns. Thinking of this, Robb immediately looked up, and smiled at Yeezy. Thank you for your hard work. I remember you said that you can make 2 explosive fruits every day. Please continue to make them. I want to see them up close. Well, my magic power only allows me to make 1 more explosive fruit. After Yeezy answered, he began to grab wet mud on the table. Robb stood opposite the small wooden table, wanting to carefully observe Yeezy's production process. Sam had the same idea, and stood quietly behind Robb. After Yeezy grabbed the wet mud of about the same weight as the black mud ball, he spread the wet mud on the empty space on the table, then casually grabbed some grass, and began to chop it with a table knife on the table. Seeing Yeezy's production process this time, the corners of Sam's mouth under the mask twitched. Because the order and quantity of the grass that Leaf grabbed this time were completely different from the last time. So, can the step of adding grass be very casual, or is it not necessary at all? Sam kept thinking in his head, but he did not rashly interrupt Leaf's production process. After Leaf sprinkled the chopped grass on the wet mud, he began to pile up the wet mud from left to right with both hands. This time, Robb and Sam, who were standing in front, could clearly see the green light emitting from Leaf's hands. After piling the wet mud into shape, Leaf held it in his palms with both hands, and began to knead it into a round shape. During this process, the green light in Leaf's hands began to weaken, as if it was immersed in the wet mud that was gradually turning into a round shape. After a few minutes, The green light in Lee's hands completely disappeared, and the surface of the black mud ball that had been kneaded into a round shape appeared with a special pattern that was exactly the same as the explosive fruit just now. Easy. Can these two explosive fruits only be dried in the sun? Can they be dried with fire? Also, how should we use them after they are dried? Seeing Easy finished making the explosive fruit, Robb immediately threw a series of questions at her. You can use fire to dry it. The explosive fruit is very strong. As long as you don't throw it directly into the fire, there will be no problem. As for the use method, there are two methods. The first method is the simplest and anyone can use it. That is to use your fingernails to scratch off any pattern on the surface of the explosive fruit. After scratching it off, you must throw it out within 8 breaths, otherwise you will explode to death. The second method requires a user with magic power to use the magic power in your own body to call it. When it responds to your call, it will explode after 8 breaths. Easy handed the black mud ball in her hand to Robb and answered his questions in great detail. After watching the production process of the explosive fruit and adding Easy's explanation, Robb processed it in his mind in a way that he could understand. In his opinion, the core of the explosive fruit is the magic stored in the black mud ball. The pattern on the surface of the black mud ball is the pattern magic array engraved on the black mud ball when the magic is infused, which is used to stabilize the magic in it. Therefore, after the user destroys the pattern with his fingernails, the pattern magic array is no longer stable, and the magic will explode after a short period of brewing. The same principle applies to the use of magic to echo. After the magic structure in the black mud ball loses stability, the same explosion effect will occur. Well, I roughly understand. Easy, your daily limit is 2 explosion fruits. Can't you continue to make them? No way, my magic is almost dry. If I want to continue making them, I have to find another singer with magic to help me. Hearing Robb's question, Easy decisively shook her head and rejected it, and then proposed a solution that she thought was completely impossible. A singer with magic. Can Bloodwind do it? Robb repeated Easy's words twice, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his head, pointing to Bloodwind who was lying lazily next to him. It does seem to have magic power. However, I have only extracted the magic power of the forest singers before. I have never tried other races. Then give it a try. You can only know the specific answer after trying anything yourself. Bloodwind, come here. After hearing what Easy said, Robb made a decision and turned to call Bloodwind over. When Bloodwind's huge body came to the small wooden table, Easy started to make the explosive fruit again with some nervousness. Easy repeated the production process just now, but before she started to pile up the wet mud, she asked Bloodwind to put his claws on her body. Robb heard this and immediately sent a thought to Bloodwind in his mind. Bloodwind stretched out his huge right front paw and gently put it behind her. Easy was indeed too short, and Bloodwind's claw almost covered her entire body directly. When Bloodwind's claws touched Easy, a white light different from before appeared on Easy's hands. As she kept rubbing, the white light was completely integrated into the black mud ball. Since the white light appeared, Robb has been staring at Bloodwind. When Leaf finished making it, he found that Bloodwind's original 23 points of magic power had dropped to 21 points. This explosive fruit is different from what I made before. Leaf's voice sounded, and Robb immediately shifted his sight from Bloodwind to the black mud ball in her hand. Compared with the previous two, the biggest difference of this black mud ball is that it is not patterned on the surface, but engraved with many hexagonal snowflake patterns. You can't tell anything from the surface. Sam, make a fire. Dry them and test them directly. After comparing the two explosive fruits, Robb turned to Sam and ordered, "Yes, your majesty." Sam immediately nodded and agreed to the words, and then he and Gendry picked up many dry branches around and made a bonfire. The 3 explosive fruits were placed next to the fire and baked for a long time before they were completely dried. "Sam, let me throw it." All of you step back. Looking at Sam who was about to test the explosive fruit himself, Robb directly stopped him. "Your Majesty, let me do it. After all, we have never used this thing before." Sam looked at the 2 explosion fruits in his hand, and he answered Robb with some concern. "Okay, I have seen something similar to the explosion fruit before. Give it to me. I want to test it myself." "Yes." Seeing that Robb insisted on testing it himself, Sam walked in front of him and handed him the explosion fruit. Robb took the first explosion fruit handed over by Sam, scratched off a piece of the pattern with his fingernails, and threw it hard towards the empty space in the wasteland. Bang! The explosion fruit turned into a blue meteor in the air and exploded directly on the wasteland. A ball of orange-red flame appeared with the sound of the explosion. This time Robb threw it himself, and he clearly felt that the way to use the explosion fruit was very similar to the grenade in his previous life, but it was more powerful. After testing the normal explosion fruit, Robb took the one made of Bloodwind magic from Sam. He also scratched off a piece of snowflake pattern with his fingernails, and then Robb quickly threw it out. Sizzle. This explosive fruit emitted a dazzling white light in the air and did not explode when it fell to the ground. Instead, it produced pieces of spike-like ice crystals out of thin air and covered the wasteland. The visual effect was very shocking. This should not be called the explosive fruit, it should be called the ice crystal fruit. Thanks to Bloody Prodigal Son, Chuangshi, Lin King, Book Friend 202170819080346767, Book Friend 2021126224051175, and the big guys for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 144 New Law. Easy. Have you made other types of fruits before? Very satisfied with the effect of the ice crystal fruit, Robb turned around and asked Easy with a smile. Never. In the long history of the children of the forest that I know of, I have never heard of anyone making other fruits. Maybe it's because there has never been a direwolf with magic. Easy was also shocked by the ice crystal fruit. When she heard Robb's question, she immediately shook her head and rejected it, and finally set her eyes on Bloodwind beside her. Robb agreed with Yeezy's last words. The reason why he accidentally obtained the ice crystal fruit must be because of Bloodwind, who evolved into a direwolf through the blood contract. He did not continue this topic, but urged Yeezy, Bloodwind's magic should still hold up. Come on, continue to make ice crystal fruits. When Yeezy heard his words, she showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, she gritted her teeth and continued to make ice crystal fruits. The second time she made ice crystal fruits, Bloodwind's magic power was indeed consumed by 2 points again. Robb had already begun to calculate secretly that if he could make 11 ice crystal fruits every day during this period of time according to the magic of Bloodwind, then the role on the battlefield would be very huge. Robb, who had already begun to think about how to use the ice crystal fruit, did not notice that Yeezy's face was a little pale and looked a little bad. Boom. When the third ice crystal fruit was made, Yeezy suddenly fell to the ground. Robb and others heard the sound and immediately went forward to check. Yeezy's eyes were closed, her face was pale, and there was even a little white frost on her eyebrows. At the same time, she kept exhaling white mist from her mouth, hugged her hands, and curled up into a ball. Hurry up and carry her to the campfire. Seeing Yeezy's appearance, Robb immediately reacted that she might be affected by the magic of Bloodwind. So he immediately ordered Sam and Gendry to carry Yeezy to the campfire where the fruit was just baked. With the help of the campfire to warm her body, a wisp of white air came out of Yeezy's head, and the whole person no longer curled up, but slowly stretched out. With a light hum, Yeezy slowly opened her eyes. After regaining consciousness, a green light flashed in her golden eyes, and she spoke to Robb. The magic power of that wolf is very aggressive. I had a problem with my magic power just now, and I was almost frozen by it. How is your body now? Can you continue to make ice crystal fruits? Robb didn't care whether the Bloodwind magic power was aggressive, but whether it would affect the production of ice crystal fruits. No way. I have to recover at least until tomorrow before I can continue to make it. Yeezy shook her head directly, indicating that her body could not hold on. So, you can only make 2 explosion fruits and 3 ice crystal fruits every day. No, 2 ice crystal fruits. I don't want to be frozen by that magic power. So, in addition to the explosion fruit, I will only make 2 ice crystal fruits for you every day. Hearing Robb's words, Yeezy shook her head and raised 2 fingers to answer. Well, alright. Today's production is done. Thank you for your hard work. Daisy, take the leaves back. Yes, your majesty. After seeing Daisy and the leaves leave, Sam came forward and said to Robb, who was staring at the 3 fruits, your majesty, when she was making the fruits, the types and order of the herbs were wrong every time. Moreover, before she left, she secretly took some herbs away. Humph, they are not our kind, so they must have strange ideas in their hearts. Sam, send more people to keep an eye on them, and I will let Bloodwind assist you. Robb nodded very satisfied when he heard Sam report the details he had not discovered. After that, he immediately turned to Gendry beside him and said, Gendry, help me design a belt to carry these fruits. It must be easy to use and will not easily damage the patterns on it. Okay, your majesty. I will try my best to ensure the safety of the belt users. After all, the power of these fruits is too great. Knowing that Robb wanted to mass produce belts to facilitate the use of these fruits in battle, Gendry immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, you guys clean up here and keep these 3 fruits well. I'll continue to watch the training of the wolf guards. Yes. In the following days, Robb's work and rest schedule was relatively regular. In the morning, he handled government affairs, wrote and improved the new laws of the North that were about to be promulgated, and in the afternoon, he trained wolf guards and watched the leaves make fruits. Because of the need for blood points to continue to strengthen the magical properties of Bloodwind and the continuous investment of its wolf pack, Robb took the time to let Sam cut another wave of criminal leaks in the winter market. More than half a month ago, Robb had just returned to Winterfell to rectify the winter market, and he caught and dealt with a group of criminal groups. After the death of the previous group of criminal groups, the winter market was quite peaceful for the first 2 days. But after Robb led his army to Deepwood Motte, some villains from the north and westerly emerged again and began to seize the territory of the winter market on a large scale. After all, every world is the same. There are too many people who want to gain something for nothing by oppressing the good. This wave of criminal leaks allowed Robb to obtain a total of 216 blood points. After spending 100 blood points on Bloodwind, increasing its magic attribute to 25 points, and distributing 60 points equally to the wolf cubs, Robb kept the remaining blood points for self-defense. After these days of continuous sorting, the middle-level officials of Winterfell, together with the lower-level clerks, finally counted the spoils of the war in the south. The value of precious items such as gold, gems, jewelry, gold and silver coins alone was close to 1.3 million gold dragons. These valuable items were basically provided by the noble families or castles of Lannisport, Casterly Rock, and the Twins. There were nearly 7,000 sets of brand new weapons and armor, and more than 10,000 sets of weapons and armor that were relatively worn out and stripped from corpses and reused. Then there was the food looted this time: wheat, barley, oats, rye and other food. The statistical unit was 1 million bushels. In short, it was enough for all the current population of the north to survive the long winter. Finally, there was a resource that seemed to be a burden: the population. The prosperous Lannisport usually has a total population of about 200,000. Due to the war between the two sides at that time, countless people fled and died. In the end, the total number of people transferred to the north through the Iron Fleet and the Northern Fleet was about 150,000. The north was originally sparsely populated, with scarce resources, and not much land suitable for farming. Now a large number of idle people are piled up. They were shocked by Robb's killings of chickens and monkeys in a short time, but if it goes on for a long time, there will definitely be large-scale conflicts. Robb doesn't want his base to be in chaos after he goes south again, which will affect the war situation. After Robb's new law for the north was completed, he discussed it with Earl Wyman and other nobles who stayed behind, as well as officials at all levels for a week, and finally promulgated it to the entire north starting from Winterfell. Thomas was born in a jewelry craftsman family in Lannisport. Because he loved listening to night stories since he was a child, he didn't want to inherit his parents' craftsmanship. When he heard that the Lannisport garrison was recruiting new soldiers over the age of 16, Thomas, who was of the right age, wanted to persuade his parents to let him join the army. But before he could convince his parents, the mighty coalition of the North and the Iron Islands suddenly attacked Lannisport. His family hid in their home during the war, but a group of Ironmen broke in, robbed the family's property, and killed his father who subconsciously guarded the property. The group of Ironmen wanted to kill Thomas and his mother, but a special group of northern soldiers arrived, arrested the group of Ironmen, and comforted Thomas. The next day, Thomas saw the faces of the group that he remembered in his heart among a pile of bloody heads in the port area. After Thomas asked around, he learned that it was the King of the North who prohibited his soldiers from killing and abusing. These soldiers who violated military law and discipline were beheaded by him one by one. He was a little confused and at a loss when the murderer of his father suddenly disappeared. In a daze, he and his mother were transported to Winterfell in the north. Dong dong dong. Tomad, hurry up. If you go too late, you won't be able to hear anything. A knock on the door sounded hurriedly, accompanied by a young man's anxious shout. Thomas got up and looked. His mother was sleeping soundly in the inner room, because she had washed a lot of clothes yesterday. He carefully opened the door and walked out. Male, you are always so anxious. If we really can't hear the reading of the officials, we can ask the people who heard it. Looking at a brown-haired boy who was about the same age as him, Thomas rolled his eyes and said, "How can that be the same? For such a big event, of course we have to hear the first-hand news. Don't say anything more, hurry up." Male answered quickly, and immediately pulled Thomas's sleeve, and walked towards the gate of the winter market. The two of them walked quickly through the gate, to leave the winter market, and saw that the execution platform outside the winter market was surrounded by a dense crowd. The two young men looked at each other, quickly approached, and tried their best to get in from the outside. As they squeezed to the front of the crowd, they were met with countless glares and insults. There was a commotion in the crowd. "Make way for the steward. Don't you have eyes? Make way for the steward." And steward holding a parchment walked slowly to the execution platform in front of Thomas and the others. "Today, in the name of His Majesty Robb Stark, King of the Iron Islands, the North and the Riverlands, I read this new law to all the people of the North." The steward stood on the execution platform, without any nonsense, and got straight to the point. "First of all, the first one is the household registration system. All former Northern civilians will be upgraded to Northern citizens. They will enjoy the rights and obligations corresponding to their citizenship. Other civilians who moved to the North will be Northern civilians. They will enjoy the rights and obligations corresponding to their citizenship. Let me give you an example to explain what corresponding rights and obligations mean. For example, when Winterfell recruits low-level clerks, in addition to assessing whether you have the corresponding ability, you must also be a Northern citizen. For example, when the long winter comes, everyone is short of food. Winterfell distributes food, and citizens will inevitably get more food than civilians. Wow, this is too unfair. Why? Yes, why are we one level lower than them? Just because we are from the West? What's unfair about this? How much have we contributed to the Stark family over the years? How much have you contributed? Humph, you still want to be on the same level as us? The official had just finished talking about the first topic when a heated discussion broke out below the execution platform. The Western civilians shouted that it was unfair, while the Northern civilians fully supported the new law and thought it was very reasonable. "Quiet. Do you want to continue listening?" The official had expected this to happen today. He untied a trumpet-shaped wooden megaphone from his waist and shouted at the crowd. The noisy voices of the crowd gradually faded away, and everyone still wanted to hear what the official said next. The opposite of power is obligation. For example, during the war, Winterfell will recruit new soldiers. Citizens who have eligible candidates in their families must obey the recruitment order. Civilians choose to join voluntarily. For example, when the long winter comes, Winterfell needs to raise funds to purchase supplies. Then the money donated by citizens must be more than that of civilians. After these obligations were said, the depression of the civilians in the West was slightly relieved. After all, as long as they paid less than others, it was like they had taken a great advantage. The civilians in the North felt that these obligations were acceptable. In the past, when the Lord recruited soldiers, the civilians in the territory had to obey, otherwise their families would suffer. Then the money donated was more, but the supplies purchased were also more. In this way, they are always higher than the civilians, and it is not a loss at all. Then, civilians can be promoted to citizens. The specific conditions are living in the north and paying taxes for more than 2 years, or being promoted through major contributions and military exploits. As soon as the promotion conditions of the affairs officer were finished, the depressed mood of the civilians in the West was relieved again. Apart from the special conditions at the end, the 2-year residence and tax payment is a very simple condition. However, there will still be a rift between them and the civilians in the north. These are all things Robb has considered. Even if he does not promulgate a new household registration system to distinguish the levels of citizens and civilians, will the rift and gap between the civilians in the West and the civilians in the North no longer exist? Of course it will exist, and it will not be eliminated in a short time. Therefore, instead of doing this, it is better to draw the line in the middle directly. It can not only enhance the cohesion of the civilians in the North and their recognition and support for Robb, it can also subtly promote the civilians in the West to integrate into the North faster. There is a saying in ancient China in the past that it is not poverty that is worrying, but inequality. Now, I will show you this inequality. If you want to come to the side of privilege, then please work hard to make contributions and integrate in. This household registration system has both advantages and disadvantages, and the disadvantages will be very large in the future. However, there is no system that is always applicable, only a suitable system. Now, Robb believes that such a system can better strengthen the cohesion of the basic base and enhance its own comprehensive combat effectiveness. As for the future, at least we have to wait until the unification of the 7 countries before making changes. Second, the army will be redivided, and the titles of captain, commander, and commander-in-chief will be removed. 10 people form a squad, and the commander is called a decapitation. 10 squads form a 100-man squad, and the commander is a centurion. And so on. Or 1,000-man captain, a 10,000-man captain. Finally, the commander of the entire army is the general, and currently only His Majesty can serve as the general. Third, the military merit promotion system. Through beheading military merit, you can get a promotion if you reach a specified number. At the same time, civilians can be promoted to the citizen level through beheading military merit. The highest level of military merit promotion can reach the knight class, but in addition to beheading military merit, it is also necessary to pass the review of the noble review group. Thank you King Sanran for the coin reward. Thank you Heiao, the person who bought the candied whores, and the benzodiazepines for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the people who voted for recommendations and read here every day. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I came back quite late today. After the transition of farming in the past 2 days, I started to continue the war in the south. I started to write more on the weekend. Chapter 145 Wolfguard's First Battle. Special note, those who have met the beheading merit and passed the review of the noble review group will not only have the title of being officially canonized, the generous King Robb will grant golden dragons, fields, and even castles as substantial rewards. Oh my god. Isn't this equivalent to a property knight? With your own fields, you can recruit farmers to cultivate them and raise soldiers to protect your private property. The 7 gods bless the King of the North. His new law will be a bright road for us civilians to embark on. Yes, it is too difficult for civilians to get promoted. In the past few decades in our West, only the founder of the Clegane family risked his life to save Duke Titus, and was rewarded to become a property knight family. The second new law announced by the official did not cause much response. But as soon as the third new law was finished, all the civilians near the execution platform burst into a more intense discussion than the first new law. Ah, it's true. The rumor is true. Thomas, we can also be promoted to citizens and knights through military merits. After hearing the third new law, Mir, like other civilians around him, shook Thomas's arm excitedly and shouted to him excitedly, "Hey, Mir, don't be so excited. You give me the feeling that you have become a knight now." Thomas smiled and turned to answer the emotional Mir. Since this new law is true, the rumor about recruiting new soldiers should also be true. I want to join the army. I want to gain military merits. I want to become a knight and let my grandma and my younger brothers and sisters live a good life. Looking at Thomas, who was relatively calm, Mir's emotions gradually calmed down. He turned his head to look at the affairs officer who was waiting for the crowd to calm down, and said with a very firm look in his eyes, Mia's family situation is worse than Thomas. When the battle broke out in Lannisport, his parents were selling fish in the port area. During their hasty escape, they both died under a millstone-sized stone that fell from the sky. After the strong Mia, his grandmother, brother, and sister came to the north, they did dirty and tiring work to supplement their family income without fear of hardship, and with the supplies distributed by Winterfell, the family survived with difficulty. Thomas looked at the expression on Mia's face, thinking of his mother who couldn't find a suitable job at home, and could only make money by washing clothes, and his eyes also became firm. At this moment, many civilians who heard the third new law, including Thomas and the two young men from the west, had the idea of joining the army to change their fate. The fourth article is to recruit laborers. His Majesty Robb announced the construction plan for the next 5 years. First, a wall covering the winter market and Winterfell is built. Now a large number of laborers are urgently needed for construction. The laborers recruited this time will have their wages settled every day, and 2 meals will be provided. There is no age limit for the recruitment, and the specific salary is calculated according to the workload of the day. When the onlookers first heard the officer say that they were recruiting laborers, they were silent and looked down at the ground. It seemed that the officer was here to select them as laborers, but he said later that the laborers would also be paid and given 2 meals. Suddenly, everyone was eager to ask questions and discuss. Don't worry, let me explain in detail. Seeing that the crowd was getting a little agitated again, the official immediately spoke first and continued. The laborers recruited this time will be paid according to the normal market price. The fact that there is no age limit for recruitment means that no matter you are young, old or child, you can come to participate in the work. There are special officials who will allocate and calculate your salary based on your age, physique, and work experience. For example, if you carry 10 large bluestones for the city wall in a day, you will be paid according to this workload. If you only dig a basket of soil in a day, you will also be paid according to this workload. To borrow the words of His Majesty Robb, the more you work, the more you get. The less you work, the less you get. And no work, no work. As soon as the official finished speaking, the crowd of onlookers burst into heated discussion again. However, this time, the overwhelming comments were positive about Robb. After all, if the Lord recruits the people to work, even if he doesn't pay them any wages, or provide them with food, you have to come. If he asks you to bring your own food to work. Article 5. The Winterfell army will recruit new soldiers, and anyone over the age of 16 can participate. As long as you can pass the new recruit screening, citizens will be given priority, and they will be eligible to be engraved in the Warrior's Vault. As for what the Warrior's Vault is, just ask other people. Well, these are the new laws announced today for now, and they will be supplemented later. After announcing all the new laws, the official hurriedly left. It seems that he was afraid that he would be constantly asked by the onlookers, and couldn't get away for a long time. After hearing what the Warrior's Vault was from the people talking about it, the determination on Mael's face became even stronger. Thomas, did you hear that? His Majesty Robb has really thought it through. As long as we can join the Winterfell army, our family will not have to worry about living. If we are lucky, we can continue to use our military merits to advance until we become knights. Even if we are unlucky enough to die in battle, our families will receive generous pensions and will be properly arranged. Looking at Maya, who had completely forgotten that his parents died because of the Northern Army, Thomas could not help but feel that the new law promulgated by the King of the North was a bit scary. He forced a smile on his face, nodded and replied to Maya, "Well, we meet the age requirements and are still strong, so we can definitely join." The new law promulgated today, as the crowd of onlookers dispersed, also spread throughout Winterfell and the winter market. For a time, there were endless debates about the new law, but overall, the good reviews outweighed the bad reviews. The changes after the promulgation of the new law gradually emerged. The former northern civilians, now the northern citizens. Regardless of whether they are rich or poor, their faces began to show a recognition of their current identity and a sense of pride. When they faced the current class of the common people in the north, they already had a feeling of being superior, which filled their hearts with a kind of inexpressible satisfaction. Correspondingly, the common people in the north felt a very strong sense of gap. Before, although it was difficult to integrate into the environment of the natives of the north, there was no such obvious class contrast as now. Some common people in the north thought that as long as they lived there for more than 2 years, they could become citizens of the north, and gradually began to get used to it. Another part of the common people in the north was unwilling to give up and wanted to join the class of citizens of the north as soon as possible. Then, there is only one fastest way, that is to join the army and make military achievements. With the promulgation and implementation of several new laws, the former common people in the West completely abandoned their previous attitude of being like guests and began to slowly integrate into the entire North. These situations were actually expected by Robb. He had been thinking about how to solve this problem on his way back to Winterfell. The household registration system implemented by Robb, in fact, from the core, applied the 8-banner system of the ancient Chinese country in the previous life, or to explain it in more modern terms, it is like the honorary Marleyan system in the giant comics in the previous life. The core of these systems is to turn external threats into their own use and transfer the contradictions between the two sides. The new law uses the sense of class gap to make some civilians who are unwilling to accept the status quo strive to join the citizen class. Robb will let these people manage other civilians in the future. At that time, these people will become the target of disgust and hostility from other civilians. This system is very consistent with the current situation in the North in a short period of time. The new recruits recruited by Winterfell this time will definitely be in high spirits and brave in fighting due to the encouragement of the new law. Time passed slowly, and the new law slowly spread from Winterfell to the entire North. Robb supervised the training of the Wolf Guard every day, and the 4 fruits made by Leaf every day were also carefully stored by Sam. Gendry kept trying to design a fruit belt. After nearly half a year of chaos among the kings, Westeros seemed to have entered the halftime break, and no more wars with more than 10,000 people broke out. Of course, the chaos in the Valley and Dawn is still going on, and some pseudo-kings who have declared themselves kings have become the winners' show-off items. Powerful forces like the Stark family, the Lannister family, and the Tyrell family began to accumulate strength for the upcoming second half. 2 months later, late at night, 3 figures were constantly walking through various alleys in the winter market of Winterfell. They were agile, avoiding various obstacles and drunkards in the corners, and quickly headed towards the outermost wall being built. When they jumped over the semi-finished wall, that was only up to their waists, they all breathed a sigh of relief. We have been behaving well during this period. That terrifying direwolf has finally not appeared in the prison in the past few days. Easy, shall we use the real shapper shifting now? The wooden dancer Ivy looked back and turned to ask Easy beside him. Bloodwind is indeed very terrifying, but it is definitely not a direwolf. Thorn, how is your body? Upon hearing this, Yeezy first corrected the mistakes in Ivy's words, and then talked to Thorn who was seriously injured before. No problem. Although I have been pretending to be seriously injured in the prison, after your secret herbal treatment, my body has almost recovered, and I can use the real shapper shifting. Thorn smiled at Leaf, and nodded to confirm that he was completely fine. Okay, although I use the whisper of the forest to put the guards of the entire prison into a coma, I don't know when others will find out. Thorn's body has just recovered. Vine, you can change into a direwolf first. When the time comes, you can take turns to rest, and we will go to the Great Wall as quickly as possible and return home through the secret passage. Seeing that Thorn confirmed that he was fine, Leaf nodded and directly told him his decision. Okay, Vine replied, and his whole body turned into a squirming plasticine again, and finally formed into a grey-haired direwolf. Leaf and Thorn quickly climbed onto the back of the direwolf that Vine had changed into. The light-bodied Leaf and the two weighed only as much as a strong adult man. The direwolf that had transformed itself into a vine carried the two people without any pressure. It exerted its strength on all 4 limbs at the same time, and suddenly shot towards the north of Winterfell like a sharp arrow. About 20 minutes after they left, a large cavalry team composed of horses and direwolves arrived outside the city wall. Captain Will, judging from the traces, a wood dancer should have transformed into a direwolf and led the other 2 to the north. Their goal must be to go to the wolf forest beside the Long Lake. Then, under the cover of the wolf forest, they crossed the last Hearth City and headed to the Wall of Despair. A wolf guard who was good at tracking traces turned over and dismounted. After a rough inspection, he reported his judgment to the wolf guard captain Will. Well, wolf riders, follow me and chase quickly. The others should try to keep up with us on horseback. Riding on a huge black-haired direwolf, the burly Will thought for a moment and gave his order. Yes. All the wolf guards answered in unison, and 4 wolf guards who were also riding black-haired direwolves stood out from the crowd and came to Will's side. Will nodded to them, patted the black direwolf under his crotch, and galloped towards the direction of the long lake. The other 8 wolf guards, with their slightly smaller grey direwolves, rode their horses to chase them. It's strange to say that Robb's blood points have always been distributed evenly, but among the 13 direwolves of the wolf guard, the growth rate of the 5 black direwolves is faster than the other 8 grey direwolves. However, the remaining 8 grey direwolves only need to grow a little more, and the wolf guards can all become wolf riders. I don't know if Yeezy and the other 2 felt the pursuit of the wolf guards. They didn't rest all night after escaping from Winterfell. They just stopped occasionally to let the vines and thorns rotate to form direwolves to hurry on. The next day, Cheowang had just squeezed out half of his body, and Will and the other 5 had already chased after Yeezy and the other 2. The reason why they were able to catch up quickly was due to the injury of the thorns. Although she said that it was no problem at all when she transformed into a direwolf and rushed on the road, her speed was slower than that of the vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows made sharp sounds of breaking through the air and shot towards Yeezy and the other 2. After hearing the sound of breaking through the air, the direwolf transformed from the vines jumped lightly to the left to avoid the arrows. However, Yeezy and the other 2, who needed to avoid the arrows and could no longer run in a straight line, were chased by the 5 people of Will behind them. After dodging the 4th wave of arrows, warrior, charge at them. Will called out the name of his direwolf while pulling out the long sword from the scabbard with his right hand, and at the same time, using the signal from the training, he stretched out his left hand and patted the left side of the direwolf's neck to help it understand. Whoosh. After 2 months of training, the smart direwolves can already understand their own names and roughly understand specific hand signals. It directly charged towards the vines with its entire body, and Will also took advantage of the momentum to swing his long sword quickly. Clang. Thorn used the long sword that she had taken from the guards when she escaped to directly take on Will's attack. But then the 2 direwolves hit her hard, and she fell off the direwolves. As Malay wood dancers, they have very strong physical fitness. When Thorn fell to the ground in the air, she directly got into position. At the moment of landing, she used rolling to unload the force, and finally did a somersault to stand firmly on the ground. Ding, ding. As soon as she stood firm, 2 wolf guards drove their direwolves and passed by her from front and back, swinging their long swords at the same time to attack. But their offensive was also easily resolved by Thorn. While Thorn was dealing with the 2 wolf guards, Leaf, who was sitting in front and holding the neck of the vine tightly, did not fall and started fighting with Will, who was sitting firmly on the wolf saddle made by Gendry. As a singer, Leaf did not have the physical fitness of a wood dancer, but she took out a handful of green powder from the small bag on her waist and threw it directly at Will beside her. At the same time, she uttered a chant-like sound in the source language. Wow. A green light flashed, and the green powder in the air exploded, and the sky full of sparks attacked Will and the warrior. Seeing this, Will immediately threw away the long sword in his hand, turned over and jumped off the wolf saddle. The warrior's back suddenly felt light, and it nimbly jumped forward, letting all the sparks fall behind it. Will, who fell to the ground, did not have the physical ability of Thorns. He could only hold his head with both hands and roll along with the situation, trying his best to reduce the damage to his body. Although Will fell to the ground, the other 2 wolf guards tightly entangled Vine and Leaf. In addition, they did not connect with Thorns, so it was impossible for them to leave directly. Will took a short rest and rode on the warrior again to join the battle. For a while, the 2 sides were deadlocked here, attacking each other. Da. The 2 sides were deadlocked for a long time, and suddenly a loud sound of horse hooves came from the distance. After receiving the order, the 8 grey-haired direwolves sped up, broke away from the cavalry, and galloped towards the battlefield, ready to assist Will and the others in the battle. Seeing that his side was about to fall into an absolute disadvantage, Yeezy took out a handful of materials from his waist and prepared to use large-scale magic. Thanks to Nongfu Spring Natural Weak Alkalinity for the coin reward, and thanks to Trapezoid Heart, Listen Thinking, Food Adder, Zyro Zhang Hanlin, and Book Friend 20220415163415757 for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. PS. Well, I spent a long time with my wife and children today. I won't be so busy next week. I promise to start exploding. Then, we will go south to fight the second round of war tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 146 Extraordinary Battle. Please subscribe and vote. A melodious song in the source language sounded, and Leaf's eyes were filled with proud green. Some unknown power in the air was pried by her. I saw that the small stones on the ground around me began to tremble constantly, and the land, where the two sides fought, faintly emitted a low muffled sound, as if something was brewing. The children of the forest, in the source language, means people who sing praises to the earth. They don't call themselves that for no reason. On the surface, whether it was the Green Prophets who raised the sea level and crushed the Arm of Dawn, or the huge waves that hit the neck in the Bay of Kalin, it seemed that the magic of the children of the forest was related to the power of the ocean. However, anyone who had passed the 9-year education in the previous life knew that the main reason for the terrifying tsunami was the power of the Earth's activities. Feeling that her magic had been completed, Leaf, whose green eyes had faded, raised her hand and pointed at the direwolves that were about to rush to the thorns. Boom, crack. A huge roar accompanied by the vibration of the ground sounded, and the ground in front of the direwolves was torn apart by an invisible force. A crack about 3 meters wide and 8 or 9 meters long suddenly appeared. Because the crack appeared too suddenly and was too close to the direwolves, most of the direwolves who had no time to stop fell directly into the crack. Only the 2 direwolves at the end barely stopped in front of the crack. Sensing the prelude of Yeezy's magic, the well-prepared Thorn used the sudden vibration of the ground to directly knock the 2 somewhat panicked wolf guards off the direwolves. After she got rid of the entanglement of the 2 wolf guards, she immediately turned around and ran towards the direction of Yeezy and the vines. Thorn quickly approached Will and the other 2, threw away the long sword in her hand, then stretched out her hands and jumped forward. Moo. Thorn turned into a ball of squirming plasticine in the air, and when it landed, it quickly expanded in duck shape, turning into a woolly mammoth roaring to the sky. Bang. A wolf guard who was closer to Thorn rode his black direwolf away from the battle group, wanting to attack from the side, while she had just completed the transformation. But Thorn turned his head and swung his trunk, which was as thick as a small tree trunk, and whipped the black direwolf with extraordinary flexibility, knocking the wolf guard to the ground with the wolf. Hey ha. Seeing his brother and his direwolf tumbling to the ground, Will shouted worriedly and immediately said to the other wolf guard who was besieging the vines and leaves, "Retreat. Don't force a fight with them. We just need to follow them and wait for the other brothers to rescue their direwolves." Yes. The other wolf guard nodded in agreement and immediately rode the wolf with Will to leave the battle, one on the left and one on the right behind them. Seeing that the 2 wolf guards left very tactfully, Thorn immediately cancelled the real transformation after she joined the vines and leaves and nimbly turned over and jumped onto the vines. I don't know if it's because of the range of the magic, but Yeezy didn't faint after casting the spell this time, but her face was as pale as paper and her bright golden eyes were a little dim. Vine felt that Thorn had also sat on her back, and she immediately exerted her strength on her limbs and ran towards the dense wolf forest beside the long lake. Not far behind them, Will and the other 2 followed closely, and behind them was the other wolf guard that Thorn had just gotten rid of. And the other 8 wolf guards approached on horseback. 6 of them rode to the cracks that were 6 or 7 meters deep, trying to rescue the direwolf that fell inside, and the other 2 went to Hathor and the direwolf who fell to the ground. Seeing the wolf forest with leaves shaking and the breeze getting closer and closer, Vine, who had been imprisoned for more than 2 months, was extremely happy. She knew that, as long as the 3 of them entered it, they could return to their home in the north and live with their people again. After all, they are the children of the forest. When they ran quickly to a distance of more than 10 meters from the dense wolf forest, Vine suddenly leaned back behind the wolf and exerted her limbs on the ground to stop urgently. Whoosh, crack. A white tornado of ice mist as thick as a bucket shot out from the shadow of the wolf forest. It hit the ground in front of the vines. The extremely low temperature of the ice mist quickly froze the ground and continued to spread outward. The freezing of the ground did not stop until it spread to a circular area with a diameter of about 5 meters. At this moment, the ground had completely turned into a flat ice surface. The delicate and exquisite ice sculptures of weeds frozen in the ice surface actually had a unique beauty. When the freezing spread, the thorns had already retreated several meters. At this time, Leaf on her back bit her lips with a solemn expression and looked at the wolf forest in front. Ta-da-da. The sound of the hooves of 2 war horses came. In the shadow of the wolf forest, Robb rode Bloodwind, and Clay and Gendry rode war horses, and walked out slowly and calmly. Easy, if I remember correctly, it seems to be less than a year now. Walking to the other side of the frozen ground, Robb smiled and said to Leaf, "Since you were waiting for us here in advance, it means that you already knew that we were going to escape. However, you did not stop us directly, but let us escape smoothly. Do you want to use us to help you train the direwolf team? You have been calculating us for a long time, right? Humans are so cunning." Yeezy was indeed very smart. In the short time she saw Robb appear, she figured out his purpose. How smart. But the premise of these calculations is that you did not keep your promise to work for me for a year and ran away without authorization. And I kept my promise from beginning to end. In the battle with you, even if you used magic attacks, the wolf guards did not use the explosive fruit and ice crystal fruit on you, right? Hearing Yeezy's words, Robb stared at her with his eyes, nodded very frankly to admit his calculations, and then said that he did not break his promise. It seemed that she understood from Robb's eyes that this matter today could not be easily resolved. She stretched out her right hand and took out a handful of materials from the small bag on her waist, then looked at the dense forest behind Robb and murmured, "We just want to go home." Although she couldn't understand the conversation between Leaf and Robb, after seeing Leaf's actions, Thorn behind her immediately understood that the 2 sides were going to fight. She stretched out her hand to hold Leaf's right hand holding the materials, and said in a firm tone in the source language, "Leaf, you just used Firefly and Roar of the Earth in succession. If you forcefully use Whisper of the Forest, you will definitely be backfired by the magic. Let me state a delay time, and you and Vine will take the opportunity to escape." Woo. Vine of course heard what Thorn said. As a close friend who has been with her for hundreds of years, she turned her wolf head and let out a low roar that clearly meant rejection. "No, we left home together, so of course we have to return together." Leaf shook her head and said to Thorn, "Okay, come on, let's return home together." Seeing the statements of Leaf and the others, Thorn felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She jumped off the back of Vine and encouraged loudly. Behind Yeezy and the other 2, 4 wolf riders saw what Thorn was doing, and they rode their direwolves into 2 teams, preparing to outflank them from the left and right. Well, you guys are doing pretty well for your first battle. However, there are still many mistakes you made, so you should reflect on them first. Next, leave it to me. Robb shook his head at them after watching the actions of Will and the other 3, and then spoke. "Pa." Robb jumped off Bloodwind and said to Yeezy and the other 2, "Yeezy, thank you for working for me for nearly 2 months. I'll give you a chance. They won't do anything, so Bloodwind and I will deal with you 3. If anyone crosses our blockade and reaches the wolf forest behind us, I will let you 3 return to the north of the Great Wall." Swoosh clang. Turning around and pulling out the ice from Gendra's hand, he smiled and continued, "In ancient legends, the Wood Dancer is a legendary warrior who can fully control his own body. I didn't have the opportunity to learn from him last time. My body has just become stronger recently, and I can't wait to fight. Leaf, help me translate for Thorn. Let's fight alone. Okay. After hearing Leaf's translation, Thorn, who knew his physical fitness well, nodded to the human who dared to challenge him and readily agreed. She had deeply experienced the horror of the Bloodwind, but for humans, she only felt that there were a lot of humans, and no matter how strong a human individual was, it was not worth mentioning in front of the wood dancer. At the moment she nodded in the source language, she had already planned to catch Robb and threaten other humans with his life. As for the other words of this cunning human translated by Leaf, she would not believe it. Will, give her a long sword. Seeing that Thorn was unarmed, Robb shouted to Will behind her. After hearing this, Will immediately untied his long sword from his waist and threw it towards the Thorn in front. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, Thorn stretched out his left hand without turning his head and accurately took the long sword in his hand. After receiving the long sword from Will, Thorn had no intention of pulling it out. She waved the long sword with the scabbard a few times and used it as a stick. She did the same thing before, because the children of the forest would not use steel longswords. After getting familiar with the weight of Will's longsword, Thorn nodded, jumped lightly with both feet towards the frozen ground, and the whole person swayed slightly, and then stood steadily on the flat and smooth ice surface. Interesting. Robb saw Thorn's amazing balance ability, and he jumped towards the ice with the ice in his hand. Crack. Countless cracks extended to the surrounding ice surface from Robb's landing point. He certainly couldn't walk on the ice surface, as if it were flat ground. So, just use force to break the cleverness. Squeak. Thorn's feet with 3 sharp nails slid on the ice like ice skates, and quickly came towards Robb. Whoosh. Seeing the Thorn rushing towards him, Robb exerted force with both hands, cut a half moon in the ice, and chopped it from right to left towards the upper body of the Thorn. Seeing the powerful and heavy ice coming towards him, the muscles in the legs of the Thorn immediately tightened, and the body leaned back towards the sky, and directly dodged the ice with a move of Iron Bridge. Relying on inertia to continue moving forward, the Thorn in his right hand slashed hard at the knee of Robb's right leg with the scabbard sword. After the ice in Robb's hand missed, his hands surged with greater strength, and he dragged the ice that was chopped horizontally in a shape, and chopped it back to the lower right. Clang. The ice and the scabbard sword collided heavily, making a loud metal collision sound. This human, what a great power. When the two swords collided, the huge force from the ice almost made the scabbard sword in the Thorn fly out of his hand. He grasped the long sword tightly in his hand, and pushed it against the ground. Thorn stood up again from the Iron Bridge posture. After one move, Robb and the other man were still standing in the same position as before, but Thorn moved from directly in front of him to behind him. As early as when Robb and Thorn fought, Bloodwind and the vines tacitly bypassed the frozen ground and fought directly not far away. However, the vines were completely suppressed in size, strength, and speed. As soon as they came into contact, Bloodwind tore 3 bloody marks on its right front leg. Before the battle began, Yeezy was placed on the sidelines by the vines. At this moment, she held the spell-casting materials tightly in her hand, looking for a good opportunity to use magic to attack Bloodwind. Bang! In a collision, the vines, which were obviously much smaller in size, were directly knocked out. Yeezy seized the opportunity and threw the green powder in her hand at Bloodwind, while chanting in the source language. Who? The green powder was completely ignited, and the sparks of the firefly magic instantly enveloped the huge Bloodwind. Zizzy, zizzy. Before the sparks hit him, Bloodwind's magic power was activated, and thick white mist came out of his body. As soon as the sparks came into contact with the white mist, a sizzling sound was immediately made, and a large amount of water vapor rose up. Looking at Bloodwind covered by water vapor, Yeezy nodded secretly. Of course, she knew that the firefly could not hurt Bloodwind, and she was just buying time for the vines. Moo. A roar of a woolly mammoth sounded, and the vines transformed from direwolves to mammoths. In fact, although the direwolf form of the vines was completely suppressed by Bloodwind, it was at least very flexible and agile. Although the woolly mammoth was large in size and strength, it was very bulky. For Bloodwind, it was just a meat target. However, they were not fighting alone. With the help of Yeezy on the side, Bloodwind really couldn't take down the vines for a while. Ding, ding, ding. On the frozen ice, Thorn slid quickly on the ice. She was constantly attacking Robb with her long sword from various angles. From the sky, she was like a high-speed spinning top, constantly hitting Robb in the center. Standing in the center, Robb, who was as still as a mountain, easily blocked Thorn's attack with ice. Seeing that Thorn's attack seemed to continue for a long time, he frowned. Robb took the initiative to challenge the wooden dancer, to test his combat power, not to play house. Once again blocked Thorn's attack. Robb suddenly took a deep breath, then raised his hands high and leaned back, until the ice blade almost touched his back and stopped. Bang, snap, snap. Robb suddenly swung the ice fiercely in the direction where Thorn was standing. The ice hit the ice with great force, and a huge crack like a venomous snake quickly went towards Thorn along the ice surface. At the same time, Robb, who had never moved, exerted force with his feet, dragged the ice with his right hand, and rushed towards Thorn along the broken ice. Thorn threw away the long sword in his hand, and did a beautiful continuous backflip, avoiding the rapidly breaking ice, and jumped onto the grass behind him. As soon as she stood firm, Robb, dragging the ice, had already run not far in front of her. In fact, Robb's strength had long been able to use ice with one hand, but because of the length of the ice, Robb, who was not a giant like the mountain, was more flexible and convenient to use with both hands. This time, Robb's right hand muscles tightened and exerted force, and the ice dragged on the ground was swept by him directly from the side to the stomach of Thorn. Thorn, who had just stabilized his body and had no way to avoid it, shrank his abdomen very strangely, and the whole person was twisted into a shape, barely avoiding Robb's sweep. Wow, amazing, a yoga master. Robb couldn't help but secretly praise Thorn's evasive action that violated the rules of the human body. Although he praised him, Robb's offensive did not stop. He continued to move forward, holding his right hand that had exhausted its strength with his left hand, and holding the ice with both hands again, slashing at Thorn. Thorn, the yoga master, dodged left and right during Robb's continuous slashing like a storm. Occasionally, when she was forced into a desperate situation by Robb, she also used some inhuman movements to dodge the ice's attack. Robb saw Thorn's evasive action. When he slashed to the left, he suddenly let go of the ice with both hands. The ice that was released from his hand shot towards the right side of Thorn's body with a whistling sound. Thorn subconsciously moved to the left to dodge. But this time, just as she dodged the giant sword over there, a huge figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. Snap. A right hand like a steel hoop accurately pinched Thorn's slender neck and easily lifted her whole body into the air. Crack, crack. Thorn, who was strangled to the point of having difficulty breathing, kept attacking Robb with his hands and feet like a street fight, but the short-armed and short-legged child of the forest could not reach Robb's body at all. Snap. Annoyed by Thorn's rogue attack, Robb slapped Thorn's face with his free left hand, making a crisp sound. His slap was not light, and Thorn's attack stopped immediately, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing that she had calmed down, Robb relaxed his right hand slightly, and then turned his head to look at the battle not far away. I saw that the vines had turned back into the direwolf form again at some point, and the whole body was covered with blood marks left by Bloodwind. Bloodwind was covered with white ice mist, and there were ball-sized cracks on the ground where it was. These cracks were created by Leaf casting magic to restrict Bloodwind's actions. Although she controlled the output of magic power very finely, Leaf's face had turned as pale as paper due to continuous use of magic. Bloodwind, stop playing. Seeing that the battle on his side was over, Bloodwind, whose magic power had been greatly improved recently, had not yet finished the battle. Robb sent a message to Bloodwind in his mind. Just at this moment, Leaf seemed to have made up her mind. She sprinkled a large piece of green powder at Bloodwind with her right hand, and chanted in the source language at the same time. Wow. This time, the firefly, whether it is the coverage area or the temperature of the flame, has been significantly improved compared to before. Puff. Bang. Leaf, who was forced to overdraw and use the last magic, directly spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. Vine was looking at Bloodwind, who was completely covered by the magic flame. Hearing the sound around him, and seeing Leaf fall to the ground, she wanted to go forward, to check the situation immediately. Whoosh. A white figure rushed out directly from the flames and collided directly with Vine. Bang! Puff! Vine's wolf eyes only saw a white shadow flashing by, and she felt that she was directly knocked away by a piece of extremely hard object. After the violent impact, the vine, which was already covered with scars, spurted out a large mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground, completely unable to move. Only now did the vine see clearly what hit it. It was still Bloodwind, but now it was covered with huge white diamond-shaped ice crystals. These layers of white ice crystals were like a piece of extremely hard-scale armor, protecting it firmly. When Bloodwind rushed in, some magic flames attached to the ice crystal scale armor and burned, but their temperature was completely unable to melt the armor. Ice armor. This is formed by Bloodwind's magic attribute reaching 30 points, condensing its own ice mist. From the current situation, it seems that the ice armor has high physical defense and magic defense. Robb, who was not far away, looked at Bloodwind wrapped in the ice armor with super high defense and cool shape, and nodded secretly. Finally, he did not let him down. In the past 2 months, letters were sent to all castles in the north to ask for criminals from all over the country to obtain blood contract points. Aiming the thorns pinched in his right hand in the direction of Bloodwind and Vines, Robb said in a calm tone, "Since you made a mistake, you must pay the price. I saved your life because Easy made a promise. Now, she broke her promise, and I want to take back your life. Although you certainly don't understand what I'm saying, do you have any last words? Thank you for the monthly votes cast by the kind prince and 555 Cheng. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. P.S. I said I would start going south today, but this chapter of the extraordinary battle was written quite excitingly. I'll go south again tomorrow then. Please subscribe and vote. Maybe because I've been updating a little slowly recently, many people are keeping their books. Please turn on automatic subscription. Without data, I can't get recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 147 The army marches south. Looking at the two companions who fell to the ground not far away, Thorn, who did not understand Robb's words, understood it very well in his heart. This human still needed leaf to make fruits for him, but their escape this time obviously angered him. So, he was going to punish himself. Snap. Robb let go of Thorn with his right hand, and she fell to the ground. Thorn, who was free, did not resist at all, but just stared blankly at the vines and leaves not far away. Walking aside to pick up the ice again, Robb came to Thorn's side, holding the sword upright with both hands, and announced his final judgment on her. What was about to happen to Robb, in addition to the unconscious Leaf, Bloodwind and Vine also saw it. Recalling the happy time she lived with Thorn for hundreds of years, Vine's yellow wolf eyes shed big tears. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She could get her freedom if she endured for a year, so why did she run away so hastily? Abu. Ivy used all her strength to tell Robb loudly that she was willing to sacrifice everything in exchange for the life of Thorn, but in the end she could only make a weak wolf howl. Wolf pack +1. Hearing this wolf howl, Robb turned his head to look at Bloodwind and Ivy. Then he was very surprised to find that in addition to the blood contract points, a new blood word prompt appeared in his field of vision. Robb immediately shifted his sight to lock on Bloodwind, and the blood contract data immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Physique. 37. Magic power. 30. Clan, direwolf. 1. Wolf pack, soldier wolf, Nymeria, blood relationship. 6. Lady, blood relationship. 7. Servant wolf, Ivy. Blood contract points. 39. The children of the forest can actually join Bloodwind's wolf pack. Real shaper shifting. So, they are real direwolves during the shaper shifting period. When I saw that I was going to execute her companion, Ivy willingly surrendered and then was recognized by the blood pact. Although Robb was extremely shocked that Ivy joined Bloodwind's wolf pack, he thought about it and felt that it could actually be explained. Ivy was recognized by the blood pact, and this bond was much more solid than the promise he made to Leaf. In the blood pact's wolf pack data, Lady has been upgraded to a soldier wolf. This may be because Lady, who has always been gentle, was aroused by Thorns and others, and her combat power is much stronger than before. and it is reasonable that Ivy belongs to Servant Wolf. The wood dancer who can truly change shape may be stronger than other direwolves, except Bloodwind in terms of comprehensive combat power. But if we compare them purely with the direwolves they change shape, their combat power is definitely not as good as Nymeria and Lady. Well, let your brothers free up 2 horses and take them back to Winterfell. Robb looked up and nodded to Gendry in the distance, holding the ice in his left hand, and then turned to Will next to him and said, "During the battle between Robb and his men, other wolf guards rushed here after rescuing the direwolves. Will heard Robb's order and immediately began to make arrangements. Gendry, who understood Robb's meaning, rode his horse to his side and took the ice from his hand and put it back into the scabbard. Robb was about to walk towards Bloodwind, but saw Thorn, who was kneeling on the ground, turned his head and stared at him with a questioning look in his eyes. You have 2 good companions, and they have paid the corresponding price for your life." Understanding Thorn's expression, Robb pointed to the vines not far away and spoke the common language that she could not understand. Thorn certainly did not understand Robb's words, but she seemed to see that this human was not going to punish them again. In any case, she was relieved. The vines not far away. I don't know why Thorn was spared by Robb, but now she was only extremely happy. At the same time, she suddenly found that she seemed to have more feelings of awe and closeness to the terrifying direwolf beside her. After resolving the issue of Leaf's escape, Robb took Sam and Gendry back to Winterfell. Will wanted to tie the unconscious Leaf and the injured Ivy, who had regained her human form, to the warhorse. But the Thorn stopped him with gestures and directly transformed into a woolly mammoth. Knowing that she was worried that Leaf and Ivy's injuries would worsen, Will commanded the wolf guards to put them on the broad back of the mammoth and headed towards Winterfell together. After returning to Winterfell, Robb pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of the wolf guards battle to Will and other wolf guards one by one, and planned a series of intensive training for them again. Leaf didn't wake up until the next day. Although she found herself back in the prison of Winterfell again, she felt relieved when she saw that the thorns and vines were fine. The children of the forest are a long-lived race with extraordinary powers, but the creator is fair. As time goes by, their number has become fewer and fewer. The remaining children of the forest have basically lived together for at least dozens or hundreds of years. Their relationship is closer than that of human blood relatives. So, when Robb knew that Yuzi was awake, he came to her and increased her working time to 2 years. She agreed without complaint. A week after returning to Winterfell, Robb sorted out the future development plan and handed it to his mother Catelyn. With the assistance of Earl Wyman, Sam and Sansa, I believe that the development of the basic plate of the North will be no problem at all. Speaking of this, Sansa gave Robb a big surprise. After the experience of King's Landing, she is no longer the little girl who dreams of Prince Charming, but tries to learn financial and logistics management knowledge from Earl Wyman. Now, the logistics affairs of Winterfell are basically managed by Sansa and some grassroots officials. Even though the population of Winterfell is much larger than before, she can handle it in an orderly manner. With a stable basic plate, Robb decided to take the newly recruited 18,000 troops to go south again to participate in this feast of kings competing for the throne. Of the 18,000 newly recruited soldiers, 11,000 were recruited from the civilian class in the north. Since Robb did not set an upper age limit, the age span of these 11,000 people was relatively large. Of the remaining 7,000, 2,000 were family soldiers from Barrowtown and Streamland who were forcibly recruited by Robb. As Robb expected, the father and daughter of Barbara were unable to return to the north. The family troops they had previously retained were now emptied out by Robb. The other 5,000 were from the citizens of the north who volunteered to join the army. It is well known that the first time the Northern Army went south, they obtained wealth that no one could imagine. Therefore, these citizens of the North who were on the sidelines during the first recruitment of new soldiers were attracted by the huge wealth and responded to the second recruitment without hesitation. Just like the first time the Northern Army went south, Robb gave a speech in the Winterfell military camp, and after the morale was boosted, the entire army went out to fight. Of course, this expedition was very different from the first one. Compared to the morale aroused by Robb's promises the first time, the 18,000 new recruits were completely flushed, and their eyes were red after Robb's speech. The civilian class among them was eager to behead and be promoted to the citizen class, or even the knight class. The citizen class was thinking about the infinite wealth in the south and the same desire for the knight class. In general, they couldn't wait to fight and kill the enemy. The northern army passed by the new city wall of the winter market, which was less than 1/3 complete. Tens of thousands of civilians looked at the high-spirited army and silently blessed them. Robb rode on Bloodwind, followed by Gendry. Nymeria and Lady, who had gained long-lost freedom, walked around them excitedly. A little further back, 13 wolf guards were moving around 3 special carriages. In one of the special carriages were the 3 leaves who were still injured. It was inevitable to take the 3 leaves south. Without Robb and Bloodwind, Winterfell would not be able to keep them. Moreover, the thorns and vines that can really change shape, and the leaves that use magical magic, can already be regarded as a killer. The other 2 special carriages are loaded with more than 240 fruits accumulated over the past 2 months, half of which are explosive fruits and half are ice crystal fruits. Robb believes that they will shine in the next war. Thank you for the 1,500 points of reward from Khan, and thank you for the monthly votes from Safan Fashi, Bookfriend 201704221231026001, and Khan. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. P.S. I ran to customers in the hot sun today, and I had some heat stroke, thirst, and dizziness. I sat for the same amount of time as usual and only coded more than 2,000 words. There will be another chapter tomorrow. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 148 Tywin. Near the Mudgate Tower of King's Landing, hundreds of ragged laborers were carrying various stones and soil to repair the gates and walls destroyed by wildfires. Pull hard. A dozen laborers were dragging a thick rope together. The middle of the rope was fixed to a broken wall, and the other end was tied to a huge stone weighing several thousand pounds, which was being pulled in the air. Bang! This thick rope may have been used frequently, and the position fixed on the wall was directly worn out. The dozen laborers who were pulling loosened their hands, and fell all over, and the huge stone in the air fell straight down with a whistling sound. Ah! Bang! A laborer who happened to be holding a stone passed by below and suddenly found a huge shadow above his head. He looked up and only had time to show panic and let out a short scream before he was crushed under the huge stone weighing several thousand pounds. Bright red blood flowed out from under the boulder, and the stunned laborers around suddenly reacted and gathered around to rescue. But the large amount of blood that flowed out like a juicer foreshadowed the tragic fate of the laborers under the boulder. Standing on the podium that had been built for Joffrey, Tywin, who was wearing luxurious clothes, happened to see this scene. He frowned and said to a burly and strong man with grey hair and a golden robe beside him, "Brun, the repair speed of the Mudgate is too slow. Recruit more laborers and double the number." Rosso Brun was once a knight without a fiefdom, serving Littlefinger. Because of his meritorious performance in the battle 2 months ago, and the transactions between some bigwigs, he was promoted to the captain of the capital garrison, the Mudgate Guard. Hearing Tywin's order, he immediately looked embarrassed. After a little hesitation, he still told the truth. "Double the number of laborers? Lord Tywin, too many laborers have died in the past 2 months, and no one is willing to recruit. Unless we increase the salary a little more." Huh? Increase the salary? No. Not only will the salary not increase, I will also cut it. Hearing Rosso's words, Tywin chuckled, turned his head, and stared at him, shaking his head and rejecting. Rosso, who was stared at by Tywin, thought that his manipulation of the laborers' wages was discovered. When he heard this, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back, and he didn't know how to answer. "Take the gold cloaks to the flea pit now. As long as they are adults, regardless of gender, they will all be captured as laborers. Try not to kill anyone, they are precious labor." Seeing Rosso silent, Tywin despised the commander-in-chief of the gold cloaks who only knew how to embezzle, and then spoke directly. "Go to Flea Bottom and capture people to serve as laborers? Lord Tywin, will this arouse public anger? After all, they just launched a riot some time ago." Seeing that Tywin did not seem to notice his little action, Lothal felt relieved. However, he still had some doubts about Tywin's order. Of course not. Flea bottom has always been a cancer in King's Landing and has affected the lives of other people. When they see you clearing the cancer, they will only applaud. Tywin shook his head and said in a very affirmative tone, "That's right, Lord Tywin, then I will do it now." Seeing Lothal nodded and left, Tywin stared at his back and murmured, "If the people riot again because of this, it is because you secretly captured people to serve as laborers. The Vale has Tyrion's troops to help, and the rebellion should have been quelled long ago, but it has been fighting until now. Humph, it's time to knock on this little finger." After inspecting the repair of the Mudgate Tower, Tywin returned to the throne room of the Red Keep with his guards. "Lord Tywin." "Father." As soon as they entered the throne room, where the meeting was in progress, everyone hurriedly bowed to Tywin respectfully. Cersei and Jaime also immediately stood up from their seats to greet him. Hearing the greetings from others, Tywin nodded slightly, took off his leather gloves, walked to the steps of the Iron Throne, and looked expressionlessly at Joffrey, who was sitting on the Iron Throne without saying a word. "Joe, get up and greet your grandfather." Following Tywin's gaze, the focus of the throne room was all on Joffrey. Seeing this, Cersei immediately whispered to Joffrey in an anxious tone. Click, click. Seeing Joffrey pursed his lips stubbornly and shifted his gaze to another place, Tywin slowly walked up the steps. The sound of his leather boots hitting the steps was particularly harsh in the extremely quiet throne room at this time. Hearing Tywin coming towards him, Joffrey's face showed a bewildered expression. He had to turn his head to look at his mother and ask for help. "Father, please sit here. Your Majesty, Lord Tywin has been fighting outside. Why don't you stand up and salute your grandfather to thank him?" When Tywin stepped on the last step, Jaime stepped forward and made an invitation gesture to Tywin. At the same time, he turned his head and said to Joffrey. Finally, at the bottom of a step, Joffrey hurriedly stood up, saluted Tywin and said, "Thank you for fighting against the traitors. It's hard work." "This is what I should do, Your Majesty." Tywin first glanced at his son and then answered Joffrey very politely with an indifferent look. However, the pronunciation of the two words Your Majesty in his mouth was quite heavy. After speaking, Tywin turned around and walked to Jaime's Prime Minister's seat and sat down. Joffrey immediately let out a heavy breath, looked at his mother Cersei, and slowly sat down. "Father, Lord Varys just reported the intelligence board from the black market. The traitor Robb Stark has recruited 20,000 people to set out from Winterfell and head to Moat Cailin." Jaime, who was standing next to Tywin, immediately told him the information he didn't know. "Can we only buy intelligence about the North on the black market? It seems that the wolf cubs have cleaned up the North spies very well. 20,000 troops? The North can't gather so many people. Most of them should be the civilians of the West who were abducted by them." After hearing Jaime's report, Tywin raised his right hand and placed it on the armrest of the seat to support his chin and spoke slowly. "Yes, I think so too. So, I think these new recruits are not only not a fighting force, but also a burden. As long as we can get their specific information, we can try to make them turn to us in the battle." Jaime nodded and expressed his thoughts. "Very good, let's do it as you wish. How is the army of King's Landing prepared?" "Basically, there is no problem. The nobles of Stormland have basically sworn allegiance to the Iron Throne. They have nearly 20,000 elite soldiers who can go into battle at any time. I have once again recruited nearly 7,000 family soldiers from the nobles of the crown. Together with the remaining troops from before, we can gather 10,000 people." Hearing Tywin's question, Jaime immediately told him about the army's preparations during this period. "Well, Adam." Tywin nodded to Jaime with satisfaction, and then shouted to the bottom of the stairs. "Yes, Lord Tywin." Among the people in the meeting, Adam Marbrand, the cavalry commander in bright armor, came out and saluted and answered, "I will give you 5,000 cavalry, 2,000 heavy cavalry, 3,000 light cavalry, and 10,000 Stormland infantry. You will take them to the Golden Tooth today. Before I give you an order, you only need to defend the Golden Tooth and ignore everything else." Tywin pondered for a moment and then gave his own order to Adam. "As you command, Lord Tywin." Jaime, prepare the military rations and supplies you have collected during this period. We will set off for Harrenhal in 2 days. "Yes, father." After giving the order, Tywin stood up and nodded slightly to Joffrey, saying, "Your Majesty, I will take my leave first." After that, without waiting for Joffrey to respond, he walked towards Meagher's holdfast behind the throne room. Everyone in the throne room immediately stood up and saluted again. When Tywin walked a distance away, roars were faintly heard from the throne room. "Why should I salute him? I'm the king, I'm the king." PS. From morning till now, the second update secretly written at work. Chapter 149 Purpose. In the Riverlands, near a high hill northwest of the God's Eye Lake, there is a path leading to Acorn Hall. Civilians from the surrounding villages used to go to Acorn Hall, Pink City and other castles through this path. Now, a simple temporary camp is stationed on both sides of the path. The path is blocked by a fence full of spikes. Near dozens of shabby looking military tents, hundreds of soldiers dressed in western costumes are drinking and chatting, looking completely undisciplined. Goal. This is the camp of those beasts. On a high hill not far from the western soldiers' camp, Thoros, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and took a sip of fine wine and said to Beric and Brienne beside him, "HMPH, I heard from the survivors who managed to escape from their hands that these beasts were originally a robber organization in Reveron. Tywin Lannister has been recruiting all kinds of scum and scum to serve in the army for the past 2 months, so they joined the Westerland army in Harrenhal. I heard that they are still holding a massacre competition. What they have done during this period is even more bloody and brutal than the Mountain Army." Brienne, who was lying on Thoros' left side, took over his topic and continued to talk. It seemed that she remembered something, and her face was full of anger at the end. Beric, who was on Thoros' right side, had been observing the enemy situation with his one eye from the beginning. Hearing Brienne's words, a gentle smile appeared on his face full of bulging and twisted blood vessels, and he whispered, "Since they have committed sins, they are destined to not escape the judgment of my lord, the Lord of Light. Brienne, you are a brave and upright good person. You can try to embrace my lord. Sorry, I believe in the 7 gods, and I want to be a real knight." Hearing Barry mention the topic of asking her to try to believe in the Lord of Light again, Brienne directly refused in a firm tone. I also believed in the 7 gods before, and I was also a knight." Brienne's words reminded Barry of the conversation with Thoros in King's Landing, and he couldn't help but smile. Then, his smile gradually faded, and he continued in a very serious tone. "Brienne, I know that you originally wanted revenge, and then find a wise king worthy of loyalty, and become a formal knight. Now, you see the civilians in Reveron being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, and you choose to stand up and help them with us. You are already a brave and upright true knight who protects the weak and innocent. In fact, you can choose to be loyal to all the weak and innocent people in Westeros and fight for them." Gilu. Thoros heard Barry say this, and agreed with him very much. He thought it was worth a toast, so he raised his head and took a big sip of the wine. Thoros' reaction made Brienne feel that Barry's words touched her heart. She couldn't help but pursed her lips, not knowing whether she should continue to avenge Renly, or as Barry said, fight for the weak and innocent. "There's something going on in the camp over there." Suddenly, Thoros spoke and attracted Brienne and the others' attention to the direction of the westerly camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I saw that several western soldiers who were guarding the spiked fence carelessly were shot dead by arrows in front of them. Nearly 100 Reveron infantrymen wearing fish scale armor rushed to the spiked fence while shooting and killing several western guards and lifted it up together. Da. Hundreds of Reveron cavalrymen rushed down from the high hill on the other side and headed straight for this temporary camp. "Don't drink. Pick up your weapons quickly, there are enemies." A western officer who didn't drink much and had a ruddy face stood up and rubbed his eyes to confirm after hearing the sound of horse hooves. He immediately pulled the drunken soldiers around him in panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For the more sober enemies like the western officer, the archers among the hundreds of Reveron infantrymen took care of them first. An arrow accurately penetrated the right eye of the western officer, and blood splattered immediately. As the body of the Westerland officer fell to the ground, his blood just happened to spill into the mouth of a drunk Westerland soldier. The Westerland soldier licked his lips in a daze and swallowed the blood, perhaps thinking it was some kind of fine wine in his dream. The combat quality of this group of Westerland soldiers who were converted from robbers was very poor. When the Reveran cavalry passed through the spiked fence, they had not even formed a defensive formation. Only less than half, nearly 300 people, took up weapons to fight nearly 100 Reveran infantry. The other ordinary Westerland soldiers were still sleeping soundly. Facing such a good enemy, Edgemere, who was at the front of the Reveran cavalry, was naturally very happy. Sizzle. These 300 Westerland soldiers fought hard against the 100 Reveran infantry in formation. Not to mention the impact of hundreds of cavalry. The Reveran cavalry defeated the Westerland soldiers as easily as tearing a piece of paper. In one charge, they cut open the necks and pierced the chests of at least 100 enemies. Seeing this, the remaining 200 Westerly soldiers either dropped their weapons and surrendered immediately, or turned around and ran away without caring about anything. Under the leadership of Edgemere, the Reveran soldiers killed nearly 200 Westerly soldiers and captured nearly 400 with only a dozen casualties. Well, among these 400 people, nearly 300 were captured in their sleep. In any case, in terms of the casualty ratio, this is definitely a brilliant victory. Lord Edgemere, under your leadership, we have won another great victory. After the war, Edgemere was commanding his soldiers to clean up the battlefield in a proper manner. A young man with red hair and wearing armor with the family emblem of the White Ribbon Girl came to his side and complimented him. Marco, you are the second hero. The intelligence you collected was very accurate every time, so we were able to avoid the main force of the Westerland army and launch a surprise attack. Hearing his best friend's words, Edgemere took the first credit and said to Marco Piper, the acting lord of Pink City, with a smile. Yes, this Sir Marco is the eldest son and heir of Earl Piper who escaped from the Battle of Reveran. In more than a month, we have beheaded thousands of people and captured at least 2,000. I believe that no one in Reveran can question your qualifications to lead the Reveran army. Marco did not follow Edgemere's topic to talk about his own merits, but started another topic. HMPH, those stubborn old guys refused to let me lead the army just because I was captured last time. It's abominable. Last time, we were surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Unless there was a dragon, no one could escape. When Marco mentioned this, Edgemere looked annoyed and said angrily, who said it wasn't? This time, they should have nothing to say. Marco nodded and immediately agreed. Well, after we clean up here, we will return to Reveran immediately. Let's make a loud noise when we return in triumph. I want them to have a good look. After all, this temporary camp was dilapidated. There was nothing valuable except some military rations and a lot of low quality beer. The soldiers of Reveran quickly cleaned up the battlefield and headed towards Reveran with the enemy's heads and other prisoners. Seeing that the battle was over soon, Thoris turned to look at Beric, who was frowning and thinking, and asked, those beasts have been dealt with by the soldiers of Reveran. What do you think? This battle is a little bit wrong, but I can't tell for a while. Beric answered Thoris' question. This battle was too easy, even though those beasts lacked combat qualities. But it was a war after all. How could they drink so much wine? Brienne interrupted at the right time and expressed her opinion on the battle. After all, they are just robbers. They may think that this location is remote and there are no important resources. So, just be casual as usual. Thoris didn't think that complicated. He turned around and looked at the messy temporary camp and said, I remember something is wrong. We attacked this line of defense set up by Tywin before. When a camp was attacked, the soldiers in the camp sent a signal in the shortest time to let other nearby camps come to support. But this camp didn't send a signal at all. I don't know if it was because the attack was too sudden and they forgot, or because they didn't know about it at all. After thinking for a long time, Beric finally remembered that he felt something was wrong and blurted it out immediately. Beric, do you think this camp was abandoned on purpose? Brienne heard this and asked Beric uncertainly. Abandoned on purpose? Then what is their purpose? Do they want their people to enter Reveran and open the gate from inside the city when attacking the city? Or do they have other unknown purposes? Thanks to bloody prodigal son, Jiang Junbeo, the name is just a random idea, and you will definitely return with a big meal. Book friend 202204083123823847. Du Yi Dynasty, and the big guys voted for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. There will be another update tomorrow. Please subscribe and vote. Thank you everyone. Chapter 150 Curse. Dragonstone is an island located at the exit of Blackwater Bay. The castle of Dragonstone is built entirely of black stone, and the castle towers are carved into the shape of giant dragons. Stannis, who retreated from King's Landing after being defeated, returned to their base camp with 3,000 of his own troops and more than 1,000 of Davos troops. Dragonstone is a very important strategic location, and it can be said to be a dagger hanging over the throat of King's Landing. After the destruction of the King's Landing fleet, they had no ability to threaten Dragonstone at all. Since returning to Dragonstone, Stannis has ordered Davos to lead the remaining warships to block the throat of Blackwater Bay, cut off King's Landing's foreign trade, and constantly harass the coast of the King's territory. The only thing Stannis, who retreated to Dragonstone, was worried about was the Red Wine fleet on the Arbor. However, the Reach has become an independent country, and the Iron Throne has no right to order the Red Wine fleet to come to support. Just in case, Stannis still ordered the small number of troops he left behind at Storm's End to monitor the nearby waters at all times. As long as he saw a large fleet heading north, he would report immediately. The Stone Drum Tower is the main castle of Dragonstone. Whenever a storm comes, its ancient walls will rumble and echo, hence the name. The map table hall is located at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. It is a huge round room with 4 tall narrow windows facing the east, west, south, and north. In the middle of the map table hall is a huge map table, on which a detailed map of Westeros is carved. The map table is more than 50 feet long, about half the length at its widest point, and less than 4 feet at its narrowest point. The position corresponding to Dragonstone has been carefully designed to correspond to a seat on a high platform, so that everything on the table can be seen. Stannis, with a gloomy face, sat in the main seat, and glanced at the only 2 remaining subordinates, Davos and Rolland, as well as Melisandre, who was sent back to Dragonstone by him at Bitter Bridge. He said in a gloomy tone, "We have lost 40,000 troops. What should we do next? Does anyone have any opinions? Your Majesty, I have received revelation from my lord recently that the real battlefield is in the north." As soon as Stannis finished speaking, Melisandre showed a seductive smile and answered with a unique accent, "North, the north." Hearing her words, Stannis frowned and muttered to himself, "Your Majesty, I learned from some well-informed friends that the entire north is run like an iron barrel by Robb Stark, and even Tywin Lannister cannot intervene. I'm afraid that the north is not a good choice now. Of course, if the Stark family can submit to the Baratheon family again, then the north is the best choice." Ever since seeing Melisandre using evil magic, Davos has always had a deep prejudice against her. So, he immediately spoke to Stannis. "When I was at Bitterbridge, I sent more than 10 raven letters to the north, asking Robb Stark to pledge allegiance to me, but the answers I received were all very direct denials. Humph, now Robb Stark is also a usurper in my eyes. Eddard Stark did not teach his son well." Stannis shook his head and denied it, directly classifying Robb as a traitor. "Your Majesty, given the current situation, please allow me to make a suggestion to you, that is, to go to Gulltown in the Vale." Hearing Stannis' answer, Davos immediately gave the suggestion that he had considered over and over again. "Seagulltown in the Vale? Davos, tell me in detail why you made this suggestion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Davos stood up and saluted immediately after hearing Stannis' question, pointing to the map table and continuing. "Some time ago, the false king who proclaimed himself the king of Seagulltown, Gerald Grafson, wanted to take advantage of the war between the Bronze King and Royce and the Eyrie to raid the Vale of Arryn from the south. But who knew that they were aided by a mixed cavalry force of Lannister and the Eyrie led by Tyrion Lannister, and suffered heavy losses. On their way to Seagulltown, the King of the Five Fingers Lionel Corbray, who had been ambushed in the north of Crab Bay, captured them all in one fell swoop. Now, the Grafson family has been slaughtered by Lionel, and Seagulltown has fallen into the hands of the Corbray family. There are so many false kings in such a small vale. These days, there are kings everywhere in Westeros. Sorry, please continue." Davos, who had stopped talking when he heard Stannis, complained, continued with his previous topic. Gulltown is one of the 5 major ports, with a large population, and especially many wealthy businessmen. It can provide us with great help in terms of economy. Then, the strategic location of Gulltown is also very important. It can attack White Harbor to the north, and threaten King's Landing to the south. Finally, the people of Gulltown are very dissatisfied with the cruel Lionel. Moreover, the tradition of the Vale Knights is strong, and they have always adhered to the righteousness. Joffrey is a well-known illegitimate child of incest. Therefore, your majesty's right of succession is undoubtedly the most orthodox and legal. As long as you take over Gulltown, you will call for them to respond one after another. Your majesty, compared to the north, Gulltown is indeed the best choice. Rolland, who had been silent all the time, agreed after Davos finished his detailed explanation. Well, then the next plan is determined. Go to Gulltown, and then take over the entire Vale. Stannis agreed with Davos's statement very much, and made the decision directly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Melisandre smiled and did not continue to argue. At least compared to Dragonstone, Gulltown is closer to the north. You two go down first. I still have something to discuss with Lady Melisandre. Yes, your majesty. Click. Davos and the other walked out of the drawing table hall. After he closed the door, he said to Rolland, Sir Rolland, thank you for supporting my suggestion just now. Sir Davos, there is no need to thank me for this. I just agree with the correct suggestion. Marching to the cold north is the most ridiculous and stupid suggestion I have ever heard. Rolland heard this, and raised his right hand and waved, indicating that Davos did not need to thank him. Well, Gulltown must be taken. This is our only chance. Then I will go to make preparations for the war first. Davos nodded and said goodbye to Rolland. Rolland nodded and turned away without saying a word. Davos, who was extremely distressed by the death of his son, now had a new goal. He spent the whole day making preparations for the war, and he checked the remaining 36 warships one by one. Until night fell, a servant of Stannis came to call him to go to Egon Garden and the main castle. Egon Garden is located near the Dragon's Tail gate of the main castle. It is filled with the pleasant fragrance of pine wood, and tall black trees rise from the ground all around. There are also wild roses and towering thorn bushes, and there are some cranberries in the mud. When Davos came here, a bonfire was lit in the center of the garden. Standing by the bonfire were Stannis, Melisandre, a maid named Maeve and Robert's illegitimate daughter, Barra. The servant took Davos away and left quickly, leaving only the 5 of them in the garden with a crackling bonfire. Seeing this, Davos' heart skipped a beat, and he asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, you. Before he could finish his words, Stannis reached out his hand to ask him to be quiet, and then used his eyes to signal him to watch quietly. Melisandre smiled at Davos, then took out a wooden box and came to Maeve, whose eyes were full of fear. Seeing Maeve suddenly holding the child and turning her back to her, Melisandre chuckled and said, Don't worry, just let the leech suck some of her blood, it won't cause any harm. If you don't cooperate, then I can only force it. Hearing Melisandre's words, Maeve's eyes suddenly flashed with tears. She knew she had no other choice, so she turned around and showed the very cute, sleeping bearer in her arms in front of her. Seeing that she was very cooperative, Melisandre opened the wooden box, took out a leech that was as thick as a little finger, shriveled but constantly twisting, and then put it on Barra's cute little face. Perhaps because the leeches were cold, Barra frowned in her sleep, as if she was having a nightmare. Next, Melisandre placed the other 2 leeches on Barra's arms and chest. The leeches swelled up visibly with blood, and in a few minutes they became as thick as a thumb. Leeches secrete a kind of analgesic neurotoxin when they suck blood, so Barra, who could not feel the pain, slept soundly throughout the whole process, and did not wake up. Seeing that the leeches had absorbed almost the same amount of blood, Melisandre used clamps to collect the 3 leeches into the wooden box. Seeing that she was done, Maeve, who looked distressed, immediately held Barra tightly in her arms, and turned her back to the 3 of them. Melisandre turned around, and nodded to Stannis, while holding the wooden box, and the 2 walked to the campfire. Davos watched silently behind them, with a hint of anger in his eyes. The night is dark and full of dangers. My lord, the Lord of Light, you are light, justice, and everything. Your loyal servant prays. Melisandre. standing by the bonfire, held the wooden box in her hand to Stannis and prayed in a chanting manner. Stannis reached out and took out a fat leech from the wooden box. Looking at the blazing bonfire, he murmured, "The usurper Joffrey Baratheon." As soon as the voice fell, Stannis raised his hand and threw the leech in his hand into the bonfire. The fat leech was thrown into the blazing bonfire by him. Although it stopped twisting immediately, it was not burned by the bonfire, as if it was brewing something. The usurper Robb Stark. Taking out another leech, Stannis read out Robb's name and threw the leech in again. Traitor Robin. Your Majesty, most of the Vale is controlled by Lysa Arryn, Littlefinger, and Tyrion Lannister. If we want to gain the Vale, we just need to get rid of them. Robin Arryn is just a sickly child. Just like Princess Shireen. Davos, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't help but speak out when he saw Stannis wanted to say Robin Arryn's name. Hearing Davos' words, Stannis saw his kind and lovely daughter. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Traitor Lysa Arryn." The third fat leech was also thrown into the bonfire by Stannis. At this time, Melisandre also ended her prayer. Crack. The 3 fat leeches in the bonfire suddenly made a crisp sound, and a lot of blood splashed out of their bodies. As the bright red blood splashed, the 3 leeches, that were very resistant to high temperatures, were instantly burned by the flames, and turned into 3 piles of ashes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.